ぶ空が呼ぶ何かが遠く待っていると鮮やかに血が燃える生まれたわけが今わかるランネランランネラン風になり走れ昨日のお前を超えてゆくんだ立ち向かえ自分より大きなものにそうさ若さは燃え尽きない流星だ
All right, folks, good morning. Big Easter weekend over the weekend, which means putting on some big Easter weekend weight. But more pressingly, and hello, Glace Gwyneth, sorry, messed it up. More importantly, we got to figure out what are we going to do in a post-Dredge world, because Dredge was so good. But I have no idea where to take it from here. We have options, though, and I've narrowed it down to a few potentials for where exactly we are going to take the next project. I'm thinking we could do Siberia, which, much like Oddworld Abe's Odyssey, was a game that I've always seen on like TV and magazines, but I've never actually touched it myself. So doing another classic adventure is one possibility. We could do Paranormicite. Instead of classic, popular adventure game, we could do spooky mystery adventure. It's more modern, but it's lots of things that tick off my checkboxes. Or maybe even House of Many Doors, because Dredge got me into a big mood for more House of Many Doors, because House of Many Doors is one of those... It's kind of like Sunless Sea also. In fact, it came out shortly after, and Fail Better Games actually gave this guy some support and some office space to make this game. I streamed it before, back before I started highlighting and saving my VODs. So, on the one hand, I don't have any actual recordings of playing this game that have survived, because I was like, what, 2019 or so? No highlights survived that long, no VOD survived that long because it didn't highlight. And I don't think I actually finished it on stream either. Because 2019 Guinea was not a very confident cavi. And I think when the game was presenting itself as being kind of on the slow side, I probably gave up on it on stream and finished it off stream. But there's so much good stuff in there. If you love Dread and Sunless Sea, it's a bit of a clunkier experience, but the writing is so good, the atmosphere is so good between the art and the music. So revisiting House of Many Doors and seeing it all the way through to the end is also a possibility, as is Excavating of Hobbs Barrow, which I've been wanting to do since I learned of it, but didn't, because that was what, last year, right? And last year we were doing so much XCOM instead, which I don't regret. So much XCOM was good XCOM, even when it's frustrating. 2012 original of the remake series XCOM. So I know very little about Hobbs Barrow, which I like, because I like to go into a thing knowing very little about it. Could also do Dramatical Murder, except we can't. Except as soon as I heard about that one, I also want to try it out. Gay murder mystery. How could I not be interested in that synopsis? But it is tragically banned on Twitch. So it's an option, but it is not an option for very obvious reasons. That one will probably have to wait for, like, if I do YouTube streaming or something. I could, if there's something too spicy for Twitch that's explicitly on the prohibited games list. But there's not too many things on the prohibited games list that's worth streaming anyway. There's Dramatical Murder, and then there's a whole bunch of garbage you don't want to stream anyway. But there is a bit of rules lawyering as towards something that isn't on the prohibited games list, but may or may not be against the community guidelines. Like, I think I might have been pushing it with Kara no Sojo. But we've got our butterflies for when spicy things pop up, so not saying we'll keep the butterflies for Dramatical Murder, because Dramatical Murder is straight up on the do not play list, right? So that's non-negotiable. But if it turns out in the future, there's a game that's too spicy, even for creative interpretation of the community guidelines and trying to stay on the good side of it, could put those ones YouTube instead. So Dramatical Murder, interested, but literally cannot on this platform. Or we could just do various other small adventure games and picking up here or there that I do want to eventually get around to. And so basically, that is what I am torn between. Do I want classic adventure that Child Guinea has been longing for? Spooky, ghosty, cursy mystery. A revisit to House of Many Doors. A kinda spooky archaeology adventure that maybe I can stretch my anthropology training on, who knows? Or just enjoy a spooky archaeology adventure. Could try to ban myself on Twitch. Or various small adventures. So obviously, banning myself is not something I want to do. As much as I want to try out Dark Side Detective, Last Door, think I might save those for another time. And so really, it's down to Siberia, Paranormal Site, House of Many Doors, or Hobbs Barrow. And as much as Dredge has been putting me into a House of Many Doors mood, it's a long one. It's... If I'm no-lifing it, I could clear the entire game in a weekend. But that's an entire weekend of morning, noon, and night crawling around on my Kinetopede. So House of Many Doors, I do want to return to and give a full stream experience to. But I think I'll have to make that one a bigger investment time. Because that's either going to be like 2 or 3 solid weeks, depending on how long I go through with it. Or a couple of months of doing it once or twice a week. Maybe Mondays or Fridays or something. Which means really it's down to Siberia, Paranormal Site, or Halts. And these are all very compelling games that I've been wanting to play, either, well, all of them as long as I've heard them, just some longer than others. Like Siberia was way long ago. But that was way back when Dad was very much not into games in the household, so I could only watch from afar as other reviewers praised it on like ZD TV or Tech TV, whichever it was called at the time. I think ultimately they're adventures, but all of different themes too, right? Because Siberia, I've only seen screenshots, only seen reviews, but it feels kind of melancholic, I think. So we got melancholic adventure, or spooky mystery adventure, or spooky, maybe Eldritch. archaeology adventure. And between those three, I think that Hobbs is probably the better thematic follow-up to Streaming Dredge. So how about it? Let's do. Since I see nobody else is making any input, we'll do Hobbs today. Where to put the game? Excavation. It's gonna take a bit though, because haven't ever opened this up yet. Which means I haven't even got the game capture going. Game capture. There's window capture. By Dredge. See if this even captures right. Or if I have to use like window capture or something. It's captured. Okay. It's even got the old adventure game cursor. In that case. Since we have made a decision, oh, it's one of those games where if you all tab out, the music and everything else stops. Let me update everything else then. Change that around. Change my category. Maybe change my title. How to entitlify this? Oops. Control X is not Control Z. See? And it didn't actually make a go live tweet. So many things had to do this morning. Ba-doom. I just noticed something. In the art. And over here, right? Could it be? Could this be? That this game is letting me play as a fellow lefty. Oh, I don't get to see that very often. And because this is a type of game that freezes everything when alt tabbing out, oh, I see it changes if you idle too long. Trying to be spooky on me, game. Trying to visually compare the audio bars to see if the balance is nice. Seems to be about. And I could change the various volumes if I wanted to. Click to advance dialogue off. What's the alternative? Colorblind friendly text. Ooh! It's even got commentary, which contains many spoilers. Alright. I'll enjoy that on my own time then. Subtitles on, I should hope so. I'll take a peek at the non-colorblind friendly text and the colorblind friendly text and see what to decide on, I think. I don't know if many of my viewers are colorblind, but many are. Let's turn that on. It can't hurt to have it on. Okay. And now that a decision has been made, let's go from dredging the sea to excavating the soil at Hobbs Barrow. Cool. I can go left, right, or up, down. Already pretty exciting. Give myself a quick tech check to make sure everything's operational. It is. Good. Get to see how the pudding is made normally. My setting everything up as a behind-the-scenes pre-stream thing. But since I wasn't sure what to play yet, doing it live. I like your color coordination. It's a very nice shade of blue. And hey, it fits. Also wearing blue today. Both left-handed, both wearing blue. Just like this game was meant to be. Can I just leave? Can I just go right? I can't just leave. Somebody has a nasty cough, though. Around everywhere. There's nothing I can click on yet, though. Do I have any other interfacing? Tab does nothing. Enter space do nothing. Hold on. What's that? Oh, if I hold space, it does a thing. Maybe it's for inventory they don't have yet. Maybe there's some other interface. Lost does nothing, arrows, so possibly given the interface in the main menu and this antique cursor, it could be entirely mouse and point click based. So if I can't click it, probably can't do anything.
Miss Bateman, welcome back to Ticehurst House. It's been quite some time.
Let me see how. Going to do a naughty and turn my actual tablet audio on.
This evening, is it not? Nurse Blaketon has had enough of me smoking inside. Makes her cough, you see.
Okay, that's loud enough.
A bit of rain won't kill me, will it?
What do you say? I missed it all. Somebody has a cough. I can't respond to him.
Mustn't be interested in me nattering on. Give my regards to your father. Nurse Blaketon is preparing his supper.
So father and Nurse Blaketon.
Miss Bateman, do head inside. You'll catch your death out here.
Is that foreshadowing that I will, in fact, catch my death in the course of the game?
Dearest mother.
I got a mom too, not just a father? Dearest mother, yes. I had clicked to advance off.
I hope
I
this
have to click
letter
to
will
advance.
reach you. I have spent these past years in torment, trying to piece together what remains of fractured memories. What I am about to recount to you will seem beyond comprehension, but I beg for your patience.
Okay, I'm going to assume we live then. If you're recounting what's beyond her comprehension, what's already happened. Oh, she?
I will endeavour to explain the events that led me to Ticehurst House that night.
The first time I visited the GF after she moved, the old GF previously, after she moved to Leamington Spa for her studies. She took me out to the countryside. It was like a 2-minute walk away, then bam, you were in country. And they had sheep out there. And they were vibrating sheep, just standing out in the field, shaking on their legs, plopping their ploppings onto their own backside. It was adorable.
As far as I can recall, this whole wretched story started with the receipt of a letter from a Mr. Leonard Shoulder.
Good strong name, Shoulder, lots of backbone to it.
The letter brought me to the isolated village of Bewley, deep in the moors.
Achievement unlocked already.
No
Damn, I'm good at
station
this
master in
game.
sight. I hope the village isn't too far away. I can't recall our exact meeting place. Mr. Shoulder mentioned it in his letter.
Oh, was that going to be tutorialize how to open things? Left click, walk, interact, right click, examine. Which I couldn't do in the well, maybe I could have, I don't know. Because I wanted to test my interactions of the streetlights, but nothing popped up. Inventory and menu, mouse cursor to the top of the screen. Left click to select inventory, right click to examine, okay. Can right click to deselect, double click to on an exit to teleport directly to it. Cool. And occasionally auto saves, but can save anytime in the menu. When there's an adventure game with autosave, I'm accustomed now to things like The Council or Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song or what have you, where the autosaves are used to lock in a decision. And so if you mess something up narratively, it keeps you on that path. Which isn't always a bad thing. It leads to like interesting things, but prevents you from using your gamer brain to try to avoid negative consequences. Where there's interesting reasons to accept those negative consequences. So I wonder then, if this is going to have like branching paths, or if it's a linear story, and the autosaves are just to be kind to me. Spacebar hold shows interactable hotspots. Oh, that's what that does. Quick save, quick load, F5, F7, map when available, M. Okay. Understood. Cute. There are tracks. Maybe I'll be minimal about using the spacebar to highlight interactable spots. Let's do that. Let's be minimal for the time being, and try to use adventure game brain. Dear Miss Bateman, I write this letter in the hopes of piquing your curiosity. Read about your expertise in barrows. Okay, all right. I think I see exactly what's going to go on here. This is like 19th century whatever, right? They got rails. They got village sign by the rails, but redress kind of antiquated. So I'm going to assume this is 19th century, and because we are a learned woman with an expertise in a thing, a scholar up at his institution is going to make use of her expertise. And then everything that we discover or ascertain is going to go into his report, and he will take all the credit in the publication, and his name will go down in history. And maybe 300 years later will be the next Mary Anning, and get credit after the fact at a nice little museum named after us in Bewley. Entire plot ascertained. And if I understand correctly, you are writing a book on them with the treasures they contain over the village of Bewley, where a most special barrow can be found on the outskirts, rectangular in form and certainly tall enough to stand up in it. Places steeped in local legend, there's a rumor of secrets to be found deep within. Page 1 of 3. That's a weird thing to write. But yeah, wholly expecting that Mr. Shoulder here is going to be taking all the credit for everything we do this game. I hope you not misunderstand me and find this letter intrusive. If you wish to visit Bewley and excavate the Barrow, I'll be pleased to be your guide. Please send your response to the Plow and Furrow Inn, Bewley. Shall await your letter. Okay. That's where my response goes, the Plow and Furrow Inn, Bewley. But is that where I go? Here's respectfully, letter Shoulder. Dear Miss Bateman, marvelous news. Shall meet you at 8 o'clock in the evening on the 14th of this new month at the Plow and Furrow in Bewley. Solved. In his fine rooms, which you will find adequate for your short stay. When we meet, I shall tell you more of the circumstances surrounding the site, which is referred to locally as Hobbs Barrow. It is not located on my own land, but we will have no issue gaining permission to excavate. Wish you a safe journey. Oh, look, there's a person up front. Could I speak to you?
I must make my way to the Plow and Furrow Inn.
Because she wasn't there before.
Excuse me?
Yes?
What can you tell me about Bewley?
Well, it used to be a thriving village. Not so much now. I don't spend much time there these days.
Are you local?
Ah, yes, a local I am. But I don't live in the village.
I'm looking for the Plow and Furrow Inn. Do you know where I can find it?
Ah, young lady. Leave the station and follow the dry stone wall for around half a mile. You'll come to Bewley. Go straight ahead and you'll find the market square. The inn is t'other side at square.
Thank you very much. Where are you travelling to today?
That would be none of your business, young lady.
Quite. Apologies. I wish you a pleasant journey.
That's pretty nice how if there's only one dialogue option left, it automatically takes it. But maybe they won't take it yet. But where are we going to find a dry wall? A dry stone wall. When it's raining now.
I swear she was not standing there a moment ago.
Yeah. We were reading a letter, then she appeared.
Bewley. I have great expectations for this Barrow. If I take the sign, how would the trains know where to stop?
Okay, what else do we have? The window.
Hello there. The post looks unattended.
There was a
A
door.
door of fine construction.
Could I use the door? If you're an adventure game. Classic adventure game. Then I need to harvest all the things.
Hello?
Oh, she's being polite, just checking. Exit? I guess we could
A path
exit.
stretches off across the moor.
What brings you to Bewley?
We just spoke.
I beg your pardon?
What brings you to Bewley, miss?
I mean... We asked her where she's headed, she said none of our business. And now she's asking us. Intruding into our business. Tell the truth, I have nothing to hide or lie. She looks superstitious. Does sound though like maybe there is a branching path. Maybe I want to be a bit... Could I save? I can't open my menu in the middle of dialogue. But this is our first local contact, right? We could lie and stay on her good side. But if she ends up distrusting us for us wanting to study the Barrow, we'll learn something. We'll learn more things by being honest and by not.
I'm here to visit a local landmark, Hobbs Barrow.
Hobbs Barrow? Well, I can't say I've heard of it. For
She
what
hasn't
reason?
heard of it.
I wish to excavate it.
Grave robber, are you?
Not at all. I merely have an interest in antiquities.
Not much to be found in Bewley, if you ask me. You're better off waiting for the next train back to the city.
I'll take my chances.
Can't say I didn't warn you.
So, she's the quaint,
That was
polite
odd.
grandma version of y'all best get out of here, keep on moving if you know what's good for you. Does it appear? Oh, that's a double click. It is a crow. Oh, it left. I want to look at it. Could I warp it back in? Something here, right? Just exit, exit. Just for atmosphere. The crow doesn't come back. I forgot her instructions. Maybe there's bad things that happen if I don't go straight to, but I kind of want to explore.
A humble dwelling. A humble dwelling. The old woman told me to go straight ahead to get to the inn. I'll have time to explore tomorrow.
Oh, I can't just go off the beaten path yet. Alright. will get properly introduced.
The anvil looks heavy.
A carver? Prospector Guinea? I don't know. I appreciate the bespoke titles you've been giving in forms of address, but Prospector makes me think of like some old coot wearing his long johns in the open air, trying to pan for gold or something. More of like mineral extraction. Whereas we're simply going to be cultural material extraction.
Beating raw metal into a fine object is an admirable skill.
She appreciates the cottage industries.
This appears to be the forge of a local blacksmith.
Bucket.
Bucket has seen better days.
Take bucket.
Bucket is rusty and full of holes.
But it's still bucket, take it. If it's rusty and full of holes, that means it's not a bucket, it's a colander. And we're gonna have so much use for colanders. Fancy long johns? Nah, just my pajama bottoms. I used to have long johns, but they all went missing. I have no idea who the Long John Bandit is.
Perhaps this belongs to a merchant.
It's kind of funny. But because this is, I'm estimating, the 19th century, unless they're pulling like an M. Night Shyamalan village on us, that they probably aren't too familiar with spaghetti yet. So even if this was a colander, she wouldn't know what to do with it. There was actually the long johns of tragically long gowns. Excellent carver, 50 points for that one. There was actually a kind of hoax in the mid-20th century about spaghetti trees in Naples or wherever. And because it was a bumper crop year for the spaghetti trees, that Italy had so much more spaghetti, and there were like pictures of people taking spaghetti off the trees and whatnot, all folksy like, and the Britons believed it. I would call in, asking like where they can get a spaghetti tree, what the best way to raise one is. Take bucket.
The bucket is rusty and full
Come
of
on,
holes.
lady. We're going to introduce spaghetti
Perhaps
early
this
here.
belongs to a merchant. This must belong to someone. I should leave it alone.
See if we have an abbey here or a church. The last time I was in Reading, their old abbey there was dilapidated, just a historical structure in disrepair, but they were doing some restoration on it. I guess I'm going left from here.
It looks like I'm in the market square. I should find the inn.
Yeah, but there's no exit to the right or to the bottom. Unless this is it. Spaghetti is totally a staple crop carver. Just sadly it doesn't come from trees.
This appears to be the forge of a local blacksmith. The blacksmith looks closed. It looks like I'm in the market square. I should find the inn. It looks a fine example of a church. It looks like it was built in the Norman style.
Okay, I'm holding space. Any other exit is a broom and a horseshoe. But the only exit is behind me.
The horseshoe is nailed firmly to the wall. A finely made horseshoe. The blacksmith must also be a farrier.
They had furries in the 19th century?
The horseshoe. A simple broom. I didn't come to Bewley to sweep their streets. It looks like I'm in the market square. I should find the inn.
So both exits tell me I should find the inn.
The path leads back towards the railway station. A fine It looks like it was... It looks like... It looks like...
There's only 2 exits and a door. And when I clicked on here, she said it was locked.
The blacksmith looks closed.
So I can't ask for directions. 2 exits and a bunch of miscellany. None of which I could
Bucket
use.
is... This must be...
I could walk around though. It scrolls. That's the trick.
A local dwelling.
This looks like, what's it say there? Shoes and dolphins?
The sign is in a shabby state, but the shop appears to be a cobbler's. A local cobbler.
Hey, bird. There's a bird on the cross.
Quite an ornate construction. This was created with pride and care.
But they don't have a statue of Queen Vicky in the square.
The building is in a dilapidated state. A small plaque beside the door reads Vicarage.
The 6th carriage?
It's the vicarage.
Plow and Furrow.
Plow and Furrow Inn. The inn where I am to meet Mr. Shoulder.
Mr. Shoulder, who I'm absolutely certain is going to marry Anning us and take all the credit for our work here.
The cross denotes this as the site of a market, or perhaps a site of traditional religious significance. The cobbler's is closed. I don't wish to disturb the locals. I don't wish to disturb...
I do.
The Plough and Furrow. I have a bit of time before Mr. Shoulder arrives. I should inquire about a room. There's more houses down that way.
A room? You mean like the major city in Italy? Or the Turkish Empire in Anatolia?
There's more
Room?
houses down that way.
There's a window
Window
box.
box is well out of reach.
Okay, both window boxes. I thought maybe there's a reason she could interact with this one. There's an alley.
A small alley splits the inn and its neighbour.
Perfectly safe for an out-of-towner to go down
inside
here.
the inn.
Oh, I
I should go
can't.
inside the inn. A thin path curves towards some more buildings.
Just getting my bearings. Hey, man.
The man looks thoroughly inebriated.
Mr. Shoulder, I presume?
Hello there. What's the young lady doing out alone in this sodden weather?
Plow and Furrow, get out of the way, sir. You're drunk, just full-on belligerent. What are you doing out of this weather? Polite and honest, belligerent. And how to interpret this one? Half belligerency? This is a clearly drunk local that we haven't met before. We don't know him. Let's not tell him where we're going. He might be too interested. What are you doing out?
What are you doing out in this weather?
Waiting for you, my dear.
See, he's a
Down
lush.
And I've waited
A lush and a
long
lech.
enough. So, give us a kiss now, won't you?
Handbag! Slap him with the handbag! Okay, I've seen him long enough. It's like the polar opposite of a Leisure Suit Larry game from the classic Sierra days of Al Lowe, where you meet a new girl and it closes up on her. It's like, I'm like, oh. Humor him, usually works with men. Slap him, no time for this. Deflect the question, perhaps he is married. Plus, I gotta think about my own safety. I don't know what kind of guy this is, and he's drunk, and I'm from out of town. I got no allies here. I don't know how violent he is going to be. What if I ask about if he's married?
Wouldn't your wife disapprove?
My wife? Bloody hell, my wife! My tea'll be on the table at this hour, and if I don't get back, she'll be roaring.
We got a safe
Till
out.
we meet again.
What a buffoon. I should speak to the innkeeper about a room.
What I should do is like get some towels or blackout curtains to go over the Venetian blinds. Cause that glare coming in from behind is like whiting out the entire left corner of my screen. I can't see where she put her umbrella. As far as I'm concerned, she reached out and put her umbrella in a white void. Plus it messes with the lighting some.
It's a crudely painted scene that appears to be of a biblical nature.
If I had to guess, I would say this is the sacrifice of Isaac. We have Isaac in the front and his father about to sacrifice him, as a ram is visible in the brambles to the left. Double the glasses doesn't actually help, it makes it much more blurry. But the comedic value shoots through the roof. But if I had to guess, you have a figure on the right, a figure on the left on the ground, and a shadowy figure in the trees or something, so it could be Isaac, his father, and a ram. Was Isaac the father or the son? I forget, it's been so long. It almost looks as if they aren't clothed, or it could just be the cloth is of an earthly tonish color.
A cold draft is leaking through the door. A decorative plate. This one depicts a cat. A decorative plate depicting a serpent. A decorative plate. This one depicts a bull. A decorative plate depicting an eagle. A decorative plate. This one depicts a dog. A decorative plate depicting a bear.
Okay, take notes, because this is going to be a puzzle later.
The prices are cheap here. A fine exemplar of inebriation. A rather miserable looking fellow. He's playing a board game by himself. I think
how
it's
sad.
Three Men's Morris. They are engaged in an intense discussion. A pixie-faced peasant boy, painted in a naive style.
Oh, that sounds adorable.
The painting depicts a rocky-edged lake. A small bronze plate states the name, Lake Cubilius. The Last Orders Bell, saviour of many a life. I'm not hungry at the moment. I don't want to take the painting with me. I don't wish to take it.
Alright, didn't I try to steal everything? Who do I want to make friends with? Board game man?
Good afternoon, sir.
Note for you here.
I beg your
Oh,
pardon?
there's note for me here.
Note for you here, lass. Be on your way.
I thought he might want a friend to play games
Charming.
with. And who knows, could maybe gamble money.
I have 6 shillings and 2 pence. My assistant Kenneth is bringing more funds tomorrow. I don't like travelling with too much money on me.
She has an assistant. I mean, what? In the intro, we're going to go see our dad, who lived in a pretty stately manner. So it could be we come from money, and are a bit higher class. We do certainly have a little tinge of RP to us. But even still, even as a woman of a higher class and from money, we're not going to get any of this credit. People know us enough to write to us and say, hey, excavate this barrow for us, but it's got to be their name on the papers. It's got to be their name on the history books.
A gift from my mother. It bears my initials, TB.
Now, I have seen enough media from, like, taking place in the 19th century, early 20th century. And if there's a handkerchief with TB on it, that means that's a handkerchief that you cough your TB blood into. All, like, every so often that the camera zooms out and there's a blood right there. Can't fool us, game. That is foreshadowing. But she's traveling on trains all the time with Asira. She's going to be going into, like, dank barrows and whatnot, with all that soil getting into her lungs. That is her TB handkerchief. I want to know more about the pixie-faced boy, though.
A pixie-faced peasant boy.
Pixie-faced
I don't
peasant
want
boy.
to take the painting with me. This painting shows a Rubenesque figure brushing her hair. Quite unusual to see such a sensual work in a room like this. A colourful work depicting a bashful knight. It is signed N. Hamley.
Take notes. An ode to Ton Bear is the achievement for that one. Visions of Wrinklewood. I'm going to assume that with an achievement name like that, it's probably in reference to some other game they might have made.
A biblical scene of some kind. An angel is depicted looking longingly to the heavens. I don't want to take the painting. A dreadful smell is emanating from the WC.
Oh, there's another woman here, we're not alone.
They are engaged in an intense discussion. The crackling fireplace is more welcoming than the facial expressions of the locals. A majestic animal cut down in his prime.
Take it, I might need this. She actually is? Oh, just commenting on it.
A lovely place to warm oneself. Hello, miss.
What you want?
I...
Bugger off.
Love the locals.
Hello, sir.
We are in the middle of a discussion here.
Sorry to interrupt. Good day, sir.
Okay, he's sleeping. Which means we could steal his magnesium pills.
The innkeeper is a serious-looking man. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, lass. How can I help you?
A room, lemon shoulder, and conversation. First things first. I'm not gonna sleep out of the rain.
I am in need of a room for the night.
Aye, we aren't short of those. One night, is it?
I shall need at least 2 nights, maybe more.
Aye, 'tis not a problem. 3 shilling per night. That includes your dinner and tea.
We
A
get,
fair price.
I'll need that payment up front for the 2 nights.
we got 6 shilling. We could pay the 6 shilling. We get dinner and tea included with the price. This is cool. That means we don't gotta worry about feeding ourselves for the duration here. We got room and board and our metabolic processes accounted for.
This is payment for the room.
Thank you. Can I ask for your name, lass?
Thomasina Bateman.
And will Mr.
Thomasina.
Bateman be staying with us tonight?
No, I am not wed. My assistant is arriving in Beaulieu tomorrow.
Your assistant, you say? Will you be needing another room?
He's asking
Please.
how much of a
I'll
floozy
keep
we
a
are.
room spare. It's not quite as nice as yours, I'm afraid.
Not a problem, sir. I'm sure it will be adequate. Kenneth is a man of inexpensive taste.
Here's your key. Just go through the door to the right of the bar, then up the stairs. Room number 2.
Thank you.
Can I help you with your luggage?
No, thank you, sir. I can manage.
He was going to judge us
I should
so
go
hard
upstairs and freshen up before
if
Mr.
we said
Sheldon
no,
arrives.
one room's adequate.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Miss Bateman. How can I help you?
Do you know a man named Leonard Shoulder?
Aye, I know the man.
I'm to meet him here tonight.
Can I get you something to drink while you wait?
Not yet, thank you. Bye for now.
As you were.
So first we are unwed and traveling all alone, and then we're expecting another man tomorrow, and we're meeting another man tonight? Scandalous! WC.
I do not need to use the lavatory.
You don't know that. Better to get it out now in case you can't later.
This shall do nicely. Time to change into something more comfortable.
Pants. Pants and braces?
Much better.
I don't think this simple village is ready for a city girl like us.
I don't wish to carry the bowl around with me. An empty bowl has been provided for washing. A jug of water for drinking or washing. This may come in handy.
No bowl. No empty bowl. But I'm just gonna carry a full jug of water in my pockets. Can't look out the window.
The wardrobe looks old, perhaps 100 years or more in age. I've hung my dress inside. Aside from that, the wardrobe is empty. A decorative plate depicting a goat.
Take note, we are in the goat room. Achievement unlocked. Curious collection. Just for the plates? 7 plates, 7 animals.
A painting of surprising quality. It portrays a rocky outcrop overlooking a vast moor, perhaps a local landmark. I don't want to take the painting. A sturdy-looking thing, useful to many a weary traveller. I've stored my case in there, a box
Just in
within
case.
a box. My evening light shall be provided by this solitary candlestick. As the only light source in the room, I ought to leave this here. Ah, complementary matches. Useful.
Useful, and now mine.
Ah, complementary matches. Useful.
I do appreciate her walk
There's only
speed.
one match left, though.
She's got a bit of briskness.
I do.
This is very much the classic adventure game style. And some of those, your poor protagonist is so slow. Unless you move the entire game speed up, in which case all of your puzzles are going to be too fast for you.
A decrepit set of drawers. Jammed shut. The wood must have warped over the years.
Gotta make so many complaints on TripAdvisor now.
No doubt the mattress is stuffed with itchy straw. I do feel tired after the trip, but my meeting with Mr. Shoulder must take priority.
Matches with one match. Jug of water, key, money. How many pence left?
I have only 2 pence left.
2 pence
My
left?
assistant Kenneth is bringing more funds tomorrow, thankfully.
Cough into your TB handkerchief. Can't cough into my TB handkerchief.
A gift from my mother.
There's even a to-do list. Meet with Mr. Shoulder. And wait for Mr. Shoulder. Have a menu option. Does that take me to menu or just open menu? Just opens menu. As this does. Just like escape. So I'm guessing the colorblind friendly text is all the red that we've seen. But so far the text has just been white text with the occasional red. What does colorblind friendly off look like?
An empty bowl has...
Still red, still white, so I don't see any difference so far.
A curmudgeonly-looking old fellow.
And he is new.
I do not... Hello, sir.
Right?
Do you know a Mr. Leonard Shoulder?
You're not local. You've come on that bloody train, haven't you?
Bloody train bringing
Let's
city
go to
girls in.
Tugs.
He simply thinks we're a stranger. If we introduce ourselves, he might think better of us.
My name is Thomasina Bateman, and you are...
None of your business, lass. Where's your husband?
None of your business, sir.
Ha! You're brave coming in here, all on your own.
I'm a grown woman.
I'm Cyril.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
One local ally made.
I take it you are not enamored with the railway station.
Buell is gonna be swarming with outsiders, like you. We don't want you coming here. It's as simple as that, lass.
Why not?
This is our town, our land.
I assure you, I am not here to cause trouble.
The,
We'll see about that, won't we?
what do they call it? Not encircling. About the movement they went through where they closed off all the commons and made common resources, landed, owned property, and sent all the peasants to the cities to work menial jobs. That hasn't happened yet, but this is still their land. Maybe nobody cares enough about Bewley to have partitioned everything off yet.
What can you tell me about Bewley?
We're a proud community. I've lived here my whole life. Not much here to interest folks like you.
They got sheep. You can't lie to me.
Aye.
We have had at least one woman say there is no Barrow here, so maybe they do know there's something. but just want to keep us outsiders away.
Do you know Mr. Shoulder?
That be none of your business, lass. I don't come to your city poking around asking questions, do I? Man just wants to enjoy his ale in peace.
Bye for now.
Ta-ra, lass.
So he's conversational. Cyril. Is everybody else gonna be now?
Do you know a Mr. Leonard Shoulder?
You ought to be careful asking too many questions round here. Be on your way.
Oh, I don't mean to...
Listen to me, will you? Be on your way.
The man is a gamer. He might be ascertaining some things and wants to help us by putting us off.
Hello, miss.
Bugger off.
Okay. Nobody's gonna be friendly. Barkeep? Are we hungry yet?
I'm not hungry yet.
Miss Bateman, you've transformed.
I feel far more comfortable in my outdoor clothing.
You look like one of those explorers you see in the newspaper.
I guess you could call me an explorer of sorts.
I'm Stanley Kemp.
A pleasure to meet you, Stanley.
And tell me, I trust your room is adequate.
Most adequate.
Excellent.
Now that he's seen us in trousers and braces, he's introducing himself excitedly. Tell us more about yourself, Stanley.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Kemp.
Well, I've been the proprietor of this inn for the last 16 years. I worked as a drover all over the country in my younger days. Saved up my coin and bought this place.
It's a fine inn.
Thank you. I often run short of ale, but my rooms are rarely full. We don't get many outsiders wanting to stay overnight here in Bewley.
Tell us about
What can
Bewley.
you tell me about Bewley?
Aye, it's a quiet place. People keep to themselves, work hard.
I look forward to exploring the village tomorrow.
There's not a lot to see, lass. But St. Edmund's Church is a fine building, worth a visit.
Oh, we even got subcategories for some things. Eat your heart out, Sierra.
Has Mr. Shoulder arrived yet?
Still haven't seen head nor tail of him, Miss Bateman.
What can you tell me about Mr. Shoulder?
Aye, he's a quiet fellow. He only comes here to check his post.
Yes, I've been corresponding with him using this address.
Have you now? You found yourself an admirer.
Not quite.
What business do you have with old Leonard, then?
Old Leonard. Can he be trusted? I think he can. Kemp here may or may not be local, I don't know. But he's been outside. Whether he's a local who worked as a drover in his youth, or an outsider who settled down here eventually, he's been outside. He's seen the outside world. And he seems pretty friendlier with me now that I'm wearing trousers and braces. So I think I could trust it.
Well, if you must know, I am what some people call a barrow digger.
A what?
A barrow digger.
What in God's name is that?
Are you familiar with tumuli?
Afraid not.
Barrow is another word for tumulus, or tumuli in the plural. A profoundly interesting subject.
Just say it's a
You've
burial
lost
mound,
me.
miss.
I excavate ancient burial sites looking for relics. A barrow is traditionally a circular mound of raised earth enclosing a burial chamber.
Oh, aye. You're a grave robber.
He's got the right of
No
it.
such thing.
Don't worry, lass. I've met all sorts in here over the years. I won't tell anyone.
I assure you, my goal is more noble than petty grave robbery.
Yeah,
What
it's,
sort of relics do you find, then?
it's going to somebody's private
Silver,
collection that's very academic.
Well, rarely gold or silver, but treasures certainly. Ancient pottery is the most common find. I've been excavating barrows all over the country. I'm documenting my findings in preparation for my book. It shall be called Vestiges of the Antiquities in Rural England.
Oh, aye. Very interesting. But what does old Leonard have to do with this?
He sent me a letter in which he told me about an unusual barrow in Bewley, a site called Hobbs Barrow. I'm meeting him here this evening to find out more.
I've lived here nigh on my whole life, and I've heard nought about a Hobbs Barrow.
unfortunately, like I said. This appears to be like 19th century era, so her book is not going to get any kind of widespread notice. Shoulder is going to take everything we find and publish it himself, and he'll get all the recognition.
Are you sure you've never heard of Hobbs Barrow?
Not in my life, lass, but I'll tell you something. The moors stretch further than the eyes can see once you leave this village. There's no doubt many a discovery to be made.
Mr. Shoulder said the Barrow is well known locally, a place of legend.
I'm afraid you're going to have to speak to him about it.
It could
Why
be
are
Shoulder.
you interested in digging around in the dirt, lass? Haven't you better things to do with your time?
I enjoy nothing more
Embellished
than
a little
the
bit.
thrill of discovery, uncovering the past and piecing together our history. I inherited this passion from my father.
Or it could be he's local enough
A
to keep the
Barrow
tradition
digger
telling us
too,
nothing.
eh?
Indeed. He would take me with him on excavations as a child.
Does he still come with you now, on your own adventures?
I'm afraid my father's been bedbound by illness for many years.
Oh, I am sorry to hear that, lass.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. He is well looked after at a private hospital.
It's a hospital,
Thanks for
not
your
his
time.
manor.
As you
But
were.
still, they seem well
Mr.
off.
Shoulder should really be here by now. I'll sit down and wait.
And just like Mary Anning, taught by her father,
Where on earth is he? What a waste of time this is turning out to be.
he's gonna be dead, isn't he? I'm going to leave. Oh, there he is.
Evening there, miss.
They're the drunk.
Not you again.
I just wanted to apologise for earlier. I got home, had my tea, but it gave me an aching belly.
How so?
I felt bad for how I spoke to you. I'm sorry. The drink gets a hold of me sometimes.
He's
Let's
actually
start
not
again,
too
shall
bad when
we?
he's lucid.
My name is Arthur Tillett.
Thomasina Bateman.
What brings you to Bewley, anyway?
I'm here to meet someone, but he has not arrived.
His loss, if you ask me.
Perhaps you know the gentleman, Mr. Leonard Shoulder.
Oh, I know Mr. Shoulder all right. If I may be so bold as to say, he's a bit long in the tooth for you.
The relationship is not what you're implying. I've never met him. In fact, I know very little about him at all.
An arranged marriage then, miss?
Get me an ale and I'll tell you all about the old sod.
I've only got 2 pence left, though. But, isn't... tea and dinner is included. But this is probably how they get you. Tea and dinner. It doesn't necessarily have to imply the ale. I don't think you need another. Man is a liability. The cheek of some people. Well, she might be a grave robber in the 19th century who imagines that her goals are more noble because it's going into noble private collections. But I'm going to inject my 21st century anthro trading into her. We take care of the locals. We give the locals a bit of an income. And they're nice to us. If they get their ale, they don't gotta grave rob before we can to get their own ale money.
One ale coming right up.
Thank you very much, Miss Bateman. Then I'll tell you all about old Leonard Shoulder.
Now you have said the drink gets you, so... if it ends up you turn into a lecherous lush again, we're out.
How can I help you?
A tankard of your finest ale, Mr. Kemp.
There we are. 2 pence,
2
please.
pence!
Thank you.
I'm broke! I'm destitute!
This was the last of my money, but Kenneth will be here tomorrow with more funds.
Shoulder's missing. Kenneth is gonna be missing. I'm gonna be stuck here for at least one more night with no money.
Here you are, Arthur.
Thanking you. Oh, that hits the spot, that does, lass. Now then. Old Leonard Shoulder.
Come on. Oh, he can't hold his ale at all, can he? That was just one drink. That was one drink.
Arthur? Mr. Tillett? Oh, for heaven's sake. The man is in a drunken stupor.
This guy's liver is the size of a pea.
After one drink too many, Arthur Tillett has passed out. Mr. Tillett? He's not dead, just very drunk. I would still like to hear what he has to say about Mr. Shoulder.
Well, he owes us information now. When he wakes up and sobers up.
There's nothing else I wish...
The young couple is gone. The belligerent gamer has nothing more to say to me.
I'm not hungry yet. Good day, sir. I have nothing else to ask.
I guess we're just gonna go then.
I should wait here
Really?
for Mr. Shoulder.
Because he hasn't shown up. I suppose I could just sit, couldn't I? The jug of water! I could wake him up with a jug of water. What if? What if I use a jug of water to water down the ale? Either way, wake the lush. She's looking right at the camera, fourth wall break. Like, has she really gotta do this?
What the hell were that for?
You passed out, Mr. Tillett.
Oh, sorry, lass. Where were I? Leonard Shoulder. Hold on another minute. I'm making for a piss.
This man is unbelievable.
It won't take him more than a second, though. You know he's not gonna wash his hands. Two hours
It
later.
feels like an hour has passed. Perhaps I should go in there and check on him.
He's gonna be asleep again, isn't he? And where is my Leonard?
Miss Bateman? My apologies. The ladies are closed due to faulty plumbing. You'll have to use the gents.
Lovely. Mr. Tillett?
Oh, this is eerie. I see a tiny triangle of light poking out from under. And he hadn't used the
These look
urinals?
modern. I'm surprised. I would rather not get any closer. The smell of urine is nauseating.
You'd think Faudios are number one.
Coated in a thick layer of grime. The mirror is some excavations are best left to others. There's no fresh water in there.
Oh.
The jug is empty.
And I've discarded my own.
It looks like the towel has not been washed in months. It looks like the towel is... The water is brown, quite ghastly. The water looks highly questionable. I ought to keep my hands out of it. I can see it's still raining out there. A cold draft is leaking in from under the door. This leads outside.
He could have got out the back way then.
It sounds like someone is in there. Is Mr. Tillett in there? It sounds... Is Mr... The door opens a crack, but appears to be blocked from the other side.
Now this is a horror game if you have blocked doors.
I think I can hear someone moving around. Mr. Tillett? Arthur, are you out there? Judging from the draft coming from below, this door must lead outside. I should investigate further. Mr. Tillett, are you in there?
Oh, little kitty. Oh, it's so cute.
You're not Mr. Tillett.
You don't know that. There's some magic in the world, I'm sure.
The thing is fast asleep. I'd rather not touch it. The thing stinks to high heaven.
Anything else exploring here? No, I don't see anything. Can I go inside it? I can't go inside it.
Mr. Tillett? Mr. Tillett, are you in there?
Nothing.
The door is blocked from the outside. I should go out and take a look.
Oh, now she wants to go outside. It's gonna be a body. How much you want to get? It's either Leonard's or Arthur's body. Stabbed all the way through and pinned to the back door.
Excuse me, sir.
We got suspect number 1. Do I want to go from the back alley? Or go around back from the wider street? I can't go from the wider street. To the alley it is. Oh, just wood.
Someone has wedged the door shut. Mr. Tillett, why would he have done that?
Got his ale and vamoosed.
Did Mr. Tillett leave, then block the door behind him? Something strange is going on here.
And I wasn't done exploring.
Who was that old chap I saw outside the alley? He headed eastward. Maybe I could catch up with him and ask him if he saw Mr. Tillett. A pearly white gent's glove. It's certainly unlike anything Mr. Tillett was wearing.
But take it anyway.
Seems rather out of place here. Peculiar. I suspect the barrels are empty. Otherwise the locals will be rolling them into their cellars. Sturdy looking barrels, no doubt used to store ale.
Tap it though. Maybe he's inside.
The post has been embellished with a fine bronze bust of a horse. I could tether a horse here if I had one. The post has been...
Barrels is
A
plural.
warm glow permeates from within, making me feel somewhat cold and damp. Sir?
Oh, this is way dark. Oh, there I am.
A humble local dwelling. The path leads toward a long road.
Just gonna follow a random man out at night.
The old man has disappeared into the darkness. I'd best turn back to the inn.
Best turn back, but will I? No. Another achievement earned. I'm so good at
I
this.
don't wish to go knocking door to door.
Last orders.
I should get some sleep. Finding the missing men of Bewley shall have to wait for tomorrow.
Cyril is gone. Gamer was gone. Shoulder never showed up.
How can I help you?
Have you seen Arthur Tillett?
I thought he were with you.
He went to the lavatory and has not returned.
That sounds like Arthur Tillett. Don't worry, lass. He'll be back.
Thanks for your time.
As you were.
Last call, man.
Good evening, sir.
Nothing.
Kenneth will be arriving tomorrow at midday. Should get some
Midday?
sleep.
I gotta wait all the way until noon. I got a choice. Go to bed or more time in front of the fire. Just because it's last call for drinks doesn't mean I gotta go to bed right now.
A lovely place to warm oneself. The poor thing.
But I can't do anything else, can I? I can't interact with the tables and chairs, so I can't
The
sit
inn
down.
is closing soon. And no Mr. Shoulder. I should get some sleep and find him tomorrow.
So I don't have the option to explore around tonight?
The inn is closed. I should get... Kenneth will be arriving tomorrow.
More time in front of the fire. What if I choose more time? Well, We get to walk around.
I
We
have
got nothing to
nothing else
talk about, though.
Good evening, sir.
Maybe I could hassle this guy for a bit.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening.
Nah, does nothing.
I'm not hungry.
Slap him! Slap him!
I don't wish to give.
Slap him!
Do you recognize this glove?
I can't say I do. I don't wear them. They make me hands sweat too much.
Never mind. I'm not sure they would be interested. I don't wish to burn that. That's a
Burn.
peculiar.
Burn the glove.
I don't wish to burn.
Burn the letters in rage for daring to ghost you.
I don't wish to burn.
Okay.
Kenneth will be arriving.
Guess there's nothing else for me to do here then, too bad.
Yes, I must get some sleep. I shall track down Mr. Shoulder tomorrow.
Miss Bateman,
Yes?
off to bed?
Yes. I'm afraid Mr. Shoulder's let me down.
The rotter. Perhaps he will make himself known tomorrow.
I should hope so. This is turning into a waste of my time.
Ah, don't mind the locals, miss. It's just that we don't get a lot of visitors in Bewley.
Quite.
They mean well, believe me.
Sure, Mr. Kemp.
Please, call me Stanley.
Good night, Stanley.
Sleep well, Miss Bateman.
There's a parable or two hidden in him. And there goes my last match and my only candle. Burning as I sleep, wasting both resources. Oh, just a cat. We didn't lock the... We didn't even close the door, let alone lock it. Maybe we're gonna end up killed because we let the cat out of the bathroom. And now it's gonna smother us in our sleep. First day Adventus. An achievement get? Pro at this already?
Such horrid dreams.
So the cat has her sleep paralysis demon, got it.
Bolted from the inside, just as I left it last night.
Indeed. And how'd the cat get in?
As I suspected. I must have dreamt of that wretched-looking cat.
I don't
I
buy
must
it.
say I'm relieved. Right then. Let's see if I can track down the elusive Leonard Shoulder. I'm rather anxious to get to this barrow.
Leonard, shoulder, knees and
I
toes,
also
knees and
wonder what happened
toes.
to Mr. Tillett. An empty bowl has been provided for washing. I don't wish to carry the bowl. The candle has melted. Perhaps Mr. Kemp will replace it this evening.
And somehow
There is a single match remaining inside.
I lit the candle without using my single remaining match.
The wardrobe looks old. I've hung my dress in. Aside from that, I've too much to do today to waste time sleeping.
But is she going to confirm? Was it just cheap straw?
Good morning, Miss Bateman.
Good day, Stanley.
She remembered his name.
I've no use for ashes. Stanley is yet to set the fire for today. I must say, last night has rather put me off using these toilets.
The Thomasina, I get. You're an upper-class uptight gal, but even you've got to poop sometime, lady. Unless you want to squat out back behind the barrels.
Did you sleep well, Miss Bateman?
Lie, be polite, tell the truth about the cat. Let's, we're already on good terms.
Not really. I have the rather queer recollection of a cat entering my room last night.
A cat, you say?
Yes, an odd-looking grey one. I must have been dreaming, as I locked the door and windows before I went to sleep. I saw a similar cat in the lavatories while searching for Mr. Tillett.
Ah, Herbert. Oh, he's a harmless thing. He comes in now and then searching for scraps.
Indeed. Seeing him in the lavatories must have conjured up the strange dream.
The mind is capable of manifesting frightful things,
Frightful
Miss Bateman.
things like Herbert.
I'm happy to report the rain of yesterday has lifted. It's a clear morning outside. Crisp. I've prepared a room for your assistant. What time will he be arriving today?
His train will get in around midday. Kenneth will also be bringing my excavation equipment.
Oh, aye. What does that entail?
Picks, shovels, buckets, lighting and such. He usually packs it in a large crate.
So we're not even using the
Come to think
services
of
of
it, I'll
local
need somewhere to
ironmonger.
store it.
You're welcome to use the alley behind the inn for any such bulky items.
Is it safe? Don't see what the alternative is. 1, is it? 2, should I be making it known that the equipment can be valuable, and thus one enterprising fellow is going to know that there are valuables worth selling? Is it safe to do, though? Are there no thieves in Bewley?
Is it safe to do such a thing?
I can assure you the local folk are not thieves, Miss Bateman.
That's not what I...
Now, say nothing more of it.
Thank you, Stanley.
I'll let you get on with your day.
I'll be back with my
It's a fair
assistant when he
question
arrives.
to ask. If he's going to be so
Miss
insecure
Bateman?
that asking is that really safe
Yes?
is going to ruin our
I've
friendship.
something I wish to get off my chest, as it were.
Oh, he's got to confess.
I've been tossing and turning all night, Miss Bateman. I feel rotten, I really do.
What on earth are you talking about?
As you know, I like to run an honest establishment. And well, I have not been honest with you, lass. I do know of Hobbs Barrow.
See, he does. He's been partaking
You
of the
do.
local tradition of not telling
Many
the
here
outsiders.
There are stories tied to that place, you know. If I've learned anything in this life, it's that some stones are best left unturned. Old Leonard Shoulder is someone to be wary of too. I can't tell you what to do, lass, but you'd best avoid him.
Why must I be wary of Mr. Shoulder?
The man has a certain reputation.
For what?
You've seen it already. Were he here to meet you last night?
No.
Precisely. A man not to be trusted.
Why lie to me about Hobbs Barrow?
I know, lass, I know. I feel dreadful.
But why? What are these stories you speak of?
I really can't tell you more. If you insist on visiting that place, you'll have to seek out Mr. Shoulder. He
Alright,
brought
fair
you
enough.
here. He should be the one to tell you.
I must say, Mr. Kemp, this is all quite puzzling. I've never let local superstitions stop me in the past. I pride myself on being a woman of logic and reason. I've no time to waste on such matters.
She's never let local cultural concerns
As
keep her
I
from
say,
digging up local
seek
burial
out Mr.
chambers
Shoulder. He can tell you more.
to rip precious artifacts out of the Matrix and lose half their academic value.
Where is Hobbs Barrow?
I don't know. I say that on my mother's grave, Miss Bateman.
I now find that hard to believe.
The moors
Trust
are
him.
vast, lass.
Trust him.
I'd tend not to go wandering out there.
He's been
The poor
upfront
man
with
could
us.
lose himself and not be seen again.
So much just,
Where does Mr. Shoulder live?
Knees and toes, knees and
Can't say for
toes.
sure. As I think I told you last night, he's a quiet man and keeps to himself. He only comes in here to collect his post. Leads me to believe he lives a fair distance away. Certainly not in the village itself.
He takes the train in.
Might someone around Bewley be able to help me find him?
You could ask around. As I say, lass, Bewley folk mean well. Don't forget that.
I shall return later.
Good day to you, lass.
I'm
What
not
about
hungry.
breakfast? Come on, did it have dinner? No breakfast either?
It seems I may be fighting a battle against some sort of local superstition. Is there a single barrow in England that doesn't have some ghastly tale attached to it? Hogwash. All of it.
Hogwash.
A few hours until Kenneth arrives.
But these are the local
I
dead.
should use this time to find Mr. Shoulder.
Oh, there's a map now. Oh, that's for fast travel. New location unlocked to fast travel via the map screen. There's no map here though. This is a list of places. Yeah, see, that's not a map at all. That's an eyeball. That's an eyeball. That is a photo of the railway sign. That is a photo of the cross of the market square. I mean, I guess if a map is a visual representation of locations. Technically, a list of locations is a visual representation of locations. So we have one person to harass here. Oh, there's a kid and his mom. She's a pretty thing, the child is precious. We got some modes. Look at that, look at that. We got some mode 7 going on. With the background moving with a perspective change. One blacksmith tinkering away, his shop is open. We'll talk to your mother before talking to you, child. That way it's not rude.
Good day.
Hello, miss.
My name is Thomasina. What's yours?
Betty.
Nice to meet you, Betty.
Betty's a charming lass.
What are you up to?
My brother is
Brother,
practicing
not
his
mother.
sword fighting technique. I'm to watch him until he tires himself out.
I'm tireless!
I bet
This
you
time
are,
last
kid.
month it were all about his teaspoon collection. This month it's swords.
Do you know a man named Leonard Shoulder?
No.
Are you sure?
Straight no.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
Hello.
Yes.
Kids have no filter.
My name is Thomasina. What's yours?
Douglas.
It's a pleasure to meet you,
Little
Douglas.
tiny Dougie.
That's a great sword technique you have.
Thanks, miss. Mr. Crozier's gonna make me a real one when I turn 12.
Oh, too
I'm preparing
precious.
myself to fight the lantern worm.
The lantern worm. Tell us about the lantern worm.
What is the lantern worm?
It's gonna come back and get us all. John Lantern thought he killed it at the River Ware, but my father told me it still lives. We must all be prepared.
The lantern worm isn't real, Douglas. Father just told you that to get you out of his hair.
Not true.
Betty
I
is so
saw it swimming
tired.
out by the beck, like a giant eel it were. I ran home so fast I thought I would fly.
Sorry, miss. My brother has a vivid imagination.
Children often do at his age.
I'll keep training. You will all thank me when I thrust my sword deep into its fat belly.
Douglas, this lady doesn't want to hear your nonsense.
No, I totally do. It's first thing in the morning and Betty is already so tired of it.
Do you like living in Bewley?
Yeah, I do. Are you from the city?
I'm from a long way away.
You must have come on the train. I love watching all the steam puff up into the sky.
Have you been on the train yourself?
No, miss. Our parents don't have the money for train tickets. Father says we have all we need here in Bewley.
They probably do.
Perhaps this nice lady would like to take you away with her on the train.
No, I need to stay and protect Bewley from the lantern worm.
She's already trying to foist her brother off. She's gonna regret saying that. She's going to say something foolish, like, I wish the Goblin King would take you away right now, and then he's going to vanish. And she's gonna have to go on a 13-hour adventure to find him.
Who's Mr. Crozier?
He's a blacksmith. His forge is just over there on the other side of the square.
Don't you think 12 years of age is a little young for a real sword?
I'll be a master swordsman by then.
You got no filter, kid. Tell us about Hobbs Barrow.
Have you heard of Hobbs Barrow?
What's that?
What's
A local
that?
burial mound.
Our parents don't let us wander far from the
He
village.
doesn't know yet.
What's a burial mound?
Don't you mind about that, Douglas?
She knows. Betty knows. And the kid clearly doesn't know who Leonard Shoulder is.
Do you know a man called Leonard Shoulder?
That's a funny name.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, miss.
Good day.
Hello, miss.
She's not gonna know anything. I bet you if I ask everyone that I'm going to lose some local reputation.
What do you know of Hobbs Barrow?
Our parents don't like us talking to strangers, miss.
She was open up until
You
then.
know of it?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
That door's all barred
The
up.
building is in a dilapidated state. The blacksmith is toiling away. Good day.
Yes?
Mr. Crozier, I presume.
Aye, George Crozier.
We got his name, so we got special introduction.
My name is Thomasina.
Aye.
So we don't seem
Can I
too
help you?
unfamiliar.
How is business faring?
I do an honest trade. There'll always be horses needing shoes and farmers needing tools. You let me know if you need out made or mended. I'll do you a fair price.
Thank you, Mr. Crozier.
See, we could have been helping the local economy by sourcing all of our tools from Mr. Crozier here, the local ironmonger. And instead, we're bringing our outside tools that we're going to be leaving right behind the inn. That's less money that we're putting into the local economy, into the local village. So if we get anything of value out of this barrow, we're going to be extracting value out of the community. And all we're putting in is 6 pence and 2 shilling for the room and the drink.
Are you a Bewley native, Mr. Crozier?
Aye, born and bred. This
He's
was my
bred?
father's forge before mine.
What can you tell me about Bewley?
We don't get many visitors here, outside of market days. But there's plenty of work for the village blacksmith. Where are you from, then?
I arrived yesterday on the train from London, by way of Derby.
Oh, aye. I've heard about London.
He knows London.
What have you heard?
Plenty of factories there.
Yes, indeed. The city is always changing and moving forward.
Too busy for me, though, lass. I prefer a quieter pace. Aye.
So market day. So this isn't just an out-of-the-way village, but others come to the village for the market. So that would suggest there's further communities outlined around. Farms, perhaps. Others who just don't live in town.
When do market days run in Bewley?
Once or twice a month. The next one is tomorrow.
Oh, how lucky.
Delightful.
Unless your vice is cabbages, there'll be naught to interest a young lady.
I don't mind a cabbage.
Then you're in luck.
Do you know a man by the name of Leonard Shoulder?
Oh, aye. Old Leonard.
Have you seen him recently?
No, not recently.
Do you know where he lives?
Why all these questions, lass?
I need to speak with him. He invited me to Bewley.
Oh, he'll turn up. I've seen him in the plough and furrow from time to time.
But do you know where he lives? I need to find him.
I believe he lives somewhere out on the moors.
The
Can't tell you out
moors.
more than that.
So likely out to
Thank
the
you,
right.
Mr. Crozier.
And now that we've made friends, to lose all those friendship points.
Do you know of a local landmark named Hobbs Barrow?
There's a fair many barrows found out on the moors, lass. Too many to put a name to. Not a soul in Bewley pays them any mind.
Thanks for your time.
Aye. Speak to you later.
He's got his light on in the daytime. That could be his now open sign. But that is oil being
I
spent.
have one just like this. I have one just like this. The blacksmith is right here. I've no need to go inside.
What's this, a hat? A fossil! Oh, he's got ammonites here! Or is that a trilobite? I can't tell.
A fantastic
It's kind of like all low
specimen.
res.
Alas, it is not mine to take.
Let's go check out. Go door to door. There's a cobbler
The door has been boarded up. The building looks like a ruin.
Bet you will have to go in there at some point. Closed? Closed.
No one here.
Gonna make a menace to myself around town, hassle everyone, knock on all the doors. Oh, there's a lady with samples. Cakes! She's got cakes.
In memory of Romeo Hegg, dearly missed by his beloved Juliet. In memory of Henry Crozier.
Oh, that must be the blacksmith's father.
In memory of Percival Roach. In memory of Barnaby Tillett.
Arthur's dad, maybe?
In memory of George Paxton. In memory of Peter Black. In memory of William Ager. In memory of Mabel Hurst. In memory of Benjamin Garkham. In memory of Millicent Smith. In memory of...
No.
The
Or there's a
trusty
trowel here.
the Barrow digger's best friend.
Nobody's looking.
Excuse me, do you think anyone would mind if I borrowed this trowel?
You help yourself, dear. Father Roach won't mind lending it.
Father Roach.
Just be sure to put it back when you're finished.
Of course, thank you.
It is more blessed to give than to receive.
And again, just taking from the local, borrowing. We could have simply commissioned our own from the ironmonger.
A fine assortment of baked goods. A lovely treat for those who enjoy such things. Hello.
Good day. Would you like to buy one of these cakes, pet?
I got no money.
What kind of cakes do you have?
I have some lovely Bakewell puddings. The sweetest marriage of almond and jam. I can tell you're not from around here, because if you were, you would know about my Bakewell puddings. They are quite famous.
Alas, I'm not carrying any money with me.
That's unfortunate, pet. I'm sorry. I can't give them away for free.
We'll
The
come
money
back later.
goes to the church, you see, and one cannot shirk one's duty to the church.
I feel obligated to
I
buy a cake from
understand.
her.
My name is Thomasina. What's yours?
Mrs. de Plancy.
A pleasure to meet you, Mrs. de Plancy.
Likewise, pet.
I'll come back to her. I'll buy a cake from her. And once I'm in her good graces, then I'll harvest her for all of her Wikipedia information.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be with you.
The doors look weathered, but have stood the test of time.
That's because they get maintained and the boards replaced.
This leads to the church tower, I presume. This way leads to the woods.
To the woods. Probably don't have to go there yet. Can I go in? I can go in. And someone is
Goodness
us about the
me,
rosary.
Look at these box pews. I've never seen any as tall as that before. Most unusual architecture, even for the Normans. Is that a necklace? Someone has left a necklace hanging here. A
Yoink.
silver cross. Sterling by the look of it.
Yoink.
Maybe I can reunite it with its owner. A memorial list of former vicars. They stretch back several hundred years.
We are going to be harvesting them from their
Those have
barrows.
seen better days. The flowers have long since dried out. I don't want them. This must be where the local vicar sacrifices the newborns.
That is quite a way for your mind to go first, young lady. She's probably right. That's probably
Pews are contained within
foreshadowing.
compartments that can be locked. I've seen a similar design in other Norman churches around England, but this is a particularly impressive example.
They lock them into the pews.
Locked. Locked as well.
You can't
Where
have
all might
people.
be.
You can't have people coming in off hours and praying. You gotta lock them up.
I've no time for such things. Stained glass depictions of various biblical scenes. It's not my specialist area. I can admire the craftsmanship from afar.
Yeah, but I haven't got the money to go to Ethiopia. Crow here again.
The path leads to a small hill.
There's a fresh grave, huh? Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna
John
be Arthur in there?
Purchas, dearly beloved husband of Florence. Here lies Margaret Tillett, beloved mother, wife, and sister. Forever in light, Anne Kemp.
Anne Kemp. Is that the mother's grave you swear on, or is he a widower?
Joseph Davis. Samuel Bryden. Death is only a shadow across the path to heaven. Here lies Elizabeth Farnaby. William Paxton, modest and gentle of heart.
Could I grab the headstones? Or just reads it?
Joseph.
Can't grab it.
This appears to be a recently dug, unmarked grave. This appears to be...
I could dig it up right now, though, couldn't I? I got a trowel. We got fresh earth, and we have a trowel for fresh earth.
The path leads across the moors. I may be a barrow digger, but I am no grave robber.
Ah! Hey, a bench.
Margaret's Lookout. I wonder who Margaret is.
Could I...
Or was.
Could I use it? Cool. If she's gonna sit there. But I'm gonna take this as an opportunity to grab a brief little BRB and get some more tea made. This way, guys, get the pleasant moors to look at. And an achievement, rest, for sitting here for a while, I guess. And then when we get back, we'll see if we can't find Leonard or Arthur. And then Kenneth might get here first, we'll get some cakes. But first, BRB. Back to the adventures of Thomasina Tuberculosis. I forgot to remember Bateman is a B. Alright. So plenty of rest at the bench. I could exit to the right
The path
too.
continues over the moors.
Continuing over the moors.
This path leads back to the church.
But I can't go out to the moors itself, huh? No. It won't let me get her wandering and lost yet. Or maybe it would. Just not out this way. Oh, there's no more exit. There's a plant. This plant seems fairly prominent. We have a cairn.
I've seen cairns like this all over England, quite common. The locals might be alarmed if I dismantle their cairn.
So I can't just break this down without any cairn?
The moors stretch off for miles. The moors continue for miles in this direction. I don't wish to lose my way.
Alright, back to town I go. But that can't be the only exit onto the moors though. Wasn't the area to the right of the inn also moors bound? And towards the hills this way?
I'm not sure if these are poisonous or edible.
A fairy ring of mushrooms.
I'd better not touch them. They could be poisonous.
Oh, but there's homes this way. If there's homes, then if we know
The
that
moors
Leonard
stretch into the distance. I don't wish to wander aimlessly.
possibly lives out of town. But there's houses here.
This path leads out over the moors.
There's a couple of houses. 1, 2, possibly 3 in the distance. 4? So it's not total aimless wandering. Maybe I'll be nice and ask if she recognizes whose necklace this is.
Excuse me? I found this necklace inside the church. Is it yours?
No, pet. Perhaps someone left it behind yesterday. You keep hold of it for now. I'll ask around at the next service.
She's telling us?
Are you sure?
I trust you.
She is telling us to hold on to it. If anybody asks, then Mrs. DePlancy here told us to hold on to it. Kenneth will probably activate the moment I go
There's
in,
more houses down that way.
but I kinda want to see if I can't find stuff here
This
first.
house looks pleasant. A warehouse. Royal Mail, Postmaster's Residence. This must be the local post office.
They have civilization here.
A storeroom of some kind. It's rather empty.
Locked.
I don't think anyone is home.
Nothing else here but the exit, so might as well knock, see if anybody's home. Nobody. Off to check the alley too. See if anything's changed in the daytime. There's mud, but it was raining.
Sturdy looking barrel. I suspect the barrel. I'd rather not go into those horrible toilets again.
They really weren't that bad. We haven't seen how bad the ladies are if you can't use the ladies.
He looks like a rather shady character. Hello. My name is Thomasina, and you are?
Now then, that's none of your concern, love.
What do you do around here?
Hey up, you're not scared of sticking your neb in. I look after the churchyard. Dig the graves. Ha!
Dig the graves, ha. Ha, he says. Digs or fills?
What can you tell me about the church?
Aye, it's a church.
Good. Okay, and?
What can you tell me about Bewley?
Not much around here, love. Not worth mentioning to you, like.
I see.
Nout worth mentioning, like Hobbs Barrow.
What can you tell me about Hobbs Barrow?
Not to be found digging around in those things.
You know of local barrows, then?
Don't concern yourself.
Do you know a man named Leonard Shoulder?
I don't know out about no Leonard Shoulder.
Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
You recognize this glove?
Do you recognize this glove?
What are you showing me that for? Does it look like I'd wear something like that?
Well, maybe do something like this.
I'm not sure they would be interested.
Okay, fine.
These flowers look pretty. Someone must take good care of them.
I get no answers from him.
A humble local dwelling.
Knock, knock, knock. Maybe I should knock on all the doors I see. If I had to guess, there's probably achievement
Nobody
related to that.
home.
Public nuisance 4, knocking on
The path
everyone.
leads toward a long road. The path leads back.
Gonna do it then. Going to harass every single door that I see.
The road disappears over the horizon. I see nothing but
They're
moorland.
so tiny. Oh, she's going back. I can't go out that direction. I guess then there's nothing to do but activate Kenneth.
A small plaque was
Right, Vicarage.
I don't think anyone is home.
Cobbler is closed. Harass the next door up.
I don't think anyone.
Okay, to the train station because nothing else going on here. Oh, there's a path going off this way we haven't gone to. We couldn't? Because we had to go to the end?
Bugger off!
We've actually got a response!
The unmistakable charm of old Cyril.
So you know where Cyril lives? We could probably peg everyone to a home.
I don't think anyone is home.
Oh, so we came back from this way.
Outskirts of Bewley.
What's to the left?
The path disappears into dense woods.
And to the right?
Back to St. Edmunds.
St.
The
Edmunds.
path leads on.
There's a left exit from the church. So there is. Could we go to the tower? Locked.
It's locked.
When I visited Coventry, they have the old bombed out church, the old bombed out cathedral from World War, like a bombed out in World War II. But they still have the tower going up to the bell. And let me tell you, those spiral staircases going all the way up and all the way down, you get so dizzy. And it's a good thing that for modern convenience, they added rails. Because of some of those stones, it would be so easy to
The
slip.
path leads deeper into the woods.
And then when you climb up, as the bells are chiming. Oh, there's more kids here with little dolls! And a shrub!
Sweet little flower.
Oh, those fossils by the river, those
Delicate
are.
flowers smell rather sweet.
That is an ammonite.
Remarkable. A gargantuan fossilized ammonite.
I wouldn't say
This
gargantuan.
would look fantastic on my mountain.
Does that count as
range.
gargantuan? Because we harvested one about that size from the red rocks over in Isle of Wight. And of course, it's one of many, many things that are now permanently stuck with the old GF. That I'll never be able to see again. Despite me being the one who chipped and pried and chipped and pried to extract it from the rock.
Hey! Stay away from that!
Oh, was that yours?
Don't touch it!
It's bad luck to touch the Ammon's horn. I'm
Amma.
serious.
Fine.
Ammon, like the Egyptian Ammon-Ra? Ammon is like an anagram for Mammon? Is there going to be something special with these Ammonites? Because the blacksmith has an Ammonite. Oh, I thought the boy's name was Beck. But Beck is what they call in the river.
I do enjoy the charm of a babbling beck. The water is icy cold.
And I don't have my jug, so I can't fill it up.
She has a puckish little face. This young fellow looks miserable. Good day, little one. What's your name?
Hello, miss.
Your name is Hello,
I'm
Miss.
Jane,
How
and
quaint.
This is my brother Wally.
Jane and
Lovely
Wally.
to meet you. I'm Thomasina.
I'd introduce you to my dolls, but they're drying out at the moment.
Your dolls look lovely, Jane.
Thank you, miss. I love them very much. Today was their bath day.
Oh, they take care of their own toys.
This is a lovely little beck.
It's where we get our water, miss. It's good for drinking and cleaning.
Okay, before I start delving into darker topics, tell us about the Ammon's Horn.
Tell me more about the Ammon's Horn.
Daddy said we should never touch it. It will make the god angry.
What god?
Ammon, of course.
Egypt? Influence goes all the way up here? The object is a fossil. Little education goes a long way, or go along with the Ammon story. Only a child. Do I want to start corrupting the youth with my city influence and my learning words? Or keep my local interculture on my good side and go with the story? Tell us about Ammon. Or is it just a fossil? I mean, even if it's just a fossil, right? It's a fossil with a local story to it.
How wonderful! I'll be sure not to touch it. I wouldn't want to anger the gods.
Sensible.
Oh, and I can't further inquire about it. That's locked, that was a choice.
Do you know an old man called Leonard Shoulder?
No, miss.
Have you heard of a place called Hobbs Barrow?
Jane!
No, miss.
That's a
Are you
yes.
sure?
I swear.
The kids do now.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
Damp rag dolls have been laid out to dry in the dreary sun. They aren't mine to take. Hello, Wally.
Yeah?
My name's Thomasina. How are you?
Kurt Child, you're 7 stars. You're one aberration away from complete encyclopedia. Congratulations, you're so close to completion. Since I've finished the game myself and have completed the encyclopedia, I took a look at the subreddit, at the Steam discussion forum, and it would appear that the aberrations actually get more difficult the more you get. Like if you got 0 aberration, you get the highest chance. And if you got like 1 or 2 left to go, then you become a cursed being like me, who had like 2 wreckfish left, and it wouldn't get you wreckfish. But at least plenty of baits. Thanks to me, your entire life is now fishing based. I'm glad to hear about the improvement. Which fish do you have left?
Do you know a man called Leonard Shoulder?
No?
It's a trawlfish, the anchovy aberrant. That was basically the only reason that I picked up the ocean trawling net. And the only thing you can do for that is to just drop your net and sail around until eventually it triggers. Anchovy's supposed to be such a common fish, but I got more of everything else, and so few anchovies. The funny thing is, I actually ended up getting a few other rare aberrant fish before ever seeing a single anchovy. You've had plenty of anchovies? Well, there you go, just gotta keep at it. literally nothing else to do but sail around till eventually it hops up.
Have you heard of a place called Hobbs Barrow?
No?
Goodbye.
The kids know. As painful as a stellar basin aberrant jellyfish, I guess I must have gotten lucky about that. Because a jellyfish and its aberrant wasn't too bad for me. What if I use trowel on the flowers?
That's a peculiar idea.
Peculiar enough to do? Dig 'em up?
No, that won't work.
Hey! Stay away from that!
Don't touch it!
It's bad luck to touch the Yamam's horn. I'm serious.
Fine.
She added an I'm serious.
Hello, Jane.
Hello, miss.
Wally doesn't say much.
He's mardy with me 'cause he's bored, miss. He thinks he's too old to play with dolls.
I see. Where are your parents?
They are picking apples from the big tree in our yard. Daddy and I sell them at the market.
And it's market
That
day
sounds
tomorrow?
nice.
But they don't mind us playing at the beck, as long as we don't touch the Yamam's horn.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
Jane and Wally to play at the beck, but do not touch the fossil that's right at the beck. That is a very Adam and Eve kind of thing, isn't it? You may play at the beck and partake of anything here, but not the fossil on the stone. How am I liking this game? Well, I've just started, basically like an hour ago or so. Couple of hours now? So far I'm enjoying it. Not much has happened yet, because I've only just started. But I'm enjoying applying a bit of anthropological history to it. Like the expectation that despite us being an upper-class woman who's an expert on barrows, that this Leonard person is probably going to take all the credit for our work because that's simply what happens in this era.
I have nothing else to ask.
Nothing else to ask, nothing else to ask. What about deeper into the woods? Oh, there's a bird! She has expectations that she is going to publish a book and distribute her book. But we know how well those expertise...
Well, I say. Greetings, my dear.
You don't seem from around
Hello,
here.
sir.
A pause on your beauty, for I shall see you again soon.
Wait. Some nerve.
Oh wait, he just vanished.
Lady, you're blushing.
I most certainly am not.
I want to look at the hole before I go. I didn't look at the hole.
No doubt home to many a woodland creature. I've no desire to go rooting about in there.
Yes, you do. Trowel plus hole.
No, that won't work.
I think that will work. Okay, so what are they doing? You're chopping at wood. There's a stump. Just felling trees?
The men look like they've spent many a long day exposed to the harsh moorland weather.
Sorry, lass. No way through here today.
Today. Let me pass, says who, if you say so. Going to keep the locals at least pleased with us, if you say so.
If you say so.
I do. I'm sorry, but it's not safe to walk through here while we're working. By order of Lord Panswick.
Panswick is his name? Okay, so Lord Panswick probably isn't Shoulder then. Unless he's Lord Shoulder Panswick.
My name is Thomasina Bateman.
Oh, aye? You're not from round here, Thomasina Bateman.
No, just visiting. Tell me, who was that arrogant man here just now?
Just someone passing by.
It
That
sounded
sounds
like you
very
knew him better
untrue.
than that.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but that's none of your business.
So he says, and yet, we're gonna ask everything.
What is your name, sir?
Horace.
Are you in charge here?
I am indeed.
What are you doing here?
What does it look like I'm doing? We're chopping down trees.
There is no need to be sarcastic.
We're employed by Lord Panswick. He's ordered us to gather logs from his woods. That's what we're doing.
These are his woods.
Aye, his lordship owns most of the land round Beoley.
Who is Lord Panswick?
Our governor.
He's the governor of the whole town.
All right, Owen, back to work now.
He lives in Bewley.
Aye, not far away. But his lordship doesn't like questions. Or visitors. Now please leave us to our work.
I doubt he lives in town.
Why are you gathering logs for Lord Panswick?
By heck, you ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, we do.
If you must know, his lordship is repairing an old ruin on his land. We need the timber for the restoration work.
How intriguing. What type of ruin is Lord Panswick restoring?
An old chapel.
I should rather like to see it.
Not possible. His lordship does not welcome visitors to his estate.
I don't know, he seemed a little bit enamored with me, so maybe he'll make an exception. A woman in trousers and braces wanting to see his land? Raphael, be proud of her propensity for asking questions. Which Raphael? The turtle? The, Soul Calibur guy? I've only got a few Raphaels on my mentor Rolodex.
Have you heard of a place called Hobbs Barrow?
Can't say I have.
Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. The proper name.
Do you know a man named Leonard Shoulder?
No, I don't. Can you let me get back to my work now?
Thanks for your time.
We'll be done by tomorrow morning. Come back then if you want to explore the woods.
And now to hassle everybody else.
I'll let him get on with his work.
Ah.
I'll let him get on with his work.
I can't ask the subordinates.
I can't think of anything else to...
Oh, there's a red squirrel! Oh, they're so rare. You see more of on Isle of Wight, but on the mainland, the American gray squirrel has replaced most of the red ones. I've only seen one red squirrel. By absolute chance. Where is this game set? Somewhere in the world Britain. I'm not sure exactly where. If I was better on accents, I could probably peg down at least geographically, vaguely where. But the accent seems to be vaguely rural. Plenty of nouts and outs. If I had to guess... Oh, it's somebody here now. Arthur! Arthur's here now. Arthur, you work here, and you're alive.
Well, that's one mystery solved. It's Arthur Tillett. What's he doing in there?
And he owes us answers. We gave him a drink, spent our last 2 shillings on him. He is obligated to tell us about Leonard.
Mr. Tillett, where did you go last night?
Have we met?
Have we?
Last night at the Plough and Furrow.
Don't tell me he's gonna...
Oh, Miss Bateman. I were blind drunk last night and woke up with a stinking headache.
You still smell like a brewery.
I'm sorry.
You went to use the lavatory and never came back, Mr. Tillett. I searched everywhere for you.
I think I remember you bought me a drink.
Yeah, we did.
All a blur. I woke up on my bed this morning with my wife sour at me for waking her at some ungodly hour.
About last night.
We're gonna tell me about Leonard? Really don't remember? I'll take his word for it. Most pressingly, you promised us information for the drink.
What were you going to tell me about Leonard Shoulder?
Who?
Don't
Leonard
you who
Shoulder.
me.
You told me you knew him. And promised to tell me more if I bought you a drink.
Mm-hmm.
Which I did.
Mm-hmm.
So what were you going to tell me?
You're a man of honor.
I don't really know the old bugger.
Wasting my 2 shillings.
Oh, aye. No, I know naught about him. No, naught about Leonard Shoulder.
You can't pretend that you just said it for the drink. You just pretty much confirmed with your words just now. He is hiding something. The way this is presented, is presented two ways. If I ignore the parentheses, if you say so or don't believe you, is... I want to say don't badger him too much, or badger him, but it's also presented as maybe he's telling the truth, maybe he's hiding. I think he's hiding. If it weren't for the parentheticals, I would think maybe it's don't push him too much, or push him. But the parentheses, I think, give intent. If I wish to believe him or disbelieve him, I think he's hiding. I know he's hiding.
You're hiding something, Mr. Tillett. I don't believe you.
I say a lot of things when I've got the drink in me. I probably just wanted you to buy me an ale.
A likely story.
Look, what would I gain from lying to you? I just wanted another drink.
Even if that's the case, it doesn't explain your disappearance.
Oh, the drunkenness does.
I don't remember out.
About last night. You really don't remember where you went last night?
As I say, it's all a blur. I remember needing a piss, then nothing.
Maybe he was clubbed.
Me when I came out.
I did not. I even went to the gents' toilets to find you.
Oh, aye. A sight for sore eyes.
It was. I checked everywhere, and you were nowhere to be found. The back door leading to the alleyway was blocked from the outside.
Oh, aye?
Yes. You must have exited through that door, Mr. Tillett.
But you just said it were blocked.
There must be an explanation.
It could be. There's something secretive going on around here.
My mind has drawn a blank.
A cult?
Why
Yeah,
was
maybe.
the door
That's what I'm thinking too,
blocked?
Seven
Did you
Stars.
block it?
I told you I don't remember.
Somebody knew
I've
they was
no
going to give
say
too much
'cause I
information.
remember nought.
So he bagged him, locked the door, took him back home.
How's your headache faring?
It feels like a steam engine is driving full pelt in a circle around me skull.
Be sure to drink plenty of water, Mr. Tillett.
Aye, aye. I'll survive.
He was clubbed, that's not just a hangover.
So, you work here?
Aye. Bewley's station master at your service.
The station
Would you
master's
like to
a
buy
drunk.
ticket?
Not just yet, thank you. I understand that some of the locals are not too happy about this new station.
Aye. I'd go as far as saying the whole village.
How long has the station been open for?
About 3
Exactly,
months.
Hot
We're on the
Fuzz.
Midland Railway
They want
line.
Bewley to be the prettiest
employment's
village in
been a
England
saviour
5
for
years
me.
running.
If I weren't stood here, I'd be drinking my life away at the pub right now. It's worth the occasional withering look from Cyril and the rest of them.
What does a station master do?
A bit of this and a bit of that. I don't wish to bore you with such things.
As you wish.
Could you bore
My
us some with
responsibilities
information on
here
Leonard's
keep me on the
shoulder?
straight and narrow, I'll tell you that much. A sense of duty can do wonders for a lost soul.
Indeed. This must be a rather lonesome post to occupy.
Trains pass through here more regularly than you might think, lass.
I'm assuming you don't know where Mr. Shoulder lives then?
Sorry, Miss Bateman. I don't know naught about Leonard's shoulder.
What can you tell me about Lord Panswick?
Oh, you've heard of his lordship then?
Yes. Do you know him?
Aye. He comes into the village from time
See,
to
he doesn't
time.
live in the village, he
gives
comes to
sweets
the village.
children, hires young men to work his land. He's well liked around here.
That's hesitation, is he?
I sense some hesitation, Mr. Tillett.
Well, we kind of have an unspoken agreement with his lordship. He looks after us, provided we leave him alone.
I don't follow.
He likes his privacy.
Some people do.
No one is allowed to visit him.
Do you mean to say that he's a bit eccentric?
No. I've heard people got fired at when approaching his manor uninvited.
Good grief. But is this true?
I believe
I
it.
won't be the one to find out.
Farewell for now.
Ta-ra!
Extract more of this coconut. So maybe Leonard lives with his lordship. He's got no more to talk about and Kenneth wasn't here.
My mother always told me not to walk on railway tracks.
Hey, the cat's back. Cat and crow. What metaphor are we gonna get here? Cat scares crow? That's gonna be a puzzle of some kind. Or maybe we have different totemic beings playing out some eldritch rivalry in front of me, and I simply don't know enough yet. But
Good
we
day.
have seen Pantywick, so you could
Yes.
probably ask everybody else about Pantywick. Fossil. The Ammon's horn. He's got one hanging on his door, despite the superstitions.
I noticed your spectacular fossil specimen.
Oh, I collect them. This one is called an...
Ammonite.
I'm impressed, lass.
From the Jurassic period, I'd venture.
Do you collect them too?
That's what they call the coast of England, the
My
southern
true
coast, the
interests lie
Jurassic
in
coast.
comparatively modern history.
Oh, aye. Well, I do love a fossil. It's important to remember that we all end up in the soil eventually.
Quite.
You go to like, where is it, Lyme Regis, and most of them are like all muddy ones that come out of the shoal. They're fun to look at, you can collect them, but like more common than the sand itself. They crumble so easily. But other places like Charmouth or different chines or an Isle of Wight, you can find more hardier ones. Places of scientific interest, most of them. Like Whale Chine, right? Where we find our big one. Has so many reliefs of ammonites, big and small all throughout, some pretty big ones into the rock. I could only assume that those big massive imprints of the rock are somebody else that went in ages past and stripped some prior ammonite out, so all you get is a relief in the rock. It's pretty fun stuff.
What can you tell me of Lord Panswick?
His lordship commands much respect around here, lass. Keeps me busy with work. Why do you ask?
Just curious. Thanks for your time.
Aye. Speak to you later.
Should have kept some for myself before the catastrophic breakup. Now all of my ammonites are out of reach.
Good day.
Hello, miss.
Betty, do you know Pantywick?
What do you know about Lord Panswick?
Not a lot. I know he's in charge around here.
Does he come to the village often?
Not really. He has a manor out on the moors.
Have you ever been there?
Heavens, no. Villagers aren't allowed there.
Why not?
Because he's gonna shoot him.
It's just the way it is.
Goodbye.
She's
Bye,
also got the
miss.
But they say he gives candy to children. Douglas, do you love the old lord of the manor?
Hello.
Yes?
What do you know about Lord Panswick?
He gave me some sweets once. My friend says that Lord Panswick has special trees at his manor that grow sweets on their branches.
Those are
Do you
called
think
fruits.
that's true, miss?
I think that's very unlikely.
Those are plums.
Me too.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, miss.
Those are plums, and he boils them and puts some sugar on them afterwards.
Hello.
Oh yeah, he definitely comes into town and then gets sweets.
What can you tell me about Lord Panswick?
Naught to say, except don't be sniffing around his lordship's manor. You'll end up with a round of shot in you.
I beg your pardon?
You heard me.
He means you're gonna get
Just
shot.
Mind your own business around here.
Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
So we could ask around at the church. I was going to save the church lady until after Kenneth comes in with the rest of my money so I can buy a cake from her before extracting a lot of information. But if I had to guess, Kenneth is probably going to come in and then she's gonna be gone or something.
Hello.
Good day.
So I might as well ask now.
Tell me about yourself, Mrs. Duplancy.
About me? What would you possibly want to know about me? I've been attending St. Edmund's Church my whole life. I always
What would you want to
help
know
where
about me?
I
And then she
can,
goes into her life
so I
story.
sell my baked goods, and all the proceeds go to its upkeep. This place means so much to me.
It means so much to her. And so it was heartbreaking the one time they didn't win England's prettiest village of the year. And so they had to do this cult stuff. For the greater good. For the greater good.
What can you tell me about St. Edmund's Church?
Isn't it the finest building? It's been standing here since the 12th century.
Roman invasion, yeah.
The box pews in the nave are very fine and date back to the 17th century. The door is open if you'd like to worship.
Thank you, Mrs. de Plancy. What do you know about Lord Panswick?
Wretched man. They
Not
say
beloved.
he is restoring a chapel near his manor. But for whom and to what god, I ask?
Is he a man of faith?
I've barely seen him set foot in St. Edmunds. It doesn't stop him from acting as our God-given ruler.
Maybe he goes to a different
Stay
church out of the
away from
city.
him, pet. Don't get yourself tangled up in local affairs.
I certainly don't intend to.
You now suspect Sapin Stars this game is secretly a prequel to Mystery of the Druids? And Lord Panswick is a druid? I don't think I played Mystery of the Druids. I played a couple of adventure games back in my teenage piracy years that had like eldritch cults and whatnot, but I think they were more Lovecraftian than druidic in nature. New Englandish? No druids in New England? But I think... Is that like a, kind of early CG graphics one? Because I might have seen... I think it's of something else that Retrograde Tom was playing recently. That kind of incorporated some Celtic folklore, but also other folklore, so it probably wasn't Mystery of the Druids. Already asked about Pansywit, but I could ask again.
Why did you call Lord Panswick wretched?
He hides in that manner of his and cares not for his people. I've heard stories whispered in the pews, you know.
What kind of stories?
That he shoots people on sight.
That's 3 people to say that
Anyone
now.
strays onto Panswick Manor.
Good grief.
Yet he will walk into the plough and furrow and buy ale for all and be hailed as our protector.
They're protected from
I answer
Silveriety.
to God and God alone. Forgive me, pet. I shouldn't get so worked up.
Not at all. I appreciate your honesty, Mrs. de Plancy.
It's a completely insane Owen story, lightest touch of Celtic Druidism with flavor, time travel, and complete inability to save the game when you play via Steam. Maybe that was what Tom was playing. I'll have to go back and check.
Your cakes look delicious.
I can assure you they are.
And I still can't
You'll
buy
not
them.
find better in the entire county.
I probably would have been able to buy them if I waited for Kenneth, or if I didn't spend my 2 shilling.
Do you know a local man called Leonard Shoulder?
She's got the gossip.
Yes, I know
Leonard.
Leonard. What business do you have with him?
He invited us out.
Story, but I'm
We're
trying
doing
to find where
business,
he lives.
and he stood us up.
I'm afraid I don't know, dear. Father Roach has access to the parish register. He might be able to help you.
What can you tell me about Father Roach?
He is a lovely man and an exemplary servant of the Lord.
Father Roach,
He's
or,
been the
with some
vicar
flavor,
of
Papa
St.
Roach.
Edmunds for many years.
Where can I find Father Roach?
At this time of day, he'll be taking his exercise in Hernwood, to the west of
No,
the
he
village.
won't, because we just came from
Thank
Hernwood.
you. I'll go find him.
Be sure to listen out for his merry whistling. Such a jolly man.
Unless you guys got more than 1 wood.
What do you know of Hobbs Barrow?
Hobbs what?
Hobbs
She
Barrow,
knows.
a local burial mound.
The only place of burial I know about and care for is in this very churchyard.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be with you.
Let's sing for the whistling, she said. Maybe there's gonna be a lost wood element. We gotta find the right exit based on which one has a cheery tune. There's whistling. Oh, never mind, right over there. Pleasant looking man. Clearly been eating too much aberrant fish. Trying to keep his tentacles in. sick dance move, Papa Roach. Oh no, he is sick. Been hitting the sauce too hard, Padre? He's full of snakes, maybe.
Oh, the shame. This malaise will not pass. Oh, the nausea.
I see glasses on the ground. Is just this how he gets when he can't see?
Let the blood from my arm.
Excuse me?
Cut me. I beg you.
I could look at his
I don't wish
vomit.
to look too closely. I'm not going near it. It smells disgusting.
I can't go near it, then I can't check the glasses.
The vicar's spectacles lie broken on the forest floor. Ouch! The broken lens is extremely sharp.
That is some prescription. Glove. No, handkerchief, surely. Handkerchief with the spectacles.
This handkerchief was a gift from my mother. I hope she will understand.
Booty.
This should work.
A single broken glass shard. And she could pinch the middle of the broken glass. She doesn't have to like grip it like this. Alright, let's cut ourselves a priest. Sorry, Vicar.
Are you sure you want me to do this?
Yes, it will cure me of my ills.
I shall do as you
19th
ask,
century
Father.
medicine. Achievement unlock the blood letter. Snake sated? He's got backup glasses.
Thank the Lord for my spare pair. God bless you. I already feel quite better.
I'm glad, Father.
The rapid healing properties of bloodletting cannot be overstated. I'm Frederick Roach.
If he wants rapid bloodletting, we got like a vein right over
My
here.
name is Thomasina Bateman. It's a pleasure to meet you.
The game only has a horror tag because there were examples of 19th century medicine. 19th century medicine, 19th century British social conventions. Drunk rural folk, it's got it all. Before asking anything else about him, you from around here? You know Hobbs Barrow? No, you feeling any better?
Are you feeling better?
Yes, thank you.
What ails you, Father Roach?
Snakes.
I just ate a rotten berry, that's all. I like to pick blackberries for my supper, you see. They are quite delicious, as long as you mind the bramble.
Oh, that's not just rotten, that's the
apologies
words.
again. I wish we had met in different circumstances.
At my old alma mater, there's this nice seasonal creek that runs along the back of the campus. Lots of blackberries all around too, but when I was attending my old university, I say old, it's only been like 5 years, just right before the pandemic struck. When I attended, on the second half of my attendance, the seasonal creek was all dry up, just rock beds. You go down, and there's blackberry brambles all around. And so, in the rare moments that I pass across on the other side, I go down and pick a bunch during lunch before I head to my final class. So I get like all this pile of blackberries I eat throughout the class hour. Except one October. That was either before or after fires. It's California, so you know you get used to it. But it was a warm October, and so I picked all of my blackberries for class. The first one tasted off, the second one tasted off. I took a look around them. Is it dusty? Spider webs? No, it's all clean. Still tastes pretty rotten. But they don't look rotten, they're all plump and juicy. And I'm looking it up as I eat them during class, like, is it stink bugs? It's not stink bugs. So it's not this, it's not that. And finally, I look it up, and I get one possible solution. And I'm down to the bottom of the pile by now, from a giant mountain of blackberries, like 3 or 4 left. I take the tiniest bite with my incisors, take a peek. And then out starts crawling these translucent worms, because apparently flies love to get the freak nasty on blackberries. And people who habitually harvest blackberries make a habit of soaking them in salt water and then scooping out the worms that drown and float to the top. And so I didn't have a rotten blackberry, and if this guy had a blackberry, not it was rotten, I think it was just a very ripe blackberry. I told my sister that story, because she had some blackberries, right? That she was going to make like jam or something with. And so she tried soaking them in salt water, and then she came back and said she is never going to have blackberries again. Well, that's the thing though. All of your fruits are covered in tiny eggs of worms or whatnot. In the What is this bug subreddit, somebody was like, took a really close-up picture of a strawberry because there were these big eggs on them. And because it was such a blown-up picture, you could actually see the little tiny translucent worms walking along on the strawberry. And they're like, hey, OP, so about those little worms, forget the eggs. Basically, if you get fruit flies in your house, they're coming in with your fruit. They're already on there. Either little tiny, invisible, microscopic eggs, or possibly just little larvae already hatched. That's just the nature of fruit. Most of them, they're not harmful. Just if you get like a blackberry full of crawling translucent worms, it tastes nasty. But otherwise, they're not harmful to you. And if it's just like a little regular fruit, it's not going to do anything. You got some fruit delivered. Oh, enjoy.
Are you from Bewley originally?
I was born in our very own St. Edmunds.
Born in the
quite
church.
The story.
Do tell.
My mother was sheltering there. There's a frightful tempest
All
raged.
this because Padre said he ate a
Did her
blackberry.
waters break right there and then in that pew?
One could say that you were born into your role, Father.
Indeed. When my mother told me the story as a young boy, I knew that this was my calling.
Okay, let's talk about the church. We'll talk about the things he likes first. It's a very fine building.
St. Edmunds is a fine building.
Thank you for saying so. It's hard work keeping her in good shape, but our congregation is always willing to lend a hand in the Lord's name.
What is it like being the vicar here?
Every day is a blessing, my child. I have a great love for our parish, and the Lord looks after us.
And about that parish, what about your congregation?
What about your congregation?
Numbers have fallen over the years, I must say. But those that remain are faithful and full of his spirit.
And Lord Pansywick doesn't even come over?
What can you tell me about Bewley?
It's a quiet town. The railway line, which I presume you arrived by, is the only news of note we've had here for years.
I've heard the new station has received a mixed reaction.
I've heard many a debate, it's true. But my role is not to adjudicate on that matter. I'm very busy in my own work, you see.
So, start with the familiar Lord Panswick, who never goes to church.
What do you know of Lord Panswick?
Oh, yes. A rather important fellow around here. His vast land holdings give many a steady employment.
I hear he is renovating an old chapel on his land.
Aye, I've heard such reports. He believes this to be a godless land. Something I wholeheartedly disagree with. To which god his chapel will be dedicated to remains a matter of concern.
Why do you say that?
Oh, my apologies. Don't listen to my oafish conjecture. Let us move on.
Don't tell me that his lordship is Catholic, and this is more Catholic-Protestant rivalry going on in Britain. This is a man of the cloth. He's a local, so he probably knows to be hesitant about Hobbs Barrow. But he is a Christian vicar, likely Anglican, and so is probably disinclined to adhere to the local Barrow superstition. So how he answers is going to be telling.
What do you know of Hobbs Barrow?
I can't say I've heard of it.
Yeah,
It's
he's in the
supposedly a
cult.
famous local landmark.
I'm afraid I know nothing about it.
Very curt, quick, cut-off answer.
I'm looking for Mr. Leonard Shoulder.
Oh, yes? Are you a relative?
No, it's a long story, but he invited me to Bewley.
And he didn't tell you his address?
He was to meet me last night at the Plough and Furrow, but he never came.
I see. Well, let me welcome you to Bewley on his behalf.
Thank you, Father.
The last person in Bewley. Introducing me to the town. Where does he live?
Do you know where Mr. Shoulder lives?
Let me think.
Never
It's
eating
been
fruit or
many months
vegetables
since I've paid him
again.
a visit.
You gotta, though. You need
Perhaps
that.
you could allow me to take a look at the parish register.
No need. I remember it now. A fair hike across the moors.
Could you please give me directions?
It does mean a worm
I'll
here
take
or
you there
there,
myself.
but it's not gonna hurt.
It's the least I can do after you aided me so.
Capital. Thank you.
Just let me know when you're ready to pay him a visit. I'll be resting here for the time being.
And that probably would advance us to when Kenneth comes in.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be with you.
You embrace your heritage and don't eat the most processed, unhealthy foods. I'm gonna be honest, I think I'll take worms. And I hate worms. I think I'll take worms over excessively processed diets. I mean, heck, I eat fish, so I'm probably getting plenty of worm in me anyway.
I have nothing else to ask for the...
So we can't ask you about the vicar? If I can't ask the blacksmith, it's probably not... No, alright. So meeting the vicar does not give me more stuff. You're shot to eat the entire pile of berries. Wow, that's the thing though, they were beautiful blackberries. So I was really hoping that they wouldn't all be nasty. What does he know? Who owns a silver necklace?
I found this necklace inside the church. Do you know who it belongs to?
Many in our congregation wear such things. I'll announce it at the next service.
Do you mind if I keep hold of it until then?
Not at all.
And can we confirm that we got permission to borrow your trowel? Church lady said we could hold on to it.
I'm not sure they would be interested.
We'll keep that one a secret then.
I'm ready to go to Mr. Shoulder's house.
Excellent. I feel the fresh air will do me well. Follow me.
Walk this way. You're scared to learn more of the parasites that might be fish. See, the ones of the fish are certainly more dangerous.
Good morning,
That's why with sushi and
Mrs.
sashimi,
Duplancy, this is Thomasina Bateman,
you have to flash
visitor to our
freeze the
parish.
fish to
We've
kill off the
already had
parasites.
the pleasure of meeting, Father.
Excellent. Miss Bateman, don't hesitate to try one of Mrs. Duplancy's wonderful cakes.
I would, Roche, but I haven't
I've
got
heard
the
about
money.
her famous Bakewell puddings.
I'll be here all day, young lady.
All day.
Remember, once they're gone, they're gone.
So once Kenneth
Those
comes
little
in,
whelps have already gobbled up all the gingerbread.
You are doing God's work, Mrs. Duplancy.
He smiles upon us, Father.
Miss Bateman, if you'd like to follow me.
and we used to go fishing a lot as kids. Bottom fishing for like grouper and triggerfish and red snapper. Trolling for tuna.
Let's talk of graves, of worms, and epitaphs.
We were already talking about worms, but do we gotta? We're just gonna go see
With
Leonard.
rainy eyes, write sorrow on the bosom of the earth. Let's choose executors and talk of wills.
Shakespeare?
Quite. Which play?
I thought it was good. Oh, it does give me the option. I actually don't know. But like I was saying, we used to dig up, fish up tuna and such, and before we have sashimi with it, we'd have to cut it open and physically pry out some of the parasites sometimes, so fish you gotta be careful with. Because the worms in fish absolutely could mess you up. You're supposed to flash freeze your fish before consuming it as sashimi or sushi, and some places are really bad about that. And so if you see a little tiny worm poking around in your fish, don't eat there. Because if you cook the fish, then that worm should be dead. If you flash freeze a fish, that worm should be dead. Because those ones at least. Let's see, Hamlet, Richard III, or Macbeth? It's nice to hear the sashimi isn't going to be infested. That's what I gotta make sure. Some restaurants are not careful with it, but most should be if they're up to code. Like even in the States, that's the standard. Flash freeze it. They don't just take the salmon husk, the salmon steak over at Walmart, take that to the back and then put it on rice. Nah, man. If it wasn't flash frozen, you don't serve it as sashimi. Hamlet is the obvious answer, but I don't think I remember that one from Hamlet. Macbeth or Richard II? You're lucky enough that you can just buy sashimi grade salmon. Well, that's great then. If it's actually sashimi grade and has been frozen, then good. Too often, someone gets the idea that, hey, they like salmon, they like sashimi, they like sushi. They could just buy a cut of salmon at the store. Nuh-uh, that's how you get worms. If you're buying it at the store just as is, just off the ice, but not flash frozen, you are cooking that salmon, miss. So I think it's either Richard III or Macbeth, but I'm feeling Richard III. Plus, who have we got? A Danish prince? A Scottish something? Or the King of England? And I feel that might be thematically fitting.
Richard II.
Correct. You are well read, Miss Bateman. Studying the work of the bard is one of my favorite pastimes. Follow me.
Thank you. And that's simply guessing, having never read Richard II. I've only read Hamlet. That's the only one of the list that I've read.
Behold, the vast expanse of God's creation. The moors extend as far as the mortal eye can see. Beautiful, is it not?
Or a lot more personal of stories. I'd believe it. I haven't been exposed to too much Shakespeare. I have read Merchant of Venice. I've read Hamlet. I've seen, like, parts of a school production of Macbeth, but beyond that, that's about as far as my familiarity begins and ends. Beautiful, desolate, or in the eye of the beholder. She's a city gal in this era. The city folk in London would say this is desolate, should partition it up, put some proper farms on there, a few homes, maybe a factory here or there. But that's pretty.
Indeed, the moors are beautiful.
The beauty of God's creation is that it takes so many forms. How can one take in such a view and not have faith? Some look at these moors and think this a godless land. But I tell you, he is found in all domains. The Lord's work is all about us. Tell me, Miss Bateman, do you believe in God?
You forgot if you asked before if I played Pathologic. You have asked. And the answer is no. But I do have Pathologic 2 in my Steam library, so it is on the docket, it's on the menu, it's simply waiting for its proper time to be played. Tell the truth or lie. Ah, that confirms that Thomasina is of a more atheistic bent. He does know we're an out-of-towner though, so he probably has no expectation for us. He'd probably like it if we were a true Anglican faithful. Your memory Swiss cheese, that's okay. It could have been during one of the times when the Comcast was acting up, or an ad might have popped up to block out the answer, and I got no control over whether or not ads happen on Twitch, because Twitch is going to give it anyway. I'm going to be honest with the Padre here.
I was brought up Anglican. The church was an important part of my early life, Father Roach. But what
Respectful
happened to
answer.
my father eventually made me question
Crisis
things.
of faith, you could relate to that?
If you don't mind me asking, my child, what happened to your father?
He had an accident when I was very young.
Oh, we got a cutscene, did we? So probably a good answer to
Come
give.
along now, Thomasina. Let's get out of the rain.
Oh, I can't control here. I can't be Tiny Thomasina.
Remember what I told you, all right? Be a good girl. People are unwell here. They don't want to hear you running about making noise. Understood?
Yes, Mother.
Good.
Oh, we're so
Don't
precocious.
annoy the nurses.
I promise I won't.
Good.
We won't.
Let's see your father.
Mummy, why do you weep?
Mummy is crying.
Mummy, it's okay.
Mummy?
Mummy, I'm scared. You're making me scared. Oh, she's got no inventory.
Daddy is sleeping.
What if he's not sleeping? Mummy is tearing up right now. Daddy is unresponsive. But we started the game up with visiting our father in our adulthood. He's getting treatment. Bloodletting would fix his humors, maybe. But we haven't got any broken glasses.
Daddy, wake up!
Good evening, Mr. Bateman.
She looks like a skull. This is pretty low res, but I'm seeing a skull in this nurse.
Yes?
My name is Nurse Blaketon. I just need to talk to your mummy for a little bit.
Nurse Blaketon, she was mentioned at the beginning.
Mrs. Bateman. Mrs. Bateman?
Wait for her tears to abate,
Will
man.
we ever talk again, Nurse Blaketon?
The doctor is uncertain, Mrs. Bateman. There is the possibility that Mr. Bateman won't regain any movement at all. But we will do our utmost to look after Mr. Bateman here at Ticehurst Manor.
Ticehurst, that's
He will
right.
have a nurse by his side at all
I was
times.
going to wonder what hospital
I can
this is.
assure
If this was a hospital from Vampire, then I'd be worried. But he's okay, so he's a bit comatose or something. But he's alive.
What sort of god would allow this fate to befall such a kind and honest man?
I'm sorry to hear this. God moves in mysterious ways, but he loves us all. Come along.
Her skeptical She's heard that line before, she doesn't buy it. Oh, more children! A little barefoot forest brownie.
Who was that?
Who was who?
Some primitive folk make their home out
Primitive
of the moors.
folk? Okay,
I
father, you
suggest
just lost
keep your
points with
wits
me
about
then.
you when you are exploring, and don't stray too far from Bewley.
I see. How much farther to Mr. Shoulder's house?
Still quite a walk, I'm afraid, but we'll get to him soon enough. Now then, take a look at this.
An ammonite? Oh, the cairn.
Legend has it that this cairn has stood here for over 1,000 years.
How remarkable.
The Devil's Toe.
I beg your pardon?
That's what it's called. The Devil's Toe.
Oh, I see.
Come now, onward.
So we have Ammon's horn with the ammonite, the devil's toe with the cairn. These people are prescribing so much devilry.
Vast, featureless landscape. All the while, Father Roach was whistling away merrily. Just as I had begun to wonder if we were hopelessly lost, a building emerged from the mist. Mr. Shoulder's cottage.
Oh, we got chickens! Oh, Mr. Shoulder is so lucky.
Here we are, Miss Bateman. Unless my memory fails me completely, this is Mr. Leonard Shoulder's house.
Thank you for your help, Father Roach.
Now, no need to thank me after your providential assistance today. However, I have something to ask you.
Yes?
Please don't tell Mrs. Duplancy about my little scene in the woods. She will only fret. The poor dear woman has enough on her mind as it is.
What if he had his
shan't
episode
mention
because
it.
of her
Thank you.
cakes? And if we eat the cakes,
better
we're
see
going
if
to
Mr.
get
Shoulder is
snakes. Okay, I have control again. He's so lucky, this Mr. Leonard. This Mr. Shoulder. He's got different chickens. He's got chickens, and he's got a nice thatch roof cottage. The hotel that we stayed at in Lyme Regis, we went Ammonite hunting. We were lucky enough to get the, how would you put it? The rooftop floor makes it like it's outside, but kind of a top floor room that had a slope of thatching above. And that was a very stormy summer. But thatching is so good, it's actually so very warm and watertight. I would not be unhappy if I had to sleep in a thatched roof room again, because that was pretty cozy.
What do you make of Mr. Shoulder's residence?
A sturdy construction, I'm in no doubt. The winds blow a gale out here, not to mention the pelting rain.
At least he must have plenty of eggs to eat.
Yeah.
Awful creatures.
Awful
those hens.
Okay, you've lost 2 points now. Referring to the locals as primitive folk, and calling the hens awful. We're gonna take a hen now. We're gonna take a hen with us to keep the cultists away.
What else do you know about Mr. Shoulder?
A reclusive man. I must say I know very little about him.
We're just gonna gossip right
Does he
outside his
attend
door about him.
services at St. Edmunds?
Not regularly, if at all these days.
Perhaps he feels closer to God out here on the moors. What do you make of Mr. Shoulder's residence?
A sturdy construction, I'm in no doubt. The winds blow a gale out here, not to mention the pelting rain.
At least he must have plenty of eggs to eat.
Awful creatures, those hens.
Repeating it solely to badmouth the hens in front of me twice.
Why don't you like hens, Father?
I know I must love all of God's creatures, but they make such an unholy ruckus, and their talons claw at my boots.
But they mean no harm, and they provide eggs.
I cannot abide hens' eggs. They smell of sulfur when rotten.
Then don't let them go rotten. He's one of those people who moved to Honolulu because he just wants his aloha paradise. He's like, why are there rooster sounds? Why are there chicken sounds? Can we legislate the chickens away? If you don't like them, go back to Ohio.
Is there a Mrs. Shoulder?
No, I believe Mr. Shoulder has led a life of celibacy.
How devout? Is there... I guess you can gossip about everything else now.
Do you know that young girl we saw?
No, but I've seen her sneaking around the churchyard. The poor thing is feral.
Okay, if anybody
Takes off
asks
at the slightest
about the
stirring.
missing trowel, we'll blame it on her.
Lord to her. Good time.
Perhaps she has her own beliefs. You said there were others like her.
Primitive folk, yes. Avoid the moors in hours of darkness and don't wander too far. I wouldn't entrust a young woman in their company.
Primitive
What more
folk,
can
does he
you
call
tell
them?
me of these primitive folk?
Godless people, Miss Bateman. Don't concern yourself with them. They live out there on the very edges of this land. If you don't wander too far, you shouldn't cross their path.
I don't know, the locals have been the friendliest to me. So the bar isn't too high right now.
Do you know anything else about the Devil's Toe?
Not really. I do recall it toppling over when I was a child.
So it has fallen
a few
over.
lads from Bewley rebuilt it to the best of their memories.
The devil mustn't have been happy.
Come now, my child. Do not joke about such matters.
So does that mean then that it won't be too bad if I dig it up to see what treasures are inside?
You mentioned that Mrs. Duplancy is worried about something at the moment.
It is not my place to say. Mrs. Duplancy will tell you in good time, if she deems it fit to do so.
That's what I'm thinking too, Sapan Stars. If these people are all saying, oh, those are primitive folks, stay away from them. And the locals of Bewley haven't been the most welcoming and are possibly related to something cultish. But maybe they're the misunderstood honest folk of the land and future allies for me?
What is your favourite of Shakespeare's works?
A very difficult question, Miss Bateman. But one I can answer, nonetheless. I am awfully fond of Cymbeline.
I have
An
another one.
unusual choice.
All gold and silver rather turn to dirt. Wouldn't you agree?
A fine quote. Thank you for your time.
Lord be with you.
Can I ascertain something about this vicar if I Google up Cymbeline and see what it's about? Pink Floyd, Cymbeline. I doubt the vicar's referring to Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd song with the album soundtrack, the film More. Is it only Pink Floyd? Because Google's only getting Pink Floyd. Shakespeare? There we go. Played by William Shakespeare, so I'm not being gaslit. Tragedies of Cymbeline, or Cymbeline, King of Britain. Played by William Shakespeare, set in ancient Britain. Based on the legends that form the part of the matter of Britain concerning the early Celtic British king, Cynobelin. Tragedy in the first folio. Modern critics often classify Cymbeline as a romance or even as a comedy, like Othello and Winter's Tale deals themes of innocence and jealousy. Huh. And a whole summary I haven't got time to read. Criticisms and interpretations. One of his most popular plays during the 18th century. Many just sentiments, natural dialogues, pleasing scenes, but are obtained at the expense of much incongruity. Remark the folly of fiction, the absurdity of conduct, the confusion of the names and manners of different times, the impossibility of the events in any system of life, were to waste criticism on the unresisting imbecility. Huh. British identity. Gender sexuality section. Alright. So he likes a popular play for the era. Show me the hens.
Here, chuk chuk chuk.
Oh, see, she likes chickens. So Thomasina is getting all the points that the vicar is losing.
A sweet little hen, plump and well groomed.
I can take it!
Care to hold one, Father Roach?
Put that thing down, would you?
Nuh-uh, this is
You're no
mine.
fun.
This is mine. Into the inventory. Achievement unlocked. Oh, she put it down! Oh. Take it. I can't just keep it in my inventory.
He looks much too unruly to be picked up. A fearsome-looking beast.
I believe it. Child me was menaced by a killer rooster that lived in a house down the hill.
A sweet little hen, plump and well groomed.
A glove! A glove to match this glove to the old man we saw that night.
That glove looks familiar. I wonder if it matches the glove I found behind the plough and furrow. The gloves are a pair. Does this mean Mr. Shoulder was in the alley last night?
Yeah.
Why didn't he come inside to see me?
Probably absconded with Arthur.
The trousers feel damp. Freshly hung or still wet from last night's rain. A pair of thick woolen trousers. A woolen undergarment.
Take his long jaunts.
Slightly damp.
I have a similar one myself. So very warm.
Can't imagine anything truly dries. Given that it's right behind the house, and probably takes shadow in half the day, probably not. Even with this cloud cover, they'd be getting some sunlight. Which is why I like places like Germany that take very indirect sunlight, given their latitude. Still are capable of getting good amount of solar radiation for energy. But if it's hidden in the house's shadow half the day, then that can't be helped. Near the coast? I'm gonna doubt it. I feel like this is more inland.
I've no desire to lug a block of wood about the countryside. Mr. Shoulder has stacked blocks of wood neatly beneath this small lean-to.
Very neat and tidy.
They do have ammonites, though. And so either this is a part of Britain that was very subaquatic back in an ancient time, because most ammonites you get from Britain are on the coast, but river ammonites aren't unheard of.
Mr. Shoulder must have dropped the... What was he doing in the...
Can't take the
Rather
blood for
rude of him
myself.
not to come inside and see me. This must provide a charming view across the moor.
Just peek in, spook him.
No sign of life?
None. The window is nice and clean. The dwelling is by no means abandoned.
Maybe
Mr.
he's just
Shoulder?
out,
Is Thomasina Bateman here?
or maybe he's upstairs and dead.
I'm here in Bewley as discussed.
Maybe try again. His hearing probably isn't the best at his age.
At his age, and the person we saw out back that night was on the older side, and everyone calls him Old Leonard. Smash the window, take some glass for future bloodletting? Sure, let me just pick up a chicken to smash into the window. No, it's not gonna work. He's probably here though. His pants and his underpants are hanging outside.
A carved stone has been affixed to the door. I think it depicts a crescent moon. It's bolted onto the door itself. I can't remove it.
So if we come back during the
Father,
night
what
of
do
the
you make
crescent
of
moon,
this?
the door will
A
unlock.
peculiar adornment. I've not seen any like this in Bewley. Though it does remind me of a passage by the bard himself.
More of the bard.
It is the very era of the moon. She comes nearer earth than she was wont, and makes men mad.
So, he was born into the church and became a vicar. But I feel like his true calling was acting. He wants to perform. And sermons and homilies are the closest he gets to it. Driving men mad. I don't recall that line in Merchant of Venice. Haven't read Romeo and Juliet since like freshman year of high school. But there's some madness in Othello, isn't there? I'm putting it's Othello. Because I just don't recognize it from either of these. It's been ages since I've heard both. The line's unfamiliar to me. I think it's Othello.
Othello?
Precisely, Miss Bateman.
2 for 2.
Your knowledge of the bard is presently flawless.
I
Presently.
consider myself to be well read, Father Roach.
It's delightful to meet a fellow bookworm.
Congrats to us
I must
both.
say.
Maybe there's an achievement if I get all of his Shakespeare quizzes correctly.
A carved stone has been affixed to the door.
Bolted
I
on.
think it depicts a crescent moon.
But is a bolt strong enough for the trowel?
That is not good enough.
Better a bookworm than a berry worm. Knock again?
Mr. Shoulder, are you home? It appears Mr. Shoulder is not at home.
That doesn't make sense though. That would mean he's got 2 pairs of pants.
Curses.
Perhaps you could try the handle.
Unlocked. He's gotta be
It's
upstairs.
locked.
Oh, it's locked.
Perhaps he's gone for a stroll.
Possibly.
I'd suggest you call back later, my
Oh
child.
yes, the art is
I
pretty
myself
great
must
so
make
far.
my way back home. I have some matters to attend to at the church. Shall I accompany you back to Bewley?
Even for like the intended low res aesthetic, it's still pretty beautiful. Look around further, ready to go. There might be something.
No, you go ahead, Father. Thank you.
As you wish. Farewell, Miss Bateman. I hope Mr. Shoulder finds his way to you.
Thank you for your help, Father Roach.
My pleasure. Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Daffy Duck, Looney Tunes. Enough Shakespeare. I'm gonna guess much ado.
Much ado about nothing?
Oh dear. I thought that was an easy one. Romeo and Juliet.
Of course.
That I shall say good night till it be morrow. Lord be with you.
And also with you, get out.
Well, Mr. Shoulder, I'll just have to find Hobbs Barrow myself. Bewley is a good half-hour's trudge back over the moors.
Half hour? If Kenneth isn't there by the time we get back, he's just not coming.
The trout freshly...
Damn, but can't steal it.
What was... Rather... Slightly...
Can't steal his peed on underpants. And then nothing else.
No sign of any movement. He looks much too unruly to be picked up. You're a sweet little thing, aren't you?
This one's specifically sweet. Could I take it then? Not sweet enough to put in my pockets?
You're a sweet little thing, aren't you?
If I light the house on fire.
No, that's not it.
Oh. Well, there's nothing else then but the leaving. Unless I knock one more time without the vicar's voice here.
I've come a long way to meet you, Mr. Shoulder. Please open the door. Mr. Shoulder continues to prove himself elusive.
Back out we go then. Hopefully we didn't miss out on a very important conversation.
Across those cold moors, I made a new resolution.
Maybe might have learned something with the vicar.
I would find Hobbs Barrow myself, with or without Mr. Shoulder.
But this is still the 19th century, so even if we find the Barrow ourselves, Mr. Shoulder's gonna get all the credit academically. His name and picture in the papers.
The train! That must be Kenneth.
Kenneth is actually here now, though.
I should go and meet him at the station.
Coming back for your cakes.
Where is Kenneth?
Did he not show up? Maybe he's already gone to the, We had all of his gear, though.
He was supposed to wait for me at the station. I ought to ask the station.
Yeah, that's why I played the station master, but apparently not well enough.
I'm looking for my assistant, Kenneth.
Oh, aye?
His train has arrived.
Not a single soul disembarked the last train, Miss Bateman.
He had the money, though. He was bringing all my money.
Was that not the midday train from London by way of Derby?
Aye, it were. Mr. Price were here, unloaded a few crates.
But no Kenneth.
Not a soul.
Because there's my crates there.
One of them crates had your name on it, Miss Bateman.
Okay.
A great big one it were.
I was gonna alt-tab out.
Red ribbon.
Aye.
What does Kenneth play?
Because usually the alt-tabbing out just stops everything, but just repeats. Okay, now alt-tab out. By way of Derby. Where exactly is Derby? Yeah. That is a bit more Midlands. Where is my... Where to put it? Where is my display capture? There we go. Yeah, that's very, very inland. Northish? Will we count this as North or Midlands? Because my familiarity with the UK Spent a fair bit of time in Reading with day trips to London for the museum, visit the grave of Lee Boo. There's Thorpe Tower, very fun amusement park over in Surrey. Got your Jurassic Coast down here. Bournemouth had a fun little isle. Isle of Wight. Hotel in Shanklin. Whale Chine, somewhere along this side. Good Ammonites there. Train on down to Exeter. Where's Exeter? There's Exeter. Then on down to... I'm just revisiting some winters. There's Lyme Regis and Charmouth right next to it. And so there's Leamington Spa, very familiar with. Coventry, very familiar with. Birmingham, They claim to have a nice Christmas market, but it's the exact same sausages and trinkets every 3 stalls. So up this way. So I'd assume somewhere out in these lighter greens. Have I visited the Strid? Haven't been to the Strid. Pretty much the spots I ID'd is the extent of my visits. Did take a megabus all the way up to Manchester, visited the Primark there because a girlfriend had a strange ambition of being a, what do you call it? She wanted to buy up all the Pusheen merchandise and all the Primarks and sell them online at a markup. That was apparently going to be her scalper empire. And then further onwards, up towards Glasgow was a pretty fun trip. But mostly I was like Midlands and below. And this is a bit more north of where I've been to. And so here-ish, I'd say, is where the game is being set at. Crate.
Where is my crate now?
Mr. Price took away all the crates on his cart.
That's going to be at the postmaster.
He's the postmaster.
So behind the, not behind, directly behind the inn, but around across the corner.
Where can I find Mr. Price?
He lives above the storeroom, just north of the plough and furrow. You'll see it. There's a Royal Mail plaque on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Where can I find Mr. Price?
He lives above the...
Thank you.
And Hobbs Barrow.
I'm looking for Hobbs Barrow.
Hobbs Barrow.
He knows it, but won't tell
It's why
us.
Leonard Shoulder invited me to Bewley. He thought I might like to excavate it.
Oh, aye. I heard about a Hobbs Barrow somewhere out there. There's some old stories around it.
So he's wanting to talk.
I can't remember.
He's not wanting to talk.
Mr. Tillett, please. This is important.
I'm awfully sorry, Miss Bateman. I'll try to remember. If he invited you here, then I'm sure Mr. Shoulder will tell you all about it.
That's if I ever get to meet him.
I'm sure you will.
Maybe Mr. Shoulder is dead.
Well, for now.
We saw him that night when Arthur went missing. And Shoulder walked where? Into the moors by way of the inn? Whereas his house towards the moors is beyond the church. Hey, Cyril.
Good day to you, Cyril.
I'll do, lass.
Sorry for haranguing your door earlier.
What are you up to, Cyril?
Keeping an eye on that bleeding railway station. That's what. Thankfully, no one got off the last train.
Really hate that station.
That's confirmation Kenneth never gave off.
I curse Midland Railway for bringing their damn line through Bewley. This is our town, our land. 'Tis no place for outsiders.
Present company excluded.
Anyway, no more trains today.
No more trains.
Almost time to celebrate with an ale, I think.
I could do with one myself.
You paying?
No.
That's gonna be a problem, because we only have the day. We only have the room up until tonight. And Kenneth had all of our money. So I got no way to pay for myself once tomorrow rolls around.
I found Mr. Shoulder's house today, but he wasn't home.
Why the bleeding hell should I care, lass?
I thought we were friends, Cyril.
I'm looking for Hobbs Barrow. Do you know where it is?
Mind your own business, lass.
You really are quite helpful, aren't you?
Bah.
Goodbye.
Ta-ra, lass.
He's a curmudgeon, but he likes us enough to talk to us at least, so I think he's warm at heart.
Good day.
Yes?
We just have Hobbs Barrow open back up where everyone was going to tell us. No one is going to tell us anything.
Are you sure you don't know where Hobbs Barrow is?
Sorry, lass.
Thanks for your time.
Aye. Speak to you later.
It's midday now. First thing in the morning, she was sat here to watch her brother until his energy ran out, but Douglas has not run out of energy.
Good day.
Hello, miss.
Are you sure you know nothing of Hobbs Barrow? I really must find it.
I'm sure.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
Dougie, how about you?
Yes?
Are you sure you know nothing of Hobbs Barrow?
That like a wheelbarrow?
Never mind. Goodbye.
Goodbye, miss.
I think Douglas knows nothing. The other kids know, but he doesn't. You are
That
new.
must be the postmaster's storeroom. He looks a little chirpier than your average Bewley resident.
Yeah, he's neither old nor drunk.
Hello.
Good day. I haven't seen you in Bewley before.
I'm just visiting.
Lovely. It's nice to see a new face. We don't get many visitors.
And he's open to
My name's
outsiders.
Henry Long.
Nice to meet you, Henry. Thomasina Bateman.
Wonderful. What a treat.
You seem in a good mood, Mr. Long.
It's just lovely to see a new face. Where are you from, Miss Bateman?
Tell him he's harmless, lie it's hard to trust anyone. I've been honest so far with everybody. He knows that I'm an outsider. I'm a woman who walks around in trousers and braces. How is obfuscating the fact that we're specifically from London going to hurt me?
Originally a small town on the outskirts of Derby, Mr. Long, though I currently reside in London.
London? I've never met anyone from London. How very exciting. Have you lived there a long time?
It's been quite
I
a few
chose the
years
truth
now,
option,
yes.
right?
I've heard that the air there is so heavy with smoke, it makes it hard to breathe. Is that true?
Some days.
Oh, you must miss the fresh northern air. Well, you've got that in Bewley. No factories out here. Such things are a blight on his creation.
Because
I
learning
was
that she's
born in this
also
very
from a
home
town on
I
the outskirts of
stand in front
Derby
of. Bewley is in my blood.
is new information.
Why would I ever want to leave? Especially now I can meet new folk thanks to the railway line.
It could be we're going to get some Lovecraftian revelation where it turns out that she's actually part fish person. If she isn't from too far away herself.
Your opinion of the railway station differs widely from your fellow townsfolk, Mr. Long. I've not met anyone particularly keen on it.
That railway line is the start of a new era for Bewley. Mark my words. There's much to protect here, but we need new blood. I hope that some of you visitors will actually stay here permanently.
Why is that?
So I have new friends to talk to. Some people here don't want any new friends. Cyril Farnaby, the miserable old sod, is the worst offender.
He seems nice enough to us. But new blood specifically, he's recognized that the limited dating pool over the generations has taken its toll.
I've had the pleasure of meeting Cyril. He really dislikes the railway station.
Absolutely miserable he is. I've tried to convince him many times that the station will help Bewley. He just doesn't understand.
I met him last night in the Plough and Furrow.
Aye, the scene of our many debates. Blimey. I could go for an ale right now, actually.
Well, I can't pay anybody for it. So if he wants my generosity, I can't afford it.
Can I buy you a drink?
We can't buy him a drink!
No. Wait, do you think Mr. Kemp will let me open a tab?
perhaps. You could always ask him. I shouldn't leave anyway. Mr. Price is relying on me to keep watch of his storeroom.
So the postmaster isn't here right now, then?
I'm looking for Mr. Price, the postmaster.
Oh, Mr. Price, my lovely neighbour. I'm afraid you've just missed him.
Curses.
I saw him wheeling a large crate into his storeroom just there.
It must be mine. I really need it.
Have a look through the window to see if it's yours.
We're just going to, tell a tiny lie, see whatever we find there is ours.
Where did Mr. Price go?
I don't know. The man were in a hurry. I know he has family in Bakewell.
That's miles away. Did he leave by foot?
No, by horse. He must be a few miles down the road by now.
Curses.
He's picking up our Kenneth. He's a postmaster and he heard that our package got dropped off at the next station over. We're a station too early. And he's off by horse to pick him up.
When will Mr. Price be back?
He didn't say. Could be tonight, could be a few days.
A few days ago, postmaster.
Infuriating.
I told him I'd keep watch of his storeroom. And I'm a man of my word, Miss Bateman. I shall not budge from this spot.
I'm looking for Hobbs Barrow.
One of those old burial hills?
Yes. Do you know where it is?
Believe it or not, I haven't set foot on the moor since I were a child.
Why is that?
I've got all I need right
When he was
here in
barefoot in
Bewley.
Barrow.
And we are all truly blessed with the railway station, which brings us lovely new faces.
Do you know a man named Leonard Shoulder?
Aye, funny old fellow. I hear he lives way out on the moor somewhere.
Have you seen him recently?
No, not for a long while now that you mention it. Why do you ask?
Was that
It's a long
pause?
story, but I was to meet him in Bewley. He invited me here.
Well, I must thank him when I see him for inviting such an enchanting young woman.
You flatter me, Mr. Long. Goodbye.
Don't be a stranger.
Was that pause because he did not expect us to utter that name from our mouth? Or was he truly racking his brain? Because this guy's normally a chatterbox. Taking any amount of time to pause and think about his answer doesn't seem natural to him. Oh, that's the red ribbon,
There's
that's
my
mine!
crate. Kenneth always ties a red ribbon to it. I can see an envelope tucked behind the ribbon. Perhaps it can help explain Kenneth's absence.
I'm
going to have to get in there.
If that's my allowance, if that's the rest of my money,
I can't think of anything else to talk about right now.
really? Because he told us to check if it's ours, and if it's ours and he's watching it, maybe he's got the key.
I have nothing else to ask for the time being.
Really? Can't have him let us in?
The postmaster isn't home.
But my crate is in there.
You'll have to wait for Mr. Price to get back.
He's not gonna be a bro and help me out.
There's nothing else.
Okay, what to do then? I knock him out with a trowel.
I don't wish to give that away.
Maybe this is your necklace? Little quid pro quo?
Is this yours?
No, not mine.
Slap him with the glove. Then pistols at dawn. And he has to leave to prepare, and while he's gone, we break in.
I don't wish to give that away. I don't wish to... The man is standing right there. This house looks pleasant.
So maybe what I'm supposed to do then? Get into his house. Blast a hole into the wall between the buildings. And then get my stuff and ride out. But first I must get rid of him, so maybe if we had a tab. Still closed here.
Hello? I really must find Hobbs Barrow.
What did I tell you last time? Not to be found digging around in those things.
Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
Maybe I make friends with the local feral kids and have them attack the postmaster's storehouse for me? There's somebody out here. Wally's out here. If Wally's here, then maybe his sister's done drying off the dolls at the back.
What do you know about Lord Panswick?
I heard he owns the whole county.
Have you met him?
No, he lives out on the moors somewhere. But everyone does what he tells them to.
Why's that?
Because he has a lot of money.
Straight to the
Are
point,
you sure
kid.
you don't know anything about Hobbs Barrow? I would very much like to find it.
No.
Goodbye.
So is this your house, Wally?
A humble local dwelling.
Are your parents home? Well, no, they said they were picking fruit from the tree. There's a tree in the back, so maybe this is the one that it lives in.
Nobody home.
They were picking fruits for market, they said.
The road disappears over the horizon.
And we can't explore here until we have reason to explore all the way out there. I feel like the obvious answer is go back to the fur and plow. And then see about opening a tab or talking to what's-his-face. But first, I want to see... Which way is the back? Was it back this way? There's a mushroom she doesn't want to touch. Doesn't want to get lost this direction. Where were you back? Ah, she's still here. One? Does she have 2 dolls or 3? I think 1 doll is missing.
Damp rag dolls.
Wally took Myrtle!
She took Myrtle!
Pardon?
He took her and ran off. I hate him!
Is Myrtle one of your dolls?
Yes! My favourite! Mummy made her for me.
Aww.
She's so beautiful! Wally is the worst brother in the whole world!
Unless my Hobbs Barrow, I'll have to get Myrtle back. Tell me about Myrtle.
Why did your brother take Myrtle away?
He's just jealous because Daddy is letting me come with him to the market tomorrow. Wally thinks I'm Daddy's favourite.
They
so
live
he
right
took
next to
Myrtle
town. Just
from
walk
me.
into town.
What if he rips her to tatters? What if he feeds her to Mr. Bryden's goat?
Don't worry, Jane. I'm sure he wouldn't do such a thing. Where did your brother go?
I don't know. Home maybe.
Literally right in front of their
I'll
house.
have to wait here for Myrtle's friends to dry out.
Where do you live?
Our home is on the other side of the village, miss. Maybe Wally went back there. Or maybe he's left her out on the moors. Poor Myrtle.
No, he wouldn't
I'm going
have.
to kick him so hard.
Where do you live?
Poor. I'm going.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
The plant sea, have you seen a doll around here?
Father Roach asked me not to discuss that with Mrs. Duplancy.
Can I? Don't want to betray his trust? What exactly is wrong with him? That feels like a choice. What exactly is wrong with him? I'm going to stay in his trust. He enjoys talking Shakespeare, even though she's opened up about a crisis of faith. It was in a very theologically relevant manner, so I'm sure that we're still buddy-buddies. If he wants to tell us, he could tell us.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be with you.
Wait, I could just teleport on over. Devil's Toe. Oh, I can't teleport there, though.
I can't think of anything else to talk about right now.
Really? Now that we know that Dolly has Myrtle? We can't think of anything to ask?
There's nothing else I wish to discuss at the moment. This young fellow...
Okay. Sorry, but turns out we don't want to get Myrtle after all.
Hello, Jane.
Hello.
Have you heard of a place called Hobbs Barrow?
I have, yes.
Confession, now that Wally's in here.
To talk about it.
Why not?
Would you like to go there?
I would very much.
I would very much like to.
Exactly what I was going to say.
I'll tell you where it is if you find Myrtle for me.
You will?
Yes! But don't tell anyone about it or I'll be told off.
So I had to see that dialogue first.
Please find Myrtle first. I miss her.
Before we can get Myrtle from Wally.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Now you want to talk to Wally? You knew about Myrtle but didn't care well enough. Until there was something to get out of it.
Jane tells me you've taken Myrtle away.
And what if I did?
That's a bit mean, don't you think?
She kicked me! Look at this bruise on my leg!
Oh, that is a nasty wound,
That does
but
look
still.
quite bad. Why did she kick you?
Because she's a little goblin. You don't know what she can be like. Besides, Myrtle is gone now.
I don't know. Don't tell me it's the goat.
Fair folk. That'll teach her.
Is the fair folk who the vicar calls the primitive people, or is that just he put it in the fairy ring of mushrooms and left it at that?
Who are the fair folk?
The little people of the moors. I gave Myrtle to them.
Little people? You don't mean fairies, do you?
We call them fair folk round here.
Wally, there is no such thing as fairies.
It's true, and I gave him a doll.
Where can I find these fair folk?
Follow the tinkle of their tiny bells. I hear them when the wind dies. They dance around their little house.
But where is this little house?
Just listen for the bells, you'll find it. Don't think about bringing that doll back. That'll just bring bad luck for all of us.
Goodbye.
Our very presence here is going to bring bad luck to the town. It's too late, Wally. So, Moors from which direction, though? Back beyond the bench? Don't knock, don't knock, I misclicked. I misclicked. Ah, she was locked into it.
I don't think any...
To listen for the sound of bells from the little homes. Wouldn't be this way. This is just to, what's his face's house? To Shoulder's house, right? So maybe beyond Wally's? Because, yeah, that just takes him back here. And that takes him back to the back.
The road disappears over the horizon. I see nothing but moorland.
And any bells? No bells to hear? No bells to hear here? And where else? There was Fernwood. There's also by way of the area next to Cyril's house, right? On over this way? That's just back to the woods. Or is it other direction? Because that's church. There's an up here. Maybe this way?
I'd better not touch... It looks like something has been buried in the middle.
Buried in the middle. Yeah. Yeah. Fairy ring. Gave it to the fairies. Simply buried the doll, and that's gotta be cleaned all over again.
Thomasina, please stop leaving your toys lying about the place. What happened the last time you left your dolly under the tree?
It got wormed. A fox ate her doll?
It did. Fetch it now, won't you? Then I'll fix your supper.
Yes, madame.
Oh, I get to control Tiny Thomasina again. Digging up a fairy mouse is a terrible idea. We'll talk to Wally about that. He dug it up first. Miss Bowers.
Miss Bowers looks cross. What's for supper, madame?
It'll be nothing but a glass of water and a worm if you don't fetch your dolly right this instant.
Ah, she's charming. Tits. She thinks it's funny too.
It's the gateway to the fairy kingdom. Hello. Hello, fairies.
And Dolly! Little Josephine.
There she is. There you are, Josephine. I won't let the foxes eat you.
Papa?
Who's that you have there,
Papa,
little bird?
back when he was ambulatory.
Josephine. She introduced me to the fairies.
Oh, fairies, you say?
Yes, Daddy.
Do you believe in fairies?
Of course. Do you see those mushrooms over there?
Over there?
That's the gateway to their kingdom. That's where Josephine and I go to talk to the fairies.
Now, listen to me, Thomasina.
Yes?
You're old enough now to hear this. There's no such thing as fairies or talking
Yeah,
dolls.
you tell Sir Arthur
my little
Conan
bird.
Doyle.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, my dear child. I do not wish to upset you. I just want to make sure that you understand the difference between fantasy and reality.
Mr. Sherlock
Josephine
Holmes
is just
himself
a
straight up
doll,
believing that
and
picture
fairies
cutouts
do not exist.
superimposed over pictures, evidence of fairies.
Science is the great antidote to the poison of enthusiasm and superstition.
The poison of
Please
enthusiasm.
always remember that. If you hear anything about fairies or the like again, know that it's hogwash. What is it?
Those stern eyebrows.
Hogwash. Did Wally bury the doll, I wonder?
We're kind of kinder than our upbringing then, if we chose to let the children believe in the Ammon's horn. It's got a little pin through
This
her.
must be Jane's ragdoll.
Worm.
Look at it writhing away.
Worm.
Look at it writhing away. You're coming with me, little fellow. I shall name you Kenneth.
I can actually take the worms.
I've already taken one.
Alright.
There is something somewhat unsettling about its appearance.
It's got a very detailed face for a ragdoll.
Perhaps these wriggling worms are the fair folk young Wally was so fearful of. How strange. There is a hairpin pierced through the arm. This may come in handy. I'll keep it. At least I shall not return from Beauty empty-handed.
No, we don't know nothing. Now to show the worm and the hairpin to everybody.
It's little Kenneth.
Hairpin as a lockpick.
It's the wrong type of lock for this to work.
But it's a type of lock. So I'm on the right track already. Could I wash her off?
That's a peculiar idea.
Washing her off is a peculiar idea.
I present to you Myrtle.
Myrtle!
Oh, she's so happy.
I missed you so much.
Now, I believe we had a deal.
Hide and seek.
Hide and seek, nice. Oh, I guess hide and seek is a way to find the barrow.
It's in moments like these I thank myself for not having children.
Take the rest of the dolls.
They aren't mine to take.
Oh, touch the fossil.
I can't pry the fossil from the rock with my bare hands.
Can I actually trowel it out? She could actually trowel it
The
out?
trowel is too blunt to chip away at the rock.
We're gonna talk to the ironmonger. Get some proper hammers. Hairpin. Now
The
too
hairpin
blunted.
isn't strong enough to remove the fossil.
So the barrows are the woods.
Hey!
What out of the moors? Is it going to be with the tiny hole in the hill? Because that's too small for me to crawl through. She's hiding in the hole.
Jane?
So use a trowel to collapse the hole.
I was always happiest with a trowel in my hand,
The trowel was actually the answer.
uncovering hidden worlds within the earth itself, clod by clod.
And instead chose to use a trowel as a tool of death and bury a small child who simply wanted to play.
That should do it.
Or expand the hole, that works too.
Jane!
Send Kenneth after her.
I can't see how that will help me.
I have a match. One single final match.
Curses. The useless thing blew out. Jane!
Probably not gonna need that later on.
I can't see a damned thing in here. I need a light source.
If I burnt the letters, maybe. Because now I got nothing. Maybe the candle's back in my room. Teleport on over. Or could take the lantern. Yeah, because my candle's still dead. Lantern from the blacksmith?
Can I please have a new candle for my room?
I'll go upstairs and replace it this evening.
So I can't go in for him.
It's not dark yet, Miss Bateman.
Never mind.
How about matches? Could I get more matches?
I'm sorry to ask this, Mr. Kemp, but could I please open a tab?
Still not in your purse?
I'm afraid not. My assistant hasn't arrived as planned, so I find myself in a bind. He must have put the money in my crate, which is currently being held in Mr. Price's storeroom.
Well, as you know, I run an honest establishment here.
And we're friends, so
and
yes?
I do trust you. So yes, I'll open an account for you.
Friendship's
To be settled
confirmed.
at the end of your stay.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Kemp.
Now then, I'll be needing something of value as a deposit.
I thought you said you trusted me.
Aye, it's not personal, lass. One can never be too cautious.
Okay, we'll come back to you.
See you soon.
We do have the silver necklace, though. That's probably going to be enough to open the tab. We can't say whose it is yet, though.
I can't think of anything.
Okay, look at the
I have
lantern.
one just like this. I have one just like this. Good day.
Yes?
Then lantern.
Mr. Crozier, might I borrow your lantern?
Sorry, lass. I need it. My eyesight is not what it used to be. The extra light helps me see what I'm hammering.
I understand. Thanks for your time.
Aye. Speak to you later.
Well, guess that kid is just gonna stay in that hole forever. But for now, all this tea. Oh, there's a little bunny! It is about time for me to take one more break. So, we'll solve this mystery of how to get this hole out of this kid or vice versa when I return. Okay, now who on earth is going to have a light? My candle's out, my matches are out. Maybe by chance.
The Devil's Toe, a local landmark.
Maybe now Mr. Shoulder's getting me back.
What a peculiar name, the Devil's Toe. I can't quite see the resemblance myself.
Smash it open.
I don't wish to dig it up.
Have the chickens. Bring the child out. Could I open the window from the outside?
No sign of any movement.
Takes a half hour to walk this way and back.
Mr. Shoulder
Chicken through the
continues to
window.
prove
If
himself
only.
elusive.
If only I could. And if the church had a light. Arthur, have you got a
Can't
light?
think of anything else.
No? No light with Arthur? Have you got a lantern?
Good day to you, Cyril.
I'll do, lass.
Henry Long, that's right, you guys got a rivalry.
What do you make of Henry Long?
An idiot who thinks that station's a good idea. Can you imagine? Strangers pouring into Bewley.
Can't
Turns
possibly
the stomach,
imagine.
that does.
Maybe he has a point. You could travel.
Bah! You're an outsider. I'd expect you to have such a bad opinion. But Henry, he's a Bewley lad. We've had the odd Barney or two in the pub over it all.
I can imagine. Can I buy you a drink, Cyril?
Now?
Oh, wait.
Money.
I don't have any money.
Well, I'm not buying
So we
you
could
a
invite
drink.
people to the pub to drink.
You must think I'm daft.
We could open a tab. And so far we could invite
Goodbye.
we could invite Cyril and Henry. Is that to cause some kind of trouble and to gain the light that way?
Hello. Good. Thank you, Lord.
I don't think there was any light in here I could take. No, there isn't. There's candles. But I can't do a thing about those. Robbing Lord Panswick. If only I could. All I know is that he lives in some manor out of the moors. And she refuses to walk further out into said moors. There's nothing out back. Okay, so the only thing I can do that I think so far is maybe use a silver necklace to settle my as collateral for my tab.
Will you accept this silver cross pendant as a deposit?
Can I take a closer look at it? Aye, silver. That'll do.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp.
Can I get you something to drink?
One wouldn't hurt, no, clear head. But I'll bring a couple of guys in.
Not right now, Mr. Kemp.
As you were.
Game saved.
My assistant has not arrived as planned.
Oh, is everything all right?
I'm not entirely sure.
Am I to keep a room for him just in case?
He's got several
Hold
rooms.
it for one more night, Mr. Kemp.
As you wish.
He's not exactly getting many visitors, so it doesn't matter.
What can you tell me about Lord Panswick?
A most charming man, Miss Bateman. He looks after us here, a good fellow.
Where does he live?
Panswick Manor, on the moors. No visitors allowed. His lordship likes his privacy.
I found Mr. Shoulder's home, thanks to the help of Father Roach.
Wonderful! So you've met our vicar then?
Yes, I did. An interesting character.
Indeed.
And that's
so,
that.
did old Leonard apologise for his absence?
Not quite. He wasn't home.
What is that man playing at?
You tell me.
Can't be a super cop if I don't have this drink. That's the thing, though. We are both super cop and taking on that, what was that wasteland perk of sobriety. A very sober super cop. It'll make me fun and cool. We'll come back for the drink. We just won't drink alone. We're gonna drink with the company of others. Very disco.
I've decided to find Hobbs Barrow without Mr. Shoulder's aid.
Are you sure that's a wise idea, lass?
What other choice do I have? I have a feeling he is avoiding me. Do you know where I can find the Barrow?
No, sorry.
Invited me over, then
I'll say
avoiding me.
that on my mother's
Suspicious.
grave, Miss Bateman.
Goodbye.
See you soon.
So the best guess I have now is, now that I do have the tab, invite you over and invite Cyril over and make a fight.
Hello?
Good day.
Can I buy you a drink, Henry?
Really?
Really? We can talk more at the inn.
But I told Mr. Price I'd keep watch of his storeroom.
Doors have locks for this very reason.
You're right. One drink won't take long. I shall take you up on your offer, Miss Bateman.
Oh,
Let
and
us
how
make
about
our way.
this? Oh, I go with him.
The rocket weren't Stevenson's only design, you know. Before that, there were the Blucher and the Locomotion. But my favourite would have to be the Lancashire Witch.
All
I believe he
this
built
while the
that in
child
1828.
is still
In
hiding away in the
Newcastle,
hole of
of
the woods.
Well, that's me. I better be off.
Wait!
Ta-ra, Miss Bateman.
I couldn't even get a word in.
He likes a good chin wag, our Henry.
He certainly does.
She's got a drink in her now. I can't put the worm in his drink. So I can only invite one at a time. I can't invite them both and have them wait for me. Other alternative plan was send him out, and then I could lockpick on the door? His door or this door?
Hello?
Good day.
I could still invite him out, though.
Goodbye.
Don't be a stranger.
I don't know how well she holds her drinks. I could still invite him out.
I can't think of anything. A fantastic specimen. A simple... I can't think of... The bucket is... Perhaps... There's nothing else. Good day to you, Cyril.
I'll do, lass.
Can I buy you a drink, Cyril?
Now?
Yes.
Go on then, lass.
Follow me.
I am building up so much debt. If I'm buying drinks for us
He
both,
turns around and says, "Why is a dog like a tree?" And I
8
says,
shillings
"I
I'm
don't
down
know."
now.
And he says, "Because they both lose their bark once they're dead."
Very droll, Cyril. Well, it's been a pleasure, but I must be off.
Aye, lass. Ta for the drink. You're not too bad for an outsider.
Is he staying? He's staying now.
Thanks again for the ale, lass. Now leave me be.
So Cyril? I could lure away from his home.
I have nothing.
Maybe Cyril first, and then invite Henry?
This must belong to...
And then when Henry's there, while Cyril's there, then nasty stuff happens? There's a dog bark in the
I can't
distance.
see how that will...
Okay, that's the only good idea I have right now. Because I'm out of matches, and I lost the lantern. Let's go. 12 shillings into debt.
Hello?
Good day.
Can I buy you another...
I suppose one more ale won't hurt. I shall take you up on your offer, Miss...
Let us make our...
To think, if that station hadn't been built, we would never have met. Blessed be the Midland Railway.
They're on opposite ends and they're fighting. Oh, no, there they are. There they go.
That station is the worst decision this village has ever made.
Cyril Farnaby, a miserable man with miserable ideas. I will change your mind even if it kills me.
And away we go. Now gotta unlock you. And then push a heavy crate all the way across.
Taught me this useful trick. A hairpin is much more than a hair accessory.
And no one's going to
few
mind the
wiggles
tracks
and this lock
on the
should
dirt.
spring right open.
Maybe there's a lantern among our equipment too.
I've snapped the hairpin in the process, but I managed to unlock the door.
Because she said the lantern, she's got one just like it.
Let's open this envelope.
Not envelope?
There's a note inside.
Miss Bateman begged for forgiveness. A matter of grave urgency has arisen in... He's all the way in London! And I cannot join you in Bewley. I pack your usual equipment and pray you'll find local assistance in my absence. Look forward to seeing you upon your return. Faithfully, Kenneth Murdoch.
How very frustrating.
But did he send the money?
What happened?
Where's the envelope?
I'd better get this to the alley before Mr. Long comes back.
Was there money with the envelope?
Moving a fully laden crate through the village square was no easy task. Somehow, no one was there to witness it.
That I highly doubt. There's Douglas and Betty. The blacksmith might be a bit blind. There's the gravekeeper. All the old mothers and aunts peering out through the window.
But I didn't give up, because I never give up, do I, Mother? I am as stubborn as my father, as you liked to remind me.
Stubbornly laying in bed, refusing to talk to any of us.
Wait.
Wait?
Where's my money?
No.
It's not in here.
Come on, Kenneth!
Absolute liability of a man. It looks like everything else is in here. Picks, specimen trays,
Lantern.
shovels.
Lantern.
Oh, my chisel, I'll take that.
That's for the ammonite. Lantern.
My lantern. It feels light. There mustn't be any oil inside.
No oil.
I'll leave the rest in the crate. Stanley assured me things would be safe here.
But still no money. I'm 12 shilling in debt.
No assistant. This is most inconvenient. Still, I've been in worse situations. I've got a tab at the inn for now. I'll worry about money later. I must find that Barrow and get on with the excavation.
We had what? 6 shilling and 2 pence at the start? And that was enough for 2 nights' room and 1 ale? So the debt is only going to get worse from here. What if we trade? Lantern for lantern. He can't see us.
It looks like the same make as my own. Good day.
Yes?
I was wondering if you might be able to spare some lantern oil.
I don't have much to spare, lass. Paraffin is as rare as hen's teeth in these parts. How much coin do you have?
None.
None, I'm afraid.
If you're in a bind, I can trade you a small amount.
A trade, you say?
Ammonite. He likes ammonites.
Thanks for your time.
Aye. Speak to you later.
This kid is going to get caved in on in the time it takes to do all this. For a whole ammonite of this size, though. Invite the child to a drink after meeting hell. Enjoy it, Sap and Stars. Thanks for hanging. Enjoy the lurk in the meeting. But for an ammonite of this size, I would expect his whole lantern full of oil, and not just to spare a little bit.
Splendid. I've managed to extract it in one piece.
Does she comment on the hole left behind? No comment on the hole left behind.
An exceptional ammonite fossil.
To the little square. If this hole is not collapsed by the time we finally get back to this, I'm going to be very surprised.
Yes?
What can I trade you for some lantern oil?
Surprise me.
Okay.
What can I trade you for some lantern oil?
Surprise.
Thanks for your...
Surprise it is.
Would you trade some of your paraffin for this fossilized ammonite, Mr. Crozier?
Now then, 'tis a beauty that. It looks familiar. I'll take it off your hands.
Wonderful.
He recognizes, what is it? Ammon's horn? I'm sure he recognizes Ammon horn. He's a local.
There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Crozier.
Achievement unlocked, fossil collector, paraffin.
An opened tin of paraffin. There's still quite a bit left inside.
Quite a bit, huh? How much you want to bet there's a possibility of running out?
My lantern is fueled and ready for action.
Could I turn the lantern off when I don't need it?
My lantern is fueled and operational.
Hopefully, it doesn't run out on me over time. And that she's very wisely opting to turn the lantern off when it's not being used or needed. I don't hear giggle giggle. The child is dead.
Right. Let's put this lantern to good use.
Badger must have gotten into here and now she's long gone. Oh, she's still alive!
Jane, come out at once.
There's a bit of a heartbeat going on in this claustrophobic tunnel. What did I say, Badger? Where's Jane?
Goodness me.
Unless she just now got eaten? Maybe she was never...
Jane!
Child, how did she get...
Silly, what are you doing in that smelly old badger's hole?
You were in there.
No, I weren't.
Yes, you were.
Not true. I was hiding behind that tree over there. I got bored of waiting for you.
So where can I find Hobbs Barrow?
Go north from the church graveyard, up the hill. You'll see some muddy fields on the horizon.
North up the hill,
That's
horizon.
Mr. Bryden's farm. Hobbs
That's
Barrow
the Bryden
is there.
farm.
Don't tell any grown-ups I told you. And thanks for getting Myrtle back.
My pleasure. Thank you, Jane. You've been a great help.
And then I guess you could have misheard the giggling is coming from the hole just near the hole.
A badger's set.
Alright, now that no children are in danger after all. Hill up from the church. Church. Then hills up from. Oh, there's a crow over the,
As I trudged through the barren moors, with only the odd sheep for company, I reflected upon my visit to Bewley thus far.
There was a crow, or a raven, or some kind of corvid, over in the hole we dug, in the fairy circle. That could be ominous, or it could just be those worms there.
The enigmatic Mr. Shoulder and his puzzling disappearance.
How much you want to bet he's going to say, this is part of the puzzle, this is part of the, this is part of a test. If you could find the Barrow on your own, then you're the real deal.
The townsfolk of Bewley who had made it as difficult as they could for me to find Hobbs Barrow. The suspicion, the wariness in their eyes.
No more coconut in here.
Only now I know it was actually fear. In the end, it was the innocence of a child, young Jane, that condemned me to my fate.
Dear mother, I am writing you this from beyond the grave.
The gate opens out into a vast tilled field.
Probably want to introduce myself before we go walking onto his field to dig stuff up. Bucket.
The empty bucket smells of rancid milk. This is not mine to take.
She's very honest. Oh, that's the goat. Mr. Bryden's goat.
What a wild-looking thing. Easy, girl.
Adorable.
I'm not fond of goats at the best of times, but this one seems particularly disagreeable.
Is it? I think she's got her bias, because she's just laying down over here, just bleeding at her. Not at all acting aggressive.
The entrance to the farmhouse.
What do you want?
I want the goat. No, introduce yourself first.
My name is Thomasina Bateman. Mr. Bryden, I presume.
Aye. What do you want, lass?
I want your goat.
That's quite an intimidating goat you own.
Ha! The old girl does a better job of protecting this farm than any hound would. She still produces a lot of milk for us, so we forgive her temper.
What can you tell me of Lord Panswick?
He keeps us going. Most of our crops go to feed his animals.
What is he like?
Oh, I've hardly laid eyes on him.
He doesn't bring sweets around this way?
He's here to pick up the crops.
I see. I understand Hobbs Barrow is located on your land.
Oh, well, yes. Why do you ask?
You can't
I
lose
am
all
an
that.
antiquarian, Mr. Bryden. I'm writing a volume on the Barrows of England.
Oh, I suppose you'll be wanting to dig about it.
If at all possible, Mr. Bryden. I was invited to Bewley by Mr. Leonard Shoulder, who told me such an excavation would be possible.
Leonard Shoulder? Ha! I haven't seen him in years. The last I heard he were on death's door. There's to be no more digging there, lass. Not since it went so badly last time.
It was the last time?
Was there a previous excavation of Hobbs Barrow?
Aye. My brother dug it up. Must have been, what, 25 years ago?
20-ish years ago, 25 years back to Dredge.
Well, it drove him mad.
Oh?
Aye. I moved back here to look after him. Poor bastard hanged himself not long after.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bryden. That's terrible.
Aye. Time passes, but it were an awful thing.
What did your brother find?
Samuel. Samuel were his name.
Sorry, what did Samuel find in the barrow?
I don't know. But something went wrong. Afterward, he could barely speak. He couldn't
like
make out a word like.
Did Dad go to the barrow too?
He lost a hand in that excavation too, you know.
Goodness me, how?
I try hard not to speculate on what might have happened, lass. I'd see him disappear into that barrow, dragging timber in with him. You'd hear him hammering away for hours. I offered him help, but he'd have none of it. Soon enough, he blocked the entrance off. To look at it now, you'd never know the thing we dug up. The landers reclaimed it.
Tell me more.
Who else was involved in the excavation?
2 others, I believe. Outsiders, perhaps. I can't say for sure. I think they left town pretty swiftly afterwards. I lived in Bakewell at the time. I only moved back here to look after Samuel. I took over the farm when he passed away.
I see.
Farm? We're putting up all this rapport, digging into his old scars. So maybe we'll get permission to get into this.
What can you tell me about your farm?
Samuel's fair to side. We're a fortunate family. The soil is fertile here. Crops grow without too much trouble. All the other farmers round here raise livestock, even Lord Panswick. We grow feed for him.
Most fortunate, Mr. Bryden.
And about himself?
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Bryden.
I live here with my wife, and I might be long in tooth, but I can still run this farm without too much help.
Is your wife home?
She's out in fields, lass, pulling weeds. The curse of such fertile soil. 40 years we've been
That's what he
married.
should be doing.
I couldn't do it without her, you see.
How splendid.
Aye, my wife is a fine woman. Are you married, lass?
No. I've had my fair share of proposals, Mr. Bryden, but that's not the life for me.
Marriage is an important institution. You'll find a man one day.
Every
I
man
manage
we've found
rather
has
well
run off,
without
though.
one, Mr. Bryden.
Shoulder has ghosted us. Kenneth has ghosted us. Dad is literally ghosting us. So not exactly a promising prospect so far.
You haven't seen Mr. Shoulder for some time?
I hear about him now and then, but it must be a good few years since I set eyes on him.
He hasn't been here to visit Hobbs Barrow?
Not to my knowledge. I heard he's beset by ailments. Don't leave his home often.
How odd. I assumed he'd spoken to you about my visit.
Not at all.
You say Mr. Shoulder is at death's door. What exactly
Does he also have the
ails him?
snake vomit?
I'm unsure. It's just what I've heard. I wouldn't want to speculate on matters that are not my business.
Mr. Bryden, may I please have your permission to excavate Hobbs Barrow?
No. Have you not been listening, lass? Samuel found something in there that's best left to rot. No digging here, lass.
But I'm not Samuel, I'm a stranger. Wouldn't you like to find out more about what Samuel found? Poor Sammy boy. To put his spirit at ease.
Wouldn't you like to find out more about what Samuel found in there?
Perhaps. But Samuel boarded up that barrow for a reason. You don't want to tempt the same fate, lass.
Could I at least see it if I pinky promise not to dig it up?
Perhaps I can at least see Hobbs Barrow.
I suppose you've come a long way to be here, lass.
All the way from London, Mr. Bryden.
Have you any proof of all you've told me?
I got the letters. We haven't burnt the letters for fuel, so we still got that.
You wish to see proof of what, Mr. Bryden?
I can't let any Tom, Dick or Harry wander around me fields. What proof have you of your claims?
Thanks for your time.
Ta-ra now.
He said outside, so I can give him these.
Here is proof that Mr. Shoulder invited me to Bewley in order to excavate Hobbs Barrow.
Easy puzzle.
Leonard making bold promises, I see. Don't make me regret this, but yes, you can have a look at it.
Thank you.
Any road. Once you've set your eyes on it, you won't be wanting to outdo with it. The place gives one a queer feeling.
So where can I find it?
Through that gate to your left. Just head straight across the top to the field there. After 10 minutes or so, you'll see Barrow, set on a hill ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Bryden. I really do appreciate it.
Trudging through the farm cutscene. Cozy, quaint. And it's a good thing she brought boots.
I probably should have brought my umbrella.
I can go back if I wanted.
The path leads across farmland and back to Mr. Bryden's home.
We walk, what, 10 minutes to get here?
Perhaps I could take a closer look.
Is this the barrow itself? AR. AR. Do we know any ARs?
AR. I haven't a clue what that could be referring to.
We know an AT. Wait, what was that?
Hobbs Barrow.
She had said something when I clicked through by accident.
Indeed, a barrow of a most unusual rectangular form. I've not seen something like this since West Kennet Long Barrow. Yes, this shall make a fine entry for my book. What secrets do you conceal, I wonder?
Well, pull out your notepad and start sketching before you start digging earth. Where's my notebook? I don't have a notebook. I don't have any kind of notepad or any kind of mapping tool. Going to assume fresh earth over the entryway.
Smell. Earthy and sweet.
3, 2, 1. You can open your eyes now, Thomasina.
It's this hide and seek or birthday party.
Come.
Not very good hide and seek if it's telling me to come.
Are you ready for your first excavation?
Oh, the mushrooms are gone.
Yes, Daddy.
Capital. Make sure you remember everything I've taught you. I have a feeling you might find something special.
How exciting.
I'll be watching from the steps, my little bird. Good luck.
Thank
Is
you,
this going
Daddy.
to be a sweet flashback how to excavate tutorial? She's got no inventory. Oh, there's a trowel over here.
Now I'm ready. Hello.
Trowel the
Daddy
statue.
would be angry if I break the statue.
Then where to dig? Going on an adventure to dig something up. But what and where do I dig? I can't just dig any place that I want. Well, there was no dirt. I found worms and an onion bulb. Oh, I see. They're different dirt mounds. The most important the most important thing she's learning is that often when she digs, she'll find nothing. And she hasn't even dug to bedrock yet.
Here.
The fact, child, that you're referring to these as treasures already shows your head is the wrong place. You're not just digging up loot. You'll be asking yourself, what is going to enrich or be enriched by what we dig up? What will we learn about what? How are we bringing value to the local people who are bound to these finds?
Treasure.
And you have ripped it out of the earth, you've taken it out of this matrix? There was no sketching done, no mapping?
Well done, little bird. Your first successful excavation. That urn you're holding is very old and precious. Take good care of it, all right?
I will, Daddy. I promise.
He used his own mother's urn for this project. Aww, tear in her eye.
I do have a feeling there is something exceptional to be discovered here. I must gain Mr. Bryden's permission to excavate.
Was that a bit of emotion in her voice? Let's start there. Holding back tears as she got her thoughts together.
I do have a feeling there is something I must gain.
Alright, gotta get permission first though. Even if she still sees this as treasure hunting, she is at least making sure to get proper permission, which is a lot more than Lara Croft gets. Lara Croft straight up being told, do not break anything, and then she walks over, sees this giant mural, and then just hammers on through it when she could just walk around to get to the back.
Quickly here. I should make my way back to the inn.
After getting permission?
I shouldn't disturb him at this late hour.
It's like 4 o'clock. At this latitude, at this time of year, it's like 4 tops, maybe 5:30. This is slightly eerie though. Will they let me go to Leonard's place? The toe doesn't glow at night.
Back to the plough and furrow.
Where's her adventurous spirit? And we never got to buy cakes. We got no money, we got no Kenneth.
St. Edmund's is locked up for the evening.
Oh, there's a nice fog.
A finely made horseshoe. The blacksmith must also be a farrier.
It's dark and foggy out. No one is going to see if I take the broom for my
A
own.
simple broom. I didn't come to Bewley to sweep their streets. The bucket is rusty and full of holes. This must belong to someone.
There's a light over here. So the cobbler's home. Never spoke to the cobbler yet.
No one here.
Lies. Lies. We all see the window.
It's late. I should really get some sleep now. Good evening, Mr. Crozier.
Evening. Thanks again for the fossil, lass. 'Tis truly a beauty.
You're most welcome. How long have you been collecting fossils?
Ever since I were a boy. The moors look a barren place, but there are plenty of fossils to be found in the rock formations. All manner of creatures to uncover.
Such a playground for a young lad. What's your favourite piece in your collection?
The ammonite you gave me today.
Aw, it's already his
Most
favorite.
recent is always the best.
Indeed.
Oh, he just
What
likes
about
freshness
you,
is why.
lass? Do you collect out?
I do. You see, I'm writing a book on the Barrows of England.
Let's hope maybe
It
it's
should be
some
called
hieromorphic ones.
Vestiges of the Antiquities in Rural England. I document all my findings.
What do you collect?
Pottery, tools and such.
Bones too, no doubt.
No, I leave those in place.
Everybody always goes
You've
straight to
got a morbid
bones.
heart, lass. Fussing about in old graves like that.
We're not dissimilar in that we both take an interest in the remains of the long gone.
I suppose you have a point there. How's your book coming along then?
Very well, thank you. Though I'm rather keen to begin my chapter on Hobbs Barrow. Thanks for your time.
Aye. Speak to you later.
I see a few new faces here. Somebody's playing the Knives Z game.
This local chap looks thoroughly intoxicated.
So let's talk to him.
Good evening, gentlemen.
What are you gonna do about him?
If he thinks he can take her away from here, he's got another thing coming. I am gonna knock his bloody block off.
Just a couple of local fathers.
I can think of a better punishment.
Local fathers discussing the local Montagues and
What do
Capulets.
you want, lady? Piss off.
You heard the man.
Charming.
Charming.
Beat you to it. Oh, it's a kitty. Little Herbert.
He's engaged in a bout of pin finger. Such a brutal hobby. Good evening, sir.
Can I make him mess up and stab himself?
I'll leave you to it.
No.
It's Herbert, the local stray. I don't wish to wake him up. Hello again, Cyril.
You're still here?
Did Mr. Long convince you of the virtues of Bewley Station?
What the hell do you think? Now bugger off and leave me to me drink.
Oh, we're still friends alright, Cyril?
He seems even more wound up than usual.
That's just Cyril being Cyril.
Those men are rather brutish. I'd rather not engage with them anymore.
Good evening, Miss Bateman.
Good evening, Stanley.
I could order a drink. But I'm already 12 pence in debt. Paying for 2 drinks 3 times at 2 pence per drink. I'm gonna hold off on any drinks for myself until I get actual money in.
Henry Long can talk, can't he?
He's a colourful character. The man drinks like a fish.
He certainly does.
I've seen him drink this place dry and still be up to tend his garden at sunrise. The man can truly hold his ale.
He's good business.
I found Hobbs Barrow.
Oh, remember what I said, Miss Bateman? There are stories connected to that place.
Yes, stories you won't elaborate on, I might add. Don't worry about me, Stanley. I'm quite capable of warding off imagined fiends.
I have no doubt, but please leave that place be.
Maybe there is nothing
I've come
cultish
this
about
far,
this.
There's no turning back now.
And all the local
precisely
superstition
what
is
worries
entirely
me.
on what Samuel dug up some 25 odd years ago.
Goodbye.
See you
And
soon.
what happened to him. I can't leave, can I?
The sun has set and rain has swept in. I shan't go out again tonight. I can't think of anything else.
My only options are order a drink.
I must say, last night has rather put me off using these toilets.
Okay, Thomasina, you have been here for 24 hours at least now. Well over 24 hours, like 36 hours now. She has got to use the bathroom at some point.
Hello again, Cyril.
You're still here?
Did Miss...
What now?
He seems even more wound up than usual.
So the only choice seems to be drink or go to bed. What about dinner? Because dinner is included in my stay.
I'm not hungry at the moment.
36 hours you've been here and you're not going to eat or poop.
I'm not hungry at the moment.
I am going to pretend that all eating and defecation happens in the course of go to bed.
Time for bed. Tomorrow I shall convince Mr. Bryden to allow me to begin my excavation.
Miss Bateman. How are you?
Tired.
Gonna buy you a drink?
He's paying. Shouldn't you stop drinking so much for the man's health? He did have something he wanted to tell us. About Mr. Shoulder. That he seemed more willing to talk about when drunk and less so when sober, but when he's drunk, one drink takes him out, and he's useless to me. But he's paying. So maybe I should. But he is something of a womanizing lush when he does get into his drinks. He's got a wife, but the drinks make him forget. But I got no money. Let's take him up on the drink.
One won't hurt.
Excellent. I feel bad about what happened last night. I'm sorry I can't remember it.
That's all right, Mr. Tillett. Alcohol can do all sorts of damage to one's memory.
I was thinking that maybe if we had another drink tonight, I might remember what happened.
Maybe he's got the beer brain.
That's logical.
But worth trying?
I
That
don't need
sounds
any
flirty.
further convincing.
That was an alluring worth trying.
I shall return with the goods.
To Leonard Shoulder.
Wherever he may be. I've been meaning to ask you something.
Yes?
Why did Leonard Shoulder ask you to dig up Hobbs Barrow?
He's lucid
Despite
right
his
now.
disappearing act the previous evening, not to mention his questionable sobriety, I decided Mr. Tillett was to be my ally. I spoke again of Mr. Shoulder's letter, his proposed excavation, and my status as an antiquarian and barrow digger. He was fascinated and quite excited at the prospect of meeting the soon-to-be author of a real-life book.
You must find all manner of riches on your digs.
And
Barrow
bones.
digging is not all success, Mr. Tillett. Often I'll come across the likeliest of sites steeped in promise. We set to work with shovel and pick and all the other barrow opening paraphernalia you can imagine. Every stone carefully taken down, every shovel full of earth put dutifully through the sieve.
And none of it
And we
sketched,
find
mapped, or recorded.
Nothing. Or you may find a miserable remnant of animal bone or a shard of pottery hardly to be recognized from the peat in which it decayed.
All very valuable
Sometimes it's as if
anthropological
some
evidence that they're not even paying
humorist
attention to.
prepared an elaborate practical joke for your special benefit.
It still sounds much more exciting than spending your days sitting in England's most remote railway station.
Are you all right, Mr. Tillett?
I've had another argument with Agnes.
Your wife?
Aye. She didn't want me coming to the plough tonight. Truth is, I've been drinking my life away since my mother passed.
Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry for your loss.
You're kind, Miss Bateman. Thank you.
It's been a year since the old girl left us. She had a horrible end, wasting away, day by day. Consumption got her. She was naught but bones by the end. I can't get the image out of my mind. She were everything to me.
I'm so sorry.
I apologise for going on, Miss Bateman. It's not appropriate.
Don't worry, Mr. Tillett. I appreciate your openness.
Used to love going for walks out in the moor, my mother and I, ever since I were a little one. She'd get a tear in her eye as she looked out upon it. She loved this land. I asked Mr. Crozier to build a bench, which we've erected at her favourite lookout spot on the moors. Margaret's Lookout, we called it. Aye.
Explains that.
That's a beautiful tribute.
Aye. If you take a seat there, do keep her in your thoughts, won't you?
Of course, Mr. Tillett. I can relate in some manner. My father had an accident when I was very young. He's still alive, but he can neither move nor speak. He spends his entire life bedbound and incapable of communicating or looking after himself in any way.
When she was very young.
He was a barrow digger himself, an antiquarian of some renown. He taught me so much, even though I was so young.
Well, that had been
I think
25 years
writing
ago,
this book
too.
is my way of carrying on his work. It helps me reclaim those earlier memories of him, and I visit him often to tell him all about my excavations.
Can he hear you?
I've no idea. The doctors aren't sure. I'd do anything to make him better, Mr. Tillett. I'd do anything to bring him back to the man he was. I am in a state of suspended mourning for a man caught between life and death.
Dreadful. Just dreadful.
We all have our weaknesses. Mine just happens to be my father.
And what of your mother?
A cold woman. We haven't talked in quite some time. I think she blamed me for my father's accident somehow.
You were but a child.
Indeed. She thus saw it fit that a governess should raise me as she spent her life grieving for my father.
Well then, I propose a toast.
A toast to what?
A shared sense of loss.
I'll toast to that, Arthur. Now then, enough of this wallowing.
Let us be merry. Another round.
I really shouldn't.
Casino for now. You've already got our one drink in.
But I did. And another after that. And another.
But what about poor Arthur's liver? He's got to get off the drink.
The frustrations of my visit to Bewley slipped away with each swill of Stanley's finest ale. We had great fun that night, Mr. Tillett and I.
I'm worried now. I was willing to accept one drink, and this is how many we're deep
I treasure
into.
the memory.
Go on then. Let's hear those pipes.
All right.
I mustn't.
I was worried gonna wake up with him.
The song.
You're incorrigible.
Please. You'll make a sad man happy.
Oh, all right then.
This is gonna be the ruination of a reputation in town if we wake up next to him.
Pelts and arrowheads I'll try to claw within my clutch. And if a shield I should espy, I'll vow there ne'er was such.
With popish tricks and relics rare, the priests their flocks do gull. In casting out the earth take care. Huzzah! I've found a skull!
I can't tell. Hopefully we're alone here. The guy's a married man in a small town where everyone knows everyone and they already hate outsiders and my presence. Fuchsia dream time, I can't escape to the right. Oh, little goblin man. Do you want to riddle Gollum?
Hello, Thomasina.
What is this? Who are you?
I'm the one that saved your father.
What do you mean?
He were here 25 years ago.
Knew it.
My
Knew it.
He were deep down with the others. He were there when something went wrong. I dragged him out.
Impossible.
I helped him then, and I can help him again.
I don't understand.
Believe my words. You'll find proof in morning.
Is he the cat? Is this Herbert? Was Herbert the one who saved my father?
One more thing. This is not a dream.
Expisor. Is that going to be an anagram for something? A VHS tape under my door? A VHS tape? In the late 19th, maybe earliest 20th century to stretch? I think it's
Goodness,
19th.
that was a terrible sleep. A decrepit set of drawers.
Wait, the drawers are stuck, right?
Jammed shut.
What if I use the chisel to unjam it?
The drawers don't open. I can't store anything in them even if I wanted to.
What if I use a trowel to unjam it?
The drawers don't open.
What if I use Kenneth to unjam it?
The drawers don't open. What's this?
It's a VHS. From the future. Ooh, or just a book. Finally, she gets a notebook to sketch things out.
Stone strapped to the cover.
A chicken. Day 1. Arrived after a decent day's ride from Bakewell. Curious place, locals seem distant. I'm to meet my local contact tomorrow, so it'll be an early night for me. What if Shorter was here for ages? Even way back when. And lured our father here before he lured us here. I shall try to keep a diary of my stay here and not give up by day 3 of the excavation as usual. Despite the thrill of possible new discoveries, I cannot stop thinking about my dear wife and wonder if I should have left her in her current state. I must have faith that she will conquer this bout of illness. Day 4, true to form, my journal has been abandoned. Let that not speak for the excitement I feel for this excavation. After much preparation, we dig tomorrow. Such an exceptional site with a unique history. So far, this matches our own experience. As for the dangers, we shall meet them head first. We are prepared. I also sought out a local wise woman yesterday, and she provided me with a tincture for my beloved's nausea. Beloved's nausea gravidarum. I am sure she'll be pleased with it upon my return. Lo, a place of miracles. A planted seed sprouted before our eyes and illuminated our path. Nature's laws hold no meaning here, but I clutch my tablet with the knowledge that it shall end this. P, Rho, Theta, that's a sigma, right? Epsilon, 6. The code was simply in the singularity of the characters. All eyes must face towards a 7 archontic. There are puzzle solutions in here. Are those snake heads, or is that going like this with his hands? When the sun and the 2 moons meet, the guardian shall be defeated. The 2 moons. We've seen 1 on Leonard's door. A dead language reveals a path. For thou art the moon, the chief of the stars. Listen to the things that I have said. Follow the words of my mouth. Reveal thyself to me. I heard a whisper, not once, again and again. I will pour out my spirit, I will pour out my spirit, I will pour out my spirit. Curious.
It appears to be a journal, full of hogwash. I don't recognize the handwriting.
You don't recognize your own father's?
Maybe Stanley knows more about it.
Good morning. How's your head, Miss Bateman? That were quite the tune you treated us to last night.
To be honest, Stanley, I felt better. I take it you slid this journal under my door?
I beg your pardon?
The journal, Stanley.
I certainly did no such thing. nor could have anyone else. You're the only guest staying here.
What's the meaning of all this?
It's Herbert.
Do you propose that it manifested itself out of thin air?
Herbert been watching over us. Continue accusing him. Nah, I don't think it was him. I think it's a cat. Like, no joke. I think it's a cat's doing.
I'm sorry. I just don't understand how else it could have got there.
There's a sparkly... a knife! A knife!
Are you sure there was no one else here overnight?
Without doubt.
How very, very peculiar.
So, what does it say inside?
Show him the contents. Perhaps he couldn't decipher it, keep it secret. Who do we trust here? Stanley has been out of town for most of his youth and then came back here. He's been an easy ally so far. And do we suspect that he could have any skill in deciphering this? He was what, a drover in his youth before opening the inn? Buying the inn? We know the Ironmonger enjoys ammonites, but ammonite appreciation isn't quite the same thing as puzzly solutions. The Vicar enjoys Shakespeare, but saying, in that it doesn't imply puzzle solutioning. And he's not fond of the old ways, so this book probably isn't good for him either. I'm gonna keep it a secret. I don't know who I can trust yet.
I'd rather not say, Stanley.
Oh? Suit yourself.
What do you make of this stone?
That's a funny looking thing. It's got a cockerel on it.
Yes, but have you seen anything like it?
What, cockerels all over the place?
Do you ever have strange dreams, Stanley?
Me? I sleep as sound as a baby.
I had one such dream last night. It was so vivid.
What were it about?
No need to discuss such matters. It's fine.
I was at Hobbs Barrow.
Oh?
But everything was different.
It was all fuchsia?
Great peaks soared in the distance. And there was a creature.
Wow, he might have been short and ugly, but a creature's a bit much to describe him
A
as.
short, robed fellow, eyes as black as pitch. It told me that my father had been there in Hobbs Barrow many years ago, but something went wrong, and the creature helped him escape. It said that I would find proof in the morning.
Oh, the journal! You've had a premonition, lass.
Please, Stanley, I've no time for that nonsense. But I'll admit it's a strange
It's only a
coincidence.
premonition that the Cosmic Owl was
What did
there.
I tell you about Hobbs Barrow?
That I should leave it alone?
Aye.
Hogwash.
Your dream reminds me of a story from my childhood. An old folk tale about Hobbs Barrow. Well, hence the name. Hobbs Barrow.
It wouldn't click like Christmas
Hob,
through.
coming from Hobgoblin, of course. Unfortunately, I don't remember anything else about it.
I was told not to believe in such fairy tales, Stanley.
And where'd that get your
Close
father?
your mind to such things, lass. I'm sure Mr. Shoulder will tell you more.
Perhaps, if I ever meet him. Goodbye.
See you
Is there
soon.
no log option? Because I missed the first half of that.
Good morning, Mr. Kemp.
Good day, Miss Tompkins.
I'm here for his lordship's paper.
Sorry, lass. Mr. Price hasn't dropped them off this morning. I heard he actually left the village yesterday.
Indeed, I can vouch for that.
Ma'am?
Good day.
Oh dear. His lordship won't be pleased.
My sincerest apologies, Miss Tompkins.
I'll come back in a few days. Ta-ra.
Goodbye.
Give me the knife.
The knife is stuck deep in the table.
We got the strength forward, rip it out. And become king of the barrows.
Goodness me, I can't budge it.
And take the entire
Careful, Miss
table.
Bateman. You'll cut yourself. I spent all morning trying to get that bloody thing out. I shall be having words with that scoundrel next time he shows his face.
This could be the puzzle for the day,
We
trying
have
to
our
extract the
very
knife.
own Excalibur. It's all yours if you can pull it out, King Arthur.
Our worm is still alive. Try it out.
I do not wish to damage Mr. Kemp's table any further than it already has been.
Worm.
I can't see how that will help me.
Kenneth as unreliable as ever?
I do not wish to No, that won't. No, that.
She gives up so easily if I use a key as leverage to pull it out.
No, that. Stanley is yet to. I don't need to use the filth. I'm not hungry. Who is Miss Tompkins?
A housemaid in the employ of Panswick Manor. She comes by to pick up his lordship's weekly paper.
I'm surprised newspapers are available in Bewley.
Aye, his lordship gets what he wants.
Lord Panswick likes to keep up with affairs from outside of Bewley.
Aye, he has many interests around the country.
What sort of interests?
His lordship's affairs are his own business.
Goodbye.
Meeting none of my business. But maybe that's foreshadowing meet him today. Get the umbrella. Can't get my own umbrella. She's got no excuses since she gets rained on again.
Right. I need to convince Mr. Bryden to let me excavate Hobbs' Barrow and find out where this journal came from.
And who are you digging through what?
I forgot I had this worm in my pocket. Poor thing is dead now. Rest in peace, Kenneth.
Oh my Kenneth. But that's okay, they got more worms. Maybe. Oh, that's right, it's market day today. Maybe I could have fed. I could have fed the worms to the chickens, I think. And now I have no worm.
She is busy setting up her stall. Good day.
I'm still setting up my stall. Come back later.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can't rob her. Speaking of robbery, is my stuff safe?
It's my crate of it. Perhaps I have something in here that could help me get the knife unstuck.
And there's Herbert sitting on the wall.
No, there's nothing useful here. It's Herbert, the local stray. I don't wish to wake him up. The lavatory window. I'd rather not. I can't reach the...
Nobody out here but Wally. Wally, do you continue to say?
Hello, Wally.
Go away! You gave the door back to my sister.
No, the fairies did. I simply asked them.
Very nice of you to bury her favourite toy, Wally.
I gave it to the fair folk, and you stole it back from them.
You don't really believe in fairies, do you? You're old enough to know better.
They're real, and thanks to you, I'm cursed.
There's no such thing as curses either, Wally.
I'm gonna hear him out. What kind of curse? Anybody else out in town at this hour? Culver's still closed. Culver's still closed. Oh, Vicar's here. But no ironmonger.
It's Mr. Crow. The blacksmith looks closed.
And so knock. And so knock.
Good morning, Father Roach.
Ah, Miss
More
Bateman.
bloodletting bait.
What a pleasure to see you
Bateman?
again.
No, it isn't me,
Have you
Bateman.
tracked down
More bloodletting
Mr. Silver
Padre?
yet?
Don't get me started.
I'll take that as a no.
Indeed. What brings you to the square today?
I'm meeting a couple of young congregation members to go over some scripture. You're welcome to join us.
Thank you, Father Roach, but I have quite a busy day ahead of me.
We will be at St. Edmund's, should you wish to join us later.
What do you make of this stone?
I don't recognize the symbol from any Christian iconography. Did you make it yourself?
No, never mind.
Dare I share the journal? Is this going to be a who do I trust with journal thing?
Do you recognize this journal?
What a tatty old thing. You ought to take better care of your possessions, Miss Bateman.
It's not mine.
Then whose is it?
That's precisely what I'm trying to find out.
I'm afraid I can't help you. I haven't seen it before.
Thanks for your
guessing.
time.
Lord be with you.
Would it be Samuel's? I was thinking Dad or Samuel's, but it describes her riding into town. But Samuel's a local boy.
fine spot to take a rest.
Still nobody home? Okay, he is dead. His laundry is still hanging out.
No sign of any movement.
He is long gone. Then he came back the first night. Check out that chicken sick dance moves.
Mr. Shoulder continues to...
He's just gone. If this is 2 days since and he's not brought his laundry in, he's gone.
Thomasina!
Good morning, Arthur.
You look a bit addled. Are you feeling all right?
I am not used to drinking as much as we did.
Aye, my head is pounding.
And so now we'll give it a drink, right?
Arthur, I've had a somewhat puzzling morning.
Oh?
Someone slipped this journal under the door of my room.
Whose journal is it?
I have no idea. The text refers to some sort of excavation.
Stanley must be playing tricks on you.
He swore his innocence. I thought perhaps you might have done it?
No, it wasn't me. That's for certain. Somehow I have a clear memory of last night.
So maybe he doesn't always get blacked out when he drinks. So he had lots to drink last night. On the first night, that was like 1 cup tops, and he was out. So I'm pretty sure somebody clubbed him.
I had a splendid time last night.
Aye, I even remember most of it this time. Thanks for listening to me going on. I really appreciate it.
The feeling is mutual. Thank you too, Arthur.
And Arthur, now that somebody's listened, do you talk about your mother and the agreement that you've had? The drink has given you all that it could. Now you gotta sober yourself up for the missus, for yourself in the present.
Shouldn't you be manning the station?
The line is down.
Line is down.
Track damage between Bewley and Bakewell. No trains for a day or more.
That is deliberate,
Does that mean
I think.
I'm stranded here?
Somebody's done that on
For the time
purpose.
being, Thomasina.
Capital. I wonder who left me this journal then.
Mind if I take a closer look?
Please, go ahead.
We didn't let Stanley look through it. And now Arthur is going through page by page.
The writings of a madman.
I don't disagree. Did the sketches mean anything to you?
No, not at all.
That madman is very likely your father, Thomasina. Show
You might
respect.
want to show this to Mother Mildred.
Who is Mother Mildred?
Some think her a witch.
A witch?
Aye. She might be able to help you with the symbols.
The cunning woman mentioned in the
She
book.
lives alone in a little cottage within Herne Wood here. You shouldn't have too much trouble finding her.
Is she a badger?
Thanks, Arthur.
Because if she's a badger, I might have broken her front door.
What do you make of this stone?
It's a good shape for skimming across water. What is it?
I'm not sure. It was strapped to the cover of the journal.
How mysterious.
Why do people think Mother Mildred is a witch? Just because a woman lives alone in the woods doesn't mean she flies about on a broomstick.
There's more to it than that.
She knows her herbs, she knows medicines.
She lays with demons.
Who are they?
Oh, you know, local folk.
Hogwash.
Some also go to her for potions and spells.
Spells? Come now, Arthur.
Truth be told, she's a nice old lady. I sometimes see her foraging in the brambles around here.
Will she burn at the stake sometime soon?
You might think us backward in Bewley, Thomasina, but we're not that backward.
Sorry, Arthur. I only meant to tease. Goodbye.
Ta-ra!
Goodbye, because I want to find more worms. My Kenneth died. Which way was it? More pansy pants. Getting everything but the worms that I want.
Hello, dear.
Nice use of
Good
purple.
day.
Good day and goodbye. Any congregants here yet? Nobody here today, just empty. And no cakes for sale. I bet you the bird eats all the worms. I've only got one chance at them. No, there's still worms!
I shall name you Kenneth II.
Kenneth II gets to live! Cat of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, so I've only got limited Kenneths. I probably need all Kenneths, though.
That would be rather cruel to the poor worm.
No?
That would be...
So it's not to feed the hens. Hmm. Attention, Bewley Station closed at the time being due to track damage between Bewley and Bakewell. We apologize for convenience, blah blah blah, Midland Railway. Typical. Where's the train replacement bus?
Hello?
Oh, but the way through the woods should be cleared today. Since they're not cutting.
The
Arthur's gone. Bright flash of light. More flashbacks? More flashbacks.
Thomasina, dear, come say goodbye to your father. Come on now, don't make him wait.
25 years ago, so how old are we now? 3? 5?
Aren't you going to miss me?
I hate you, Daddy.
Aww.
Those are strong words for such a little lady.
The last word she says to him.
We've been through this, little bird. You can't come with me this time, but we'll go to Seaborough next month. I promise. Oh, what a dig that shall be.
I hate you.
Well, I love you. See you soon, little bird.
Oh, that's gotta weigh on her, because that's before the accident then.
I shan't be visiting the badgers again. I was lucky to escape intact. Resin has been oozing from the stump. It looks set now.
The resin is set? So I can just take it? Not
The
too
resin
sticky?
has set somewhat. It's firmly gripped to the stump.
So chisel or knife? Who's it going to be?
I've collected some waxy resin.
And then what do I do with waxy resin? Do I use you as glue? Do I use as a lubricant? Do I eat you?
I've collected this lump of waxy resin.
Resin with Kenneth.
I'm not sure what that would achieve.
Resin? Oh, my handkerchief is gone. Was that consumed? To grab the glass.
I can't see how that will help me.
Eh. Victor was here, right? Maybe he was getting some treatment from her.
The cottage is nestled cosily in the woods. It's the old woman I saw at Bewley Station.
Well, that's her?
Please, forgive my intrusion. Are you Mother Mildred?
Some call me that. I prefer Mildred Walker, given as that's my name.
Apologies. Thomasina Bateman. I think we met at Bewley Station.
I take it Panswick's men have cleared off. Good riddance. Those ruffians would cut their own noses off if he asked them to.
She's not a fan?
I recognised you the moment I laid eyes on you at the station.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, yeah, it's quite a striking family resemblance.
She knows Dad?
You have your father's eyes, Miss Bateman.
She knows Dad? gonna confirm the book.
You knew my father?
Such piercing blue eyes he had. What a handsome young man. William.
He was here, in Bewley.
Oh, yes. A long time ago, mind.
She hasn't figured it out.
25 years by my reckoning. But I'll never forget those eyes.
So let's confirm it. She would know this journal. She gave the tincture.
I understand you might be able to help me comprehend the contents of this journal.
A journal, you say?
Yes, it was slipped under my door. I have no idea who it belongs to. It contains peculiar drawings and strange passages. Arthur Tillett told me you might be able to help.
I'm not a witch, you know.
I didn't think you were, Miss Walker.
Good. Well, let me take a look then. These drawings mean nothing to me, I'm afraid.
What about the entries?
But I think this belonged to your father.
Why do you say that?
This journal contains an account of when I met him, you see.
Mm.
You don't recognise your own father's handwriting?
It's been so many years since I've seen it. How did you come to meet my father?
One might say I have a reputation in these parts. Folks from all around come to me for help with their ailments.
To include the
is
vicar by
abundant with
chance?
flora that, if mixed correctly, will cure almost any ill. Your father must have caught wind of this, as one day he came to me, asking for a cure.
A cure for what?
Your mother were with child, and she was suffering the
With
most
child? So
terrible
wasn't even
nausea.
born yet?
Adam.
Oh.
I made something to help
Oh.
This is incredible.
A little brother that
Is
never
why
was?
my father was in Bewley.
You were helping Samuel Bryden excavate Hobbs Barrow.
You must be jesting.
Do I look like I'm jesting?
What do you make of this stone?
I-A-W. I haven't a clue. Perhaps it's an old folk trinket, or a talisman of some kind. The moors are steeped in folklore.
What can you tell me about the excavation?
Well, not much. I only met your father twice. The last time he asked me if I knew anything about binding magic.
Binding magic?
Yeah, it
He
flattens
said he
you out.
needed it for the excavation.
Hogwash. My father is a man of logic and reason. Why would he be asking about such nonsense?
Perhaps you don't know him as well as you think you do. Anyway, I know nothing of magic and told him so. He seemed disappointed. I never saw him again, but I understand the excavation went ahead. Samuel Bryden hanged himself not long after. Reason enough for you to stay well clear of that place.
So, did they force their way through without undoing the bindings? And thus got some kind of backlash.
You never saw my father again after the excavation?
No, I always assumed he just went home.
Who excavated Hobbs Barrow alongside Samuel Bryden and my father?
Shoulder.
Memory,
Shoulder.
we're just the two
Just
of
the
them.
two? But Shoulder lured him in, surely.
Charles Bryden mentioned there was a third man involved in the excavation.
Is that so? Well, you best ask him about it. He knows more than I do.
Can you tell me anything about Leonard Shoulder?
I know of him, as is the nature of such a small town. I also know he invited you here.
Little escapes you, Miss Walker.
So they
Truly
say.
a cunning woman.
My path rarely crosses with his. Let's put it that way.
Piercing it
He's a
sometimes
nice
does.
enough fellow.
I see. What do you think my father meant by binding magic?
I've no idea. He didn't explain more, and I didn't wish to pry.
This just doesn't sound like my father at all.
You'll have to ask him yourself.
I'm afraid my father has been incapacitated since I was a child. He cannot speak nor move.
Terrible. Oh, I'm sorry.
You said that the flora here could cure almost any ill.
Almost, my dear. But your father's affliction sounds beyond my abilities.
She means more like a sore tooth, or some gout relief, or some constipation.
The landlord of the Plough and Furrow told me about a folk tale associated with Hobbs Barrow. Something about a goblin. Are you familiar with it?
No doubt there is such a tale. Name any beastie you can think of, and someone round here will have a story about it.
My thoughts precisely.
I was hoping she'd go into it because it had accidentally clicked through the first half of it.
Do you know Lord Panswick?
I know his labourers make a mess of these woods, the brutes. The man himself hasn't graced me with his presence.
You've never met him?
Not since he were a wee lad. A maid brought him to me with a sore stomach.
See,
It
constipation.
were all the rich food they were feeding him. Nowt more.
Thank you for your help, Ms. Walker.
There are
They look
berries.
somewhat like juniper berries. What are those berries you're picking?
An ancient breed, no good for eating.
And yet
However,
you
they
pick.
do have some medicinal qualities.
I see.
Would you like to exchange for a worm?
I don't think anyone really wants to see my worm.
You never know. You never know until you try.
I've already shown her that. I've already shown Ms.
Okay.
Walker is concentrating.
Alright, I think we're done then. Resin? You want some cool
I'm
resin?
not sure they would be.
I think she would.
I shouldn't enter uninvited. I can't think of any.
Alright, we spoke to her. Got
Yes.
father lore.
Remember what I told you when we first met?
How did
You're
that feel?
better off waiting for the next train back to the city.
Why?
Something terrible happened to Samuel Bryden in that Barrow. Whatever they found down there, I'd wager it got to your father too. Tell me you won't disturb Hobbs Barrow.
I can't make that promise, Mildred.
Can't say I didn't warn you. There is something unnatural about that place.
Oh yeah,
We
it's
must seek
man-made.
to understand the world by rational means, Ms. Walker. One cannot abandon reason.
And I guess we can go talk to the Lord of the Manor who's
Thomasina?
painting off someplace.
Thomasina, come here this instant.
Took one look at him, then left.
I'm playing with Josephine.
She can wait. This is very important.
Oh, but Josephine's gonna get eaten by a fox.
I'll be back soon, Josephine. I'll be back soon. What is it, Mummy?
It's your father.
Daddy's home?
No, my dear. I must go to Bakewell with haste. Miss Bowes will look after you whilst I'm gone. Is that clear?
Where's Daddy?
He's had an accident.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
Mm-hmm.
He's come off his horse.
Silly Daddy. Will he be
Just
alright?
silly daddy.
Of course he will be fine. Your father is as strong as an ox.
I think
but
she
I
is
need to go
making a
collect
cover
him,
story. What if it was simply that? What if the curse made him fall off a horse and that was the start
No,
of it?
dear. Miss Bowes will look after you.
But I want to come.
Go pick up your dolls, then come inside, all right?
Yes, Mummy. Mummy looks worried.
Go pick up your dolls.
Yes, Mum.
There's no exit, nothing else to interact with. Josephine hasn't been eaten by a fox yet.
Josephine, it's time to go inside now. Where did Mummy go?
She turned into the governess. What if I sent Kenneth II in after the badger?
I shan't be visiting the badgers again.
What'd she do?
I helped him then, and I can help him again.
Help him again. Maybe. We were pretty much lured to this spot, right? Shoulder lured us here, much like he lured our father in. Arthur's just having a pee in the woods. What if there's something in the barrel that wants out? And we're being offered a Mephistophelian deal. Release him, and he can help our father.
Arthur, you won't believe it. The journal belongs to my father. He was here in Bewley.
Is he waving to the birds?
Arthur? Hello?
Is he gonna vomit too for helping us? He seems...
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to remember something.
What is it?
I'm not sure. Something in the woods. It will come back to me. You say your father were in Bewley?
Yes! Mildred said that he helped Samuel Bryden excavate Hobbs Barrow 25 years ago.
That means you're local, Arthur.
Let's talk about it tonight at the plough.
I don't know, something's up with Arthur. Let's tell him. Let's be foolish and tell him. He's out of it. He's got something going on. There's like some kind of memory crab eating his face or something. He hasn't turned around. Tell him.
Arthur, I must tell you about the dream I had. I was at Hobbs Barrow and there was a creature. It told me it saved my father from something inside and that I would find proof of this in the morning. Sure enough, when I awoke, the journal was in my room. Mildred confirmed the journal belonged to my father. The creature told me it could help my father again. I mean, it was merely a dream. I don't know what to think anymore. Arthur?
Grab his shoulder.
Arthur, are you listening?
Turn him around. See how gross his face is.
We'll talk later.
Or not.
I hope you piece together your memories. I'll leave him be for now.
What if I show him my cool worm?
I don't think anyone really wants to see my worm.
Somebody's gotta... Oh, they got dogs here too, not just cats. What is a boy? We've got to chase the dog. Where'd you go, puppy? You gotta be eating Arthur, who's now gone? What's off this way again? Right. Lord Panty Twist. Bible study hasn't happened yet. Okay. We'll talk to him after I come back from one last break for the night. Then we'll see what all else we can harvest on harvest day, on market day. Also, are those two plants behind the rock, or is that just a giant radish? Decide amongst yourselves. Alright, so we saw this fellow here very briefly yesterday, gave some orders to his men, turned around, awkward flirt, walk away. His men claimed we were blushing, we weren't. So what's your deal? Mr. Shoots anybody on sight who dares to approach your house.
He's a little more handsome than your average Bewley resident. I believe we've met.
Miss Thomasina Bateman, the famous antiquarian.
My reputation precedes me.
I can assure you it does.
And you are?
James.
So we're not gonna be Marianning and have all of our works and credits done by somebody else? Because that's maybe the biggest plot twist yet then, if it turns out that we're not going to have our credits stolen by the men we help, given the era that this game takes place in.
Are you a painter?
You see this beck before you. Look at the water. See how it tumbles and falls. I seek one spot on which my eyes can rest, be it a stone or a small corner of the current. I meet it with my gaze, and out of the tumbling and falling, a new land rises. I see a new world.
You certainly have the eloquence of an artist. What do you know of Lord Panswick?
Is that not you?
A fine gentleman. Now that is someone who commands respect.
Is that not you?
Do you know him personally?
No, I don't think anyone can really claim that. But what a tiring subject. Shall we discuss something a little more exciting?
Something more exciting, like Hobbs Barrow.
Do you know of Hobbs Barrow?
I'd like to know more about you, Thomasina. At what time do you like to rise in the morning? How do you like your tea? What makes you happy?
Having my questions answered. A little flirting doesn't hurt. Maybe so, but not with him live.
Late, with 3 spoons of sugar and spending time with my husband.
You disappoint me. I sense no truth in your words. Are you a woman of dubious principles?
Dubious principles. If we were, we would have done the flirting a little bit. Leonard's shoulder?
Do you know Leonard Shoulder?
A man of Bewley?
Yes.
I care not for the men of Bewley. Only for the visitors.
He's missing out then.
What do you make of this stone?
It looks antique. You might want to keep a hold of it.
What are you painting?
A new world.
Quite the ambition.
Indeed, my ambition knows no bounds.
Can I see it?
Not yet. It's not finished.
He's one of those types.
Such a world is not complete without you in it.
You flatter me,
Alright,
James.
he's got nothing important. Out we go.
Say you'll let me paint you.
Certainly not. I haven't even seen your work. I don't know what it's like.
I haven't even seen your work. What if you can't paint?
Don't fret, my dear. You shall be the shining star of my new world. When the time comes, I shall call on thee.
Goodbye.
See you soon, my dear.
This guy's giving me some Carano Sojo vibes, and he wants me to be the star of his new world. Leonard, of course, is going to be back yet. I am absolutely convinced the man is... Oh, it's one of you guys!
Hello?
Barefoot Pharaoh going to lead me?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Did you see a young girl with blonde hair pass by here?
No, lass.
Hmm.
There you are. Are you Thomasina Bateman?
Well, he was staring forward, so he might not have seen her anyway. He's got a glare to him. Is this old Leonard?
That's my name.
How marvellous. It's me, Leonard Shoulder.
Heavens! I'd given up on finding you.
Please take a seat, Miss Bateman. We have much to discuss.
You've proven to be quite the enigma, Mr. Shoulder.
I'm mortified. I offer you 1,000 apologies. You see, I've been bound to me bed these past few days with a terrible fever.
Yeah, sticking out on into the rain.
I take it you're feeling better now?
Attacking Arthur?
I were on me way to find you when I stopped here to catch me breath. I've not much go in me these days.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I were worried you'd have given up on me and left town.
I had no idea what had become of you, Mr. Shoulder. I spent a good amount of time pounding on your front door.
I'm embarrassed, I really am. I've been doing my best to sleep through the fever. I am so very sorry. Please accept my apology, Miss Bateman.
Fine, Mr. Shoulder. I've come all this way. Let us speak of the business at hand.
I'll accept his apology if the apology was paying off my tab.
I just learned that my father was part of a previous excavation of Hobbs Barrow some 25 years ago. Why didn't you mention this in your letter?
What? Where did you hear that?
I have my means.
I swear, Miss Bateman, I had no idea.
Lies.
I take it you will also deny delivering me my father's journal?
Lies journal.
I'm confused. What journal?
My father's journal was slipped under my door at the Plough and Furrow. It wasn't you who did this?
I've been bound to me bed, lass. What an extraordinary coincidence. You are following in your father's footsteps.
It would seem so, Mr. Shoulder.
The white glove, first and foremost.
Is this your glove?
I've been looking all over for that. Where did you find it?
Behind the inn
in the alley
on the night.
behind the Plough and Furrow on the night of my arrival. Were you there?
As I say, I've been bedbound for several days, Miss Bateman.
How odd.
Can I please have it back?
Here.
Thank you.
Why did you invite me to excavate Hobbs Barrow?
I've always been curious about the colourful folklore surrounding the place. My father told me all sorts of stories about it when I were a wee fellow. Stories that some folk around here take a little too seriously, especially after those lads entered the Barrow a while back.
How did you know about me?
I saw your interview in the Bakewell Times. A young lady travelling about the land, digging up barrows. Perfect for the job.
I can keep asking the same prompt over and over again.
But why do you wish to excavate the Barrow?
I want to see what those lads found in there. My curiosity has grown over the years. Now it is time for the mystery to be solved.
I must say I am rather eager to find out what's in there myself. What can you tell me about the previous excavation of Hobbs Barrow?
Oh, it was 25 years ago, or thereabout. Back then,
Truth so far.
we were undergoing a period of great strife. Samuel Bryden hadn't harvested a single crop for 2 seasons. Even Hernwood was sick. Berries went to rot almost as quickly as they grew. Folks started to believe the ground were blighted. Disease spread through the livestock too. People were going hungry, a panic set in.
That sounds terrible.
Aye, but I managed to keep myself fed. These things happen in nature, but the blame for it all fell on Hobbs Barrow. It was long said that a goblin made his home there. A rumour took root that the goblin were not best pleased with the villagers. In revenge for some unperceived slight, the goblin placed a curse on the soil itself. The villagers believed that ridding the Barrow of its lodger would put an end to it all.
Appease the goblin or destroy it?
My father would have paid no heed to such tales.
Whether it were his intent to join the excavation when coming here, I do not know. But whatever it were that Samuel Bryden and those lads did inside that barrow, people say
Samuel Bryden and those lads. That's a plural of more than 2.
Health returned to the livestock. Bewley were no longer in the grip of dark forces. You must understand. Folk here are a superstitious lot. They don't want you disturbing whatever it were those lads did. As far as the villagers are concerned, the problem were fixed. The thought of another excavation must be conjuring panic that you'll undo whatever it were they did.
This does explain a lot.
And it's also why I'd venture nobody around here wants you to touch the place.
Except for you.
I want to know what's there.
Surely you don't believe these tales of goblins and curses to be true?
Not at all. However, I suspect those lads did find something in the barrow. But did it have any connection to failing crops and dying livestock? No. I can assure you there's nothing to fear. Coincidence reigns supreme.
So what do you think they found?
That is for us to discover, Miss Bateman.
Who was the third man who joined my father and Mr. Bryden on the excavation?
I'm afraid I don't know.
I think it's in himself.
I'd heard about the excavation and I were intrigued by it. I mostly stayed at home during that time.
Leonard's staying home a lot.
The atmosphere in the village was rather too tense for my liking. And besides, the excavation were undertaken with an air of mystery about it.
So what if the final choice of the game is going to be whether we allow things to continue as is, fertile fields, at some kind of unknown cost, or bring an end to some cyclical curse, but also bring ruination to these fields and lands?
Did you know my father?
I don't believe so. What's his name?
William Bateman. He was in Bewley for at least a few days, from my understanding.
I'm sorry, lass. The name doesn't ring a bell.
Believe him? I don't believe him. I'm sure that he lured the father in the first time.
Idea of my father's involvement in the previous excavation.
I'm quite sure. A most fascinating coincidence, but nothing more than that.
He puts a lot into coincidences.
I'm starting to wonder if it's more than mere coincidence, Mr. Shoulder.
Miss Bateman, I did not take you for a credulous individual.
I'm none of the sort. Tell me more of this folklore you mention.
It is said that Hobbs Barrow is home to a goblin. Everyone in Bewley has some version or another of this story. But the version my father told me as a child described the Barrow as a thin place. The goblin were deemed to be the guardian of this so-called thin place.
Thin place as in? Thin membrane between the worlds?
What is a thin place?
A place where one can walk between worlds, where the flesh meets the spirit world. Just superstition, of course, as you well know.
Thin place, wormhole transference. Our book got where we got.
Tell me more about this goblin.
Some said he were a mischievous little mite, snatching newborn lambs and smashing windows with pebbles. Others said he were friendly, there to lend a helping hand in times of strife. The latter of which makes it all the more surprising as to why the previous excavation took place. My father's stories put the goblin in the mischievous category. Saxnot, he called the creature. I recall one such anecdote, that Saxnot entered Bewley and ordered a pair of boots to be made by the cobbler. However, when collecting them, he insisted on paying for them with a bag of sow's teeth. The cobbler was so scared of angering the goblin that he accepted.
A colourful tale indeed, Mr. Shoulder. Has any explanation been offered for why this Saxnot cursed the soil?
Your guess is as good as mine, lass.
So this mischievous goblin is simply not Saxon?
What do you make of this strange stone?
A carving of a cockerel?
Yes, it was strapped to my father's journal. Do you think it could have something to do with the previous excavation?
Possibly, though I'm not aware of the motif having any meaning around these parts.
This is my father's journal.
Incredible. Can I look inside?
No.
You may.
Oh.
Look at these drawings. Wonder what it all means.
You and I both. It all feels very out of character for my father.
I'm sure you'll find the answers beneath the soil, Miss Bateman.
I had a peculiar dream last night. I met a creature at Hobbs Barrow. I suppose you might say it was a goblin. It told me it had saved my father from trouble inside Hobbs Barrow. I'll admit the coincidence of this is somewhat astounding.
A remarkable coincidence, but nothing more than that.
But there is still one thing that puzzles me. The goblin told me proof of its claims would await me in the morning. Surely enough, I awoke to find that my father's journal had appeared in my room.
Very queer indeed.
Mr. Shoulder, you invited me here, to a town I'd never heard of, only for me to discover that my own father was here 25 years before. And not only
Getting
that,
accusatory in our
but he was
voice.
also embroiled in some sort of superstitious hysteria which goes against everything he ever taught me. Something is wrong here. This must be more than mere coincidence.
It's strange, I'll give you that. But please remember who you are, Miss Bateman.
I've managed to find Hobbs Barrow, but Mr. Bryden is yet to give me permission to excavate.
Is that so?
Bryden's gonna turn up dead.
He'll relent eventually.
Perhaps you could have a word with him.
Oh no. A lovely young lass such as yourself has a better chance of changing his mind than a shaky old goat like me.
You told me in your letter there would be no issue gaining access to the Barrow.
That's true, Leonard.
I didn't foresee anyone I wrote to you. I'm sorry this has been more complicated than anticipated. Don't give up yet, Miss Bateman. Keep trying with Mr.
With the conditions are nothing like promise, we are out. We are walking down the track.
We're peas of the same pod, Miss Bateman. I knew you wouldn't be frightened by a few old stories. It will be interesting to see what those lads found in there.
Certainly.
Thank you so very much for responding to my letter and for coming here. We have some great discoveries to make, you and I.
I sincerely hope so.
And a chance to follow in your father's footsteps. Right, time for me to shift these old bones. I'm to take me a spot of the plough and furrow. I'll be there all night should you need me assistance.
Thank you, Mr. Shoulder.
I'm sorry again for giving you the runaround. I promise I am not beyond redemption. I won't let you down again. See you soon.
Well, Leonard's not on the up and up.
I'm starting to wonder if Mr. Shoulder even existed. The day was starting to test me. The word coincidence felt insufficient to explain what was happening. It was after that first conversation with Leonard Shoulder that I started entertaining thoughts of a truly irrational nature. What if my dream wasn't just a dream?
She's been running off that so far, telling everyone about the journal she found right afterwards.
What if it was all more than simple coincidence? What if that thing really could help my father?
Oh, she's got a violin too.
Little one. Hello?
Try sign language.
What's this? A fiddle bow? There's no string. My name is Thomasina. What's yours? Don't be shy. I don't mean you any harm. What are you doing out here all alone on the moors?
Maybe try something more Brythonic?
Do you live here?
If the English isn't working?
Would you like me to fix your bow so you can play your fiddle again?
That's a nod.
Yes.
She does comprehend. With the worms, if I get enough worms.
Most peculiar. Perhaps I can mend the bow for her. If memories of my childhood violin lessons serve me right, bowstring is made from animal hair coated in a waxy resin.
We have the resin.
The strings don't vibrate without it.
Now all we need to do is get some duct tape and somehow get an animal to chase us. We see the cat and the dog so far. Or the dog or the cat to brush up against the duct tape and the hair comes out and then we can make a fake ID. Animal hair, we got. Oh, he's already got his underpants back. Ah, so I can't take the wool. He uses animal hair. What about Bryden's farm is a goat? There's a cat and dog running around at some place. Let's try the goat. She's getting lots of flashbacks today. There's now the Foxy's fine.
Mummy?
Mommy, what are you doing?
Get away from the fire, Thomasina.
What are you burning?
Nothing. Just waste. Now
Father's
go inside.
notes. Why are you burning Father's notes? There's a page. I'm stepping on a page.
Mummy looks angry. Mummy?
Get away from the fire, Thomasina.
Abrax. Mummy, what is this?
Waste. Burn it.
Oh, just toss it onto the fire. Didn't read what it said. At least Mummy's gonna think we're a good little girl for obeying right away.
He's doing well to be maintaining all this land at his advanced stage. Good day, Mr. Bryden.
Miss?
I'll
stop you there. I know what you're going to ask.
If we can borrow your goat hair.
I haven't changed my mind.
I'm here about the goat, I
There'll be
promise.
no digging here, lass.
Mr. Bryden, allow me to explain. There has been an astonishing development this morning.
Yes?
My father was with your brother during the excavation.
Oh.
Yes. Can you believe it? I had no idea he had been here.
The answer's still no, lass. I saw what happened to poor Samuel. I won't risk the same happening to anyone else.
But...
That's enough now. You can feast your eyes on that hovel to your heart's content, but there'll be no digging.
You know what they say, Thomasina? Better to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission. If you have to beg for forgiveness, you've already done the thing you wanted. Could we borrow some goat hair for the fiddle bow?
I don't wish to give that away.
What if he showed you the notebook?
Look, Mr. Bryden, my father's journal. It confirms he was with your brother during the excavation of Hobbs Barrow.
Ha! Take that away from me. I'll be having none of that.
What about the stone? Is the stone significant? Do you recognize it as the old Hobbs?
What do you make of this stone, Mr. Bryden? It was strapped to my father's journal.
Wait a minute. Let me see.
Oh, he's got recognition!
By God. Wait here a moment. I need to get something from inside.
Does he have the matching pair?
I waited for what felt like an age. I now realize that Mr. Bryden must have been in a great debate with himself, wondering whether or not to share his own piece of the mystery with me. The goat stared at me, seemingly in pity, as I stood there in that rolling fog.
Keeping all its goat hair to itself.
Finally, Mr. Bryden emerged.
Now then, as far as I know, what I have here is the only thing that Samuel brought back from Barrow. Take a look.
Snake? 2 snakes?
Incredible.
The 2 snakes? IAW and cats.
Draw ever since Samuel passed.
Where's my notebook?
I suppose
Where's my
it might
notebook?
be important, so I kept it safe.
What did I do?
Fate is clearly playing a part in your arrival, lass.
Please, Mr. Bryden, allow me to excavate Hobbs Barrow, a place that is no more than dirt and stone.
You're not gonna give up, are you, lass?
I'm not.
Samuel managed to say one thing about those men that helped him. I think it's time I tell you.
Yes?
He stuttered out that one of those fellows could barely walk after they got out of there.
That'd be Dad, maybe?
Two the men were.
Just like Dad,
My
can't speak,
father.
can't move.
You what?
My father. He had an accident around 25 years ago that left him bedbound and unable to talk.
Aye, could be him.
My mother told me it happened in a horse riding accident.
Mama lies.
Samuel boarded up that barrow for a reason. Something unnatural occurred, I know it.
Mr. Bryden, we must rely on our rational faculties to explain any...
Promise me you'll be careful. Any
That
sign
much
of
we could
trouble,
promise.
leave without hesitation and we board that accursed place up again. Understood?
Wait, you're giving me permission to excavate?
Aye. Against me better judgment. I don't have the energy to stop you, lass.
Thank you so much. I am grateful.
Don't make me regret my decision. Take Samuel's stone.
Are you sure?
Aye. Give it back to me when you're finished, though.
I promise. Thank you. I'll be sure to show you my discoveries, Mr. Bryden.
I'd rather you don't. Now then, I've got things to get on with.
I don't suppose you can spare any labour to help me with the dig?
Don't
It's
push
just
your
him
luck,
and his
lass.
missus. He's got nobody.
Market's on today. Plenty of able-bodied men about. Ta-ra now.
She
Like
even
that,
got permission.
I finally had permission to excavate Hobbs Barrow.
He's been relenting pretty well for us, so I bet if we have to use up Samuel's stone and some sacrifice or puzzle or whatever, he's like, "Naught could be done about that, lass."
As exciting as that was,
Ta-da!
I was distracted by what Mr. Bryden said of his brother's associate. There was no doubt in my mind that father was the stricken man he spoke of.
But that leaves a third man unknown.
You told me he was crippled after coming off his horse. Why did you lie to me? To protect me? To stop me from following in his footsteps? You failed.
This isn't a very nice letter we're sending back to Mummy, is it?
And so did Charles Bryden. He should have said no. He should have never given me that stone.
This letter started off so nice. Is there anything else you could talk to him about? Because you kind of skipped talk about anything else. He's not coming out.
Is anyone home?
He's ignoring me.
He's not answering.
He's leaving me on red. Hopefully there wasn't anything we had to learn from him.
The empty bucket smells of rancid milk. This is not mine to take.
Oh, they should come out and stop me. She is too scared of this goat.
What a wild-looking thing.
It is fine. That is a very tame-looking goat. I got no way to extract any hair from it, though.
I should apply this to the string first. Goat hair is much too coarse to be used for bowstring.
So not goat hair. I only came here for the goat hair. Badger! We could use badger hair.
I have nothing else to ask.
Or fox. Or just a cool fox.
I shan't be visiting the badgers again.
Come on, but the badger's got fur. No badger fur bowstring.
I shan't be...
Well, we got cat and we got dog. There's a dog around here that ran off, so who knows where it is now. Nothing's changed in here. Okay, can I use worm as bowstring? Worm to bowstring.
That's a peculiar idea.
And one that'll work?
No, that's not it. No.
She has got to be more open-minded, use these rational faculties of hers, to realize that my worm bowstring idea is perfect. Just back to here. Okay. Maybe there's an animal around here I could use. There's a cat. Oh, there's a horse! Horsehair bowstring.
Fresh and steamy. Delightful.
Take it.
I believe a horse to be
Take
the
it.
culprit. I certainly don't wish to touch
Wait,
it.
is this the postmaster's horse? Is he back?
Horsehair would make fine bowstring. She almost took my head off.
And I didn't get it. What about? I send in Kenneth II to extract the hair.
I'm not sure what that would achieve. I don't wish to wait.
If I simply use the bow on the horse, the hairs will fly off and magically go into place.
No, that
Resin to the horse?
I'm not sure.
Anything in the crate that might help?
Perhaps I have something in here that could help me get the
The
knife.
knife. Always back to the knife. Maybe the knife is what I need. If pulling the hairs
No, there's nothing useful
agitates
here.
the horse, I could probably cut the hairs off.
The post has been embellished.
And maybe some vegetables to calm the horse. There's cabbages.
Mutton pies!
is.
Oh, is that the new ammonite?
I feel I was slightly shortchanged in this trade.
Yeah.
But I shall leave the fossil to its new owner.
A whole giant ammonite, and all she got was some oil.
Mr. Crozier's new pride and joy.
Let me see the postmaster is in.
I don't need to go in there. I've already taken.
Silence.
Mr. Long must.
Alright, let's see who's got what. Vegetables, meat, and herbs, and tins. Cool.
Good day.
Fresh produce.
Shame I haven't got any money though.
What have you got for sale?
I'm selling meat, vegetables, and all sorts of herbs and things. You're welcome to have a gander.
She's got geese too.
Browse. Goodbye.
Ta-ra, miss.
Tins of corned beef. Ghastly.
City girls.
A decent selection of cuts and sausages. She is selling various herbs, some familiar looking, some not. Various chards and beets. The box is full of various sprouts and onions, nothing particularly tempting. Not tempting. I'm not hungry. Tins of corned beef. Sacks of apples and cabbages. They've all seen better days.
Let me at 'em.
The produce is not mine to take. Good day.
Freshly picked apples, miss. Would you like to try one on the house line?
On the house. I'll take on the house.
Yes, please.
Here you are, miss.
An apple for my
The
Kenneth.
apple looks somewhat rotten. It's riddled with holes.
Riddled with holes for.
The worm has found a new home within the holes of the rotten apple.
And I see 1, 2, 3, 4 more spaces. I could have had 5 worms in this apple. One is probably sufficient for whatever my purposes are going to be. We could have had a
Can I
full 5.
interest you in a pie? Finest mutton in all the county. 2pence each.
No,
I
thank
can't
you.
afford
You're
2
missing out.
cents.
Mutton pies.
Hello, Miss Tompkins.
Hello.
We weren't introduced earlier. My name is Thomasina.
Ma'am?
How do you fare, Miss Tompkins?
I'm waiting for Mr. Ambrose. Have you seen him?
Is he the painter?
Who's that?
The milkman.
Oh.
Miss Fenchurch will be ever so cross if I've no milk for his lordship.
I'm afraid I haven't seen him. You are in the employ of Lord Panswick?
Aye. He employs Arthur Bewley in one way or another.
I'm in need of some help for my excavation. Do you think his lordship could lend me some of his labourers?
Maybe.
Might you introduce me to him?
Sorry, ma'am, but his lordship doesn't take visitors. Any road, I must wait here for Mr. Ambrose.
Could you lure him to town for me
Miss
then?
Fenchurch will be ever so cross if I've...
You said already.
If Mr. Ambrose doesn't turn up, and I find you some milk, would you be able to introduce me to Lord Panswick?
I've got some rancid
His
goat's milk
lordship
located.
really doesn't like visitors, ma'am.
I'll take the risk.
Miss Fenchurch will be cross with me.
I'll take the risk of that too.
But she'll be even crosser if I come back without fresh milk.
So, do we have a deal?
Aye. Bring me some milk, and I'll take you to his lordship.
Thank you.
Much like in
Hopefully,
Dredge.
Mr. Ambrose will arrive soon.
She's made no mention of any quality required if I bring rancid goat's milk. Then milk is milk.
Who is Miss Fenchurch?
His lordship's housekeeper.
Have you been waiting long for Mr. Ambrose?
Aye. He should have been here a good 2 hours ago.
Everybody is so
He's here
late
every
in this
market
town.
day, you see. He sells only the freshest milk. Miss Fenchurch swears by it. I hope misfortune hasn't befallen him on his way here.
I'm sure he will turn up.
Oh, I hope so.
What if the goblin is relaying the train and Kenneth and Mr. Ambrose and everybody else just to make sure that my adventure game puzzles hit the solutions that require my presence?
What do you make of these stones?
Oh, gives me the creeps.
She's afraid of rocks, got it.
Why?
Dunno, just a feeling.
Are you familiar with Hobbs Barrow?
What's that?
Never mind. I'll let you know if I find some fresh milk.
Thank you, ma'am. But tell me if you see Mr. Ambrose, won't you?
That woman waiting by that house long enough just to hear the conversation, then leave. She's eavesdropping.
Good day.
Hey up.
I'm having some trouble extricating a knife from a table in the Plough and Furrow. Might I borrow a pair of pliers?
A knife, you say? I can get that out for you.
That's very kind of you, Mr. Crozier.
Think nothing of it. Wait here.
Nice free knife get, free of charge. No favors needed, no extraneous tools. Just one polite man.
That were a struggle. Here you are.
And now I can get my horse here.
Thank you so much. Look at this, Mr. Crozier. It's my father's journal.
Oh, aye? Why are you showing me?
Did you slip it under my door last night?
Ha! Have you gone daft?
Yes.
Why would I have your father's journal?
Never mind. Did the sketches inside mean anything to you?
Looks like a load of rubbish to me.
What do you make of these stones?
Don't look like out to me.
Are you familiar with any local folklore?
Oh, aye. The old cobbler used to tell me some right stories. Swore he sold a pair of boots to a goblin when he were a young man.
The cobbler again. We weren't able to see.
I take it this cobbler was a regular at the Plough and Furrow?
Never drank a day in his life. Sober as a judge.
That's not very
Been to
sober.
the Devil's Toe.
Yes, I'm familiar with the cairn.
Some say they've seen the goblin's daughter there, playing her fiddle.
How peculiar. I met a girl near there earlier. She gave me this broken fiddle bow.
Ha! Well, you've experienced the local folklore firsthand then, lass.
Nah, she's just a feral girl. The primitive folk, as the vicar derogatorily calls them.
Do you know any other stories about this goblin?
I don't have the time to be standing here gossiping about old wives' tales.
Apologies.
Then what about milk? Have you got time to talk about milk?
Do you have any fresh milk going spare?
I'm a blacksmith, not a cattle farmer.
Quite.
But if you won't talk about goblins, how about a name goblin?
Does the name Saxnot mean anything to you?
Never heard of it. What is it?
Never mind. I found out my father visited Bewley 25 years ago. William Bateman, perhaps you remember him?
I would have been just a lad. What were he here for?
That's what I intend to find out. Thanks for your time.
Aye. Speak to you later.
And Arthur's not gonna be at work. Spoke to all you folk, cobbler closed. Even on market day, cobbler closed.
No one here.
What if I could use... I can't talk to this ghostly person. What about chisel? On this boarded door?
I'm not sure what that would achieve.
It would achieve removing the boards and going in.
I'm not sure.
Fine. She's not brave enough to go into the abandoned house. Okay, horse, now relax. Just a bit of
I
hair.
could certainly use the knife to cut some hair from her tail.
But
I'm gonna have to gain her trust unless I want a hoof to the nose.
she's got a bucket too.
That's not mine to...
It is
The horse
now.
has been provided with some drinking water.
Ale for the horse then? To get too boozed up to care?
Not tempting. The box is full of various...
She responds to the herbs.
She is selling various herbs.
No, she doesn't.
The produce is...
Because I think we feed the horse. And the horse will trust us. More worms for the apple. More Kenneths. More little Kenneths.
I've already taken one.
I can only put one worm in the apple?
I've already taken one.
Maybe it's a worm per day. Bucket with milk.
The empty bucket smells of rancid milk.
It's empty though, it smells of milk, but it's not full of milk.
I should ask Mr. Bryden for permission before attempting to milk his goat.
Tactical goat milking action.
What do you want?
Do you have any fresh milk going spare?
If you can get any milk out of old Eunice, you're welcome to it.
No, Eunice still provides milk.
Me goat. Good luck.
We have permission, that's the important thing. Okay, Eunice. Some fresh milk for us, please.
All right, we're doing this.
This is really a very docile goat. She's got an active imagination. Samuel, I presume? And the goat looking more like Black Pete. About to offer us a taste of butter.
I'm not sure what that was.
Your overactive imagination again, Thomasina. Use your rational faculties.
All this superstitious nonsense must be getting to my head.
So we milking or no?
I'm not going near that thing again.
Come on.
What a wild-looking thing. I'm not going near that thing again.
Can you milk the goat for us then? Because now Thomasina refuses.
Well, did you get any milk out of her?
I tried, and failed miserably.
You did not even try. You approached her.
She's a temperamental beast.
Perhaps you could milk her for me?
I'd like to help you, lass, but I've just had a
pity in her
flare-up in my
voice.
joints. I worked myself too hard this morning. I couldn't bend down to save myself.
So we go back to the cutting woman, get him some nice herbs.
My wife would say I'm beyond any help. I'm certain of that. But if you know of any remedies for aching joints, please send them my way.
Remedies for aching joints. So we go back into the woods, get him proper tincture.
Ta-ra now.
Mildred?
Daddy, I have something for you. I do hope you remember it. I've taken great care of it.
Is it more
I'll fetch
ammonites?
it for you now, all right?
Is it a slab? Oh, that's a crate.
I think Daddy looks a little better today.
He's
Of course,
respiring because he has
it might
chest
just be
heal.
wishful thinking. I should show Daddy what I've brought. I have a surprise for Daddy.
Oh, it's the urn
Daddy, you
from
must
childhood.
remember this,
Aww.
the day that started it all. It's the red urn you buried in the garden for me. My first ever excavation. Where should I put it?
I'm thinking up in the shelves. Perfect spot. It's literally labeled the perfect spot.
Mother took away all the knickknacks that used to sit on these shelves. The pot might look nicer a little closer to the light anyway. Perfect. It will catch the light from your lamp so nicely.
I don't recall seeing any of the earlier cutscenes. Mom is gonna get
I'm going to
pissed and
become
throw
a
it
great
down.
barrow digger just like you. I hope the pot reminds you of those adventures we had together when I was a child, and how thankful I am for everything you've taught me. Now I must tell you about my visit to Pallinghurst. I found an arrowhead.
Everyone claims they found an arrowhead. Okay. Mildred, you got anything for joints?
Yes?
And milk?
Do you have any fresh milk going spare?
No, sorry.
Not to worry. Do you know of any remedies for aching joints?
Can't skip the puzzle.
You're too young to be suffering from this, surely.
It's for someone else, Mr. Bryden.
Yes. I know just the poultice.
Capital. May I have some?
Well, I don't have the ingredients, I'm afraid.
Oh, she gotta fetch
What
stuff.
do you need to make it?
It's a simple blend made of natural elements. Elderflower and flirtwort. I can make the poultice for you if you bring me these things.
And I chose not to flirt with the
wart.
wart.
Applied directly to the joints. That should ease his burden.
Thank you. Where can I find some flirtwort?
Flirtwort is not commonly found around Bewley.
Not commonly,
it's a
so
perennial
sometimes.
shrub that bears small white flowers.
Found that one already.
You might find some growing out on moors if you're lucky.
Thank you.
And the elderflower.
Where can I find some elderflower?
Is that the church one?
There used to be quite a few elder plants growing here in Herne Wood, but they've long since gone.
Is it a shriveled purple plant?
You might find the shrub growing within a hedgerow or a private garden.
I see.
Private
what does elderflower
garden.
look like?
Elderflowers are small, white, and grow in clumps on the elder shrub. Elder shrubs can grow in all shapes and sizes. Just look out for the clumps of tiny white flowers.
Are they both white flowers?
Where can I find flirtwort? Is not. It's a perennial shrub that bears.
Where can I?
So I'm looking for 2 types of shrubs of white flowers. And we know of one shrub of white flower.
This looks like it might be elderflower.
So flirtwort I don't know.
I can't see how that will help. This looks like it might be elderflower. I'll take some.
It also looks like flirtwort as far as I know.
I already took some.
Private gardens. Nobody's got any here.
This is the way back.
We never did return that trowel.
Excuse me, Miss Bateman. I'm in something of a hurry. Farewell. God knows when we shall meet again.
What about your Bible
Which work
study?
is that quote from?
Romeo and Juliet. Oh, he's gone.
She's got a basket. Miss Plancy.
Those have seen better days. The flowers have long since dried out. This must belong to Mrs. de Plancy.
Good day to you, pet.
Hello, Mrs. de Plancy.
If you're looking for Father Roach, he won't be back until tomorrow.
Box pews, milk.
Where is Father Roach?
You might have noticed the good father has a green thumb.
Don't tell me he's getting the flower I
He's
need.
gone to visit his friend in the countryside to purchase some seedlings for his tower garden.
He's got a garden in the tower.
Where is Father Roach's tower garden?
Why, on top of St. Edmund's, of course.
And he's gone, I can't get his
He's got a lovely
key.
collection of cuttings up there. You'll have to ask him to show you.
It does sound rather pleasant. It's a shame he's not around.
Well, he does have a spare key for the tower door somewhere.
Do you know where Father Roach keeps his spare
If
key?
I bought her cake, she'd give it to me.
That's his business. If I did know, I'd fetch it myself and take you up there.
Not to worry.
I do recall him saying he hid it outside somewhere, for safekeeping,
I
like.
think it's time to dig
Were
up a
it in
fresh
the
grave.
graveyard? Oh, I don't know. Best wait till he gets back, pet.
I found out my father visited Bewley some 25 years ago. William Bateman, perhaps you remember him?
Bateman? William Bateman?
Did he buy any
I remember
cakes?
a William Baldwin. He were a right miserable sod.
My father was only in Bewley briefly, from what I understand. I'm trying to piece together what he was doing here.
You'll have to ask him. I don't recall anyone of that name.
My father took part in an excavation at Hobbs Barrow. Do you recall the excavation?
I concern myself only with matters related to the church. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful.
What do you make of these stones?
Devilish.
They are not Christian. I'm certain of that.
I agree. Much older, I feel.
Older than Christianity? Oh, the youth of today.
That's only, what, about 1800 years at this point? That's not... She does know things who predate 0 AD, right?
These box pews are most unusual. I've never seen any quite so tall.
We Bewley folk like our privacy. Many of the pews are owned by individual families.
Some might accuse you of hiding secrets.
Now, pet.
I jest.
At my age, it's hard to climb in and out of them. I'd rather stand.
The fooling around that you can do? If you can barely see what's going on inside them?
Does the name Saxnot mean anything to you?
Is that a village near Erdlaw?
No, never mind. Do you have any fresh milk going spare?
I don't, pet.
Not to worry. Thanks for your time.
Lord be with you.
What if we put the wormy apple into the basket?
No, that won't work.
It might. The basket's not for the takens. It's got to be for the pudding.
That's not mine to interfere with. I can't see how...
I got nothing for it, though. So the only spot of the cemetery is a freshly dove grave. Dove grave, the freshly doved grave. Unless one of these has a hint in them?
John Purchase, dearly beloved husband, forever in light. And here lies Margaret Tillett. Today she dances. Joseph Samuel, death is only a shadow across the...
Oh, now we know who that is.
Here lies Elizabeth Farnaby. William Paxton, modest and gentle of heart.
Okay, dig up. Dig up the grave.
I may be a barrow digger, but I am no grave robber.
There's nothing else in the graveyard, though, for the spare key to be. There's exits and a fresh grave.
This appears to be a recently dug, unmarked grave.
And nobody's mentioned any recent deaths.
This appears to be...
Just dig in there. You know there's nothing else here?
A fine spot to take a rest.
I don't think you go so far out of the way to put in the devil's toe.
The devil... What a peculiar... I can't... I don't wish to...
She's not even gonna try. Headstone, 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 fresh grave, exit, exit, exit. There's literally nothing else. And if I right click to look,
Here lies
it's just the same stuff.
John, dearly but forever. Joseph, Samuel, death is only... Here lies... This appears... William Pack, modest and...
It'll just take me here, where I could get more worms. Except I can't, because I've already got one, Kenneth.
I've already taken... Look at it. Look at it.
And I can't take the mushrooms either, because she's afraid of poison.
This is where I dug up. This is where...
And that's just back to here. So if I were a key... Oh, maybe in a plaque? Is there a loose plaque?
In memory of... In memory of Romeo Hegg.
Romeo and Juliet,
This
huh?
plaque is surrounded by cracking plaster. I think I can chip away at this plaster.
In which it turns out there's no key in here, and we just efface somebody's memorial.
There's a key behind here. This...
Whoops. Accidentally clicked through, but either way got the key.
It's locked.
She says there's a key behind here. But she did not pick up the key herself, did she? I can't interact with it. I don't see key. Oh, there it is. It's just dark gray on black.
capital.
Just consumed by the door itself. Oh, that's so cute. It's on top of the tower. That'll be like inside someplace.
Wild garlic, fennel, corn mint, borage. Quite the collection.
Could I take any for myself?
Father Roach has amassed quite the collection here. I don't wish to disturb it.
And yet we must take the white flowers.
A small label on the pot reads Flirtwort. This is just what I need.
Okay, gonna take everything. I can't map from out here. Gotta opt to go down first.
I should put the key back.
But what if I want a hidey spot? Or if I want to get the high ground to look what's around?
I hope that stays on.
Alright. Time to make a poultice. Poultice to get some milk.
Good day.
But I want to get the horse first. Maybe the wormy apple for the horse?
Yes.
I think I have some flirtwort here.
Show me.
I got one white flower from a shrub.
Flirtwort, all right.
And a white flower from a
Let me know when you
shrub.
found some elderflower too.
I have some elderflowers here.
Show me. No, this is not elderflower.
What?
It's cowbane.
Cowbane?
An easy mistake to make. The two look very similar.
Oh.
It's safe to eat, as long as you're not a cow. Very toxic to cattle.
Where can I find some elderflower?
There used to be quite a few elder plants growing here in Herne Wood, but they've long since gone.
So she said already.
Nowadays, you might find the shrub growing within a hedgerow or a private garden.
I see. What does elderflower look like?
Elderflowers are small, white, and grow in clumps on the elder shrub. Elder shrubs can grow in all shapes and sizes.
Small
Just
white
look out for
flowers
the
on a
clumps of
shrub.
tiny white
Just
flowers.
not the small white flower that's shrub that we got.
Farewell.
Ah. But I still got it.
This cowbane certainly looks a lot like elderflower.
So, can we use it to like trick somebody into thinking it's elderflower? Or if it's not good for cows, is it equally not good for horses? Mouthed over here. Oh, the little kid is here. What are you after, Jane?
Hello, Jane.
Miss, watch
Oh,
me
that's
juggle.
right. She followed her father to market, and these are his apples that they plucked on their tree in their garden. Very lovely, Jane.
Very impressive.
I can juggle even more apples.
To include a wormy one? Is that what it's for?
I dare you to juggle an
No,
extra
I thought this
apple.
would be for the horse.
Easy.
And she's gonna be freaked out because of Kenneth II.
Yuck, a worm.
Wait, so the purpose of Kenneth II was to steal from her?
Oi, put those back!
Sorry.
Oh, Kenneth II is still okay. So I've only got a limited window to be a good role model and steal from this cart.
I dare you.
Easy. Yuck, a worm.
She's looking away.
Oi, put those back!
Hmm.
Sorry.
So she sees, even when she's not looking.
You'll pay for any damaged goods.
Sorry, miss.
So what's the next step of this?
Hello again, little worm.
Maybe it's not... Oh, it looks like that. So I swap them out.
This looks like elderflower to me.
I swap them out and she won't even know.
I dare you.
She just keeps falling for it. And she's ran away now that her part of the story is done.
I managed to swap them without her noticing.
Hopefully, nobody feeds those to their cows.
The scene of my crime. I'll let the worm enjoy his new home.
Goodbye, Kenneth II. I just realized there's only 2 locations left. One is probably going to be Hobbs Barrow itself, once you get inside of it proper-like.
Good day. I have the ingredients you asked for.
Wonderful. Hand them over.
And that gets me the poultice gets me the milk.
There you go. Tell Mr. Bryden to apply this poultice to the area in question. It works wonders.
Thank you very much.
But first I'm going to want to feed the horse, but how? Because I thought I could use the apple or the herb, but now I have neither.
I'll let the worm enjoy. Good day.
Hello there.
My name is Thomasina. What's yours?
Ralph. Not seen you around before.
I'm just visiting.
We've been here how many days now?
What brings you to the market today?
I purchased a Scotch egg for me tea. You want a bite?
No, thank you.
A singular egg. A Scotch egg is just a boiled egg.
I'm looking for some help with an excavation tomorrow. Might you be interested?
Sorry, miss. I've already got my own job.
Enjoy your Scotch egg.
I will.
How about you, Kenneth? You want to help me out here?
I'll let the worm enjoy his new home.
Since we played with your daughter, would you let us have some produce for free?
Good day.
How did you like your apple?
Wormy.
I'm afraid it is rather rotten, sir.
Hey up. That's slander, that is. Don't you be going around telling folk I'm handing out rotten apples.
The produce is...
What about it? Get some free produce, and in exchange, I'll keep mum about this. I wanted to get the horsehair thing done before we go with the milk and Mr. Ambrose to Pennytwist's house. But maybe the only thing to lure and seduce the horse is there? Because we gotta calm the horse before we cut the horse's hair. To mix with the resin. To fix the bowstring. To give to the feral child. For who knows what.
Joe, perhaps you've had enough sugar?
Don't you start to know.
Leonard. He's putting so much sugar into his tea.
Oh, aye, she's back again. Can't a man drink his tea in peace? There's nought for you here, lass.
Horrible man. How many more sugar cubes is he going to add to his tea? He'll have no teeth left by the end of the day.
So, I put something crummy into his tea or into the sugar, and then he gives it up. Tommy Wiseau, do you help us excavate?
Hello there.
Yes.
My name is Thomasina. What's yours?
Ted? Ted Cross?
Pleased to meet you.
Likewise.
Are you a local, Mr. Cross?
Oh no, I'm just passing through.
Out-of-towner.
I'm a musician. Just myself, me guitar and me horse.
Could we borrow some guitar string then? Please, guitar string is bowstring.
Are you a travelling musician?
Aye. I've been playing a new song tonight. I've just finished the lyrics.
What's it about?
You'll have to come listen.
What do you make of Bewley?
Can't say that I know much about this place. I don't usually travel this far south.
This far south.
I see. Have Have you heard of a place called Hobbs Barrow?
Can't say I have, miss. What is it?
Never mind. Is that your horse stationed in the alley?
Aye. Thistlecrack is her name.
That's an unusual name for a horse.
Is it because she likes thistles?
Aye. It were what she were called when I bought her. Glutton would be a better name. She likes her treats.
Treats.
It feels wrong
like
to change it.
sugar.
Thank you for your time.
If I get the sugar here for the horse,
Later, won't you?
I gotta get sugar for the horse.
You found old Leonard, I see.
Yes, finally. I've had some rather unbelievable news, Stanley.
Oh? Remarkable.
Quite the coincidence, is it not?
Remarkable. Just remarkable.
Do you recall my father from back then?
I'm afraid not. Those were my droving days, you see. I didn't spend much time in Bewley, but an interesting turn of events nonetheless.
What do you know of Mother Mildred?
I'll tell you what I know about Mother Mildred. She wants locking up.
How so?
She owes me a small fortune on her tab from years ago.
Oh.
Do remind her next time you see her, won't you?
I'd rather not get involved, if you don't mind.
Be careful who you trust, Miss Bateman.
She seems nice enough, though.
Do you have any
She's
fresh
even giving the
milk
poultice
going
for free.
Sorry, lass. I've none at all.
Never mind. Does the name Saxnot mean anything to you?
No, I can't say it does.
Goodbye.
See you soon.
Maybe what I ought to do is just talk to this guy over and over again. I'll keep pounding the table. And when he pounds the table, a few sugar cubes might drop off. The teapot's interactable. Sugar cube's interactable.
Hands off me, sugar!
I think this is supposed to be for all the patrons, sir.
I said hands off!
Come on, Joe. Be nice to our visitors.
Ha! This place has gone to buggery.
Just because I want a bit of sugar. Acquired sugar cube! Oh, cool, so there is no puzzle. I just upset him by taking it.
I prefer my tea hot and fresh. My mother has a similar one.
Okay, that's good then. That's good because that means we can complete this right away. We got the sugar for the horse, the knife for the horse.
Here you go. Eat this. Good girl. Hopefully that's gained some trust between us.
Enough trust that she's going to let me cut her tail off?
I've managed to cut off a few lengthy strands.
Okay, we haven't totally docked the tail then. Oh, there's a hair. That is so dark. I can't even see that. I thought my inventory ended at the poultice. Horsehair. Plus resin.
There we are. This should make sufficient bowstring now.
Acquired bowstring. There goes my resin. Fiddle bow. It's there. I promise that it's there. I can't see it, but it is there.
I've done it. The bowstring seems to hold on sufficiently.
So now we have fully fixed fiddle bow. We'll give that to the brownie later. First, Bryden. What did he need? Poultice.
Yes?
I've got a poultice for your joints, Mr. Bryden. It was prepared by Mildred Walker.
Who?
You may know her as Mother Mildred.
Oh, thank you, lass. That Mildred knows what she's doing. I should have thought to see it myself.
But it's a hard walk out and your joints are all achy.
To where the pain is. It should work very swiftly.
I'll give it a try.
It's gonna be like icy hot, and the burning sensation on his elbow is going to keep him from noticing the
I feel like
pain.
a lad of 20 again. I suppose you'll be wanting me to milk old Eunice for you in return.
Yeah, I think it'd be so nice.
I'd appreciate it.
A fair exchange. Stand well back, lass.
Believe me, I'm not coming an inch closer.
I still say such a docile goat. That is a polite and kind goat. It's a gentle little thing.
There you are, lass. Some fresh milk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bryden.
And into my pocket it goes. And now we have fiddle for unknown purposes, milk to gain access to the Lord of the Manor. So I think that is a good enough place to end for today. What do you call my save? A name for the save? Let's call the save itself Kenneth III. Alright. Because I think that's about where I want to call it for today. And then we'll continue more of this tomorrow. This end screen is now finally appropriate after how many years of streaming, because this end screen is from the Jurassic Coast. Trudging along the rocks of Lyme Regis just before sundown, with all the sea lice jumping around the rocks. We'll come back to this tomorrow, but for now, I have got to call it and find someone else to hoist you guys onto. But so far I am enjoying this. The folksiness is nice. The chance to critique this gal's archaic excavation practices is pretty nice as well. Was hoping for more of that, playing those new Tomb Raiders last year. But Lara gave no chance with how little actual excavation was going on. Only the very end, and very briefly, was there any chance for my archaeology and anthro training to cry out. But I see not many on tonight. MP's on. Cap Batsumi playing Chicory, but read them both recently. I have got to follow more people. Schupert's on, Eggman's on. Let's go see Schubert then. We have not done a Schubert stream in a while. So I suppose I shall point you guys on over that way. Do I have a thing in NN? Yeah. It's on over back to, back on Ginga Nagoroboshi Gin, since I wasn't sure what's gonna do today. So just put the old Gin as default. Alright, so, thank you folks for hanging today. We'll continue more of this 19th century pseudo-archaeological extraction tomorrow. I'm not sure how long this game is going to take. There were 5 worms, and 5 worms that we think 5 days, 1 worm per day. Or it could just be the one that we needed. We've only got 2 locations left uncovered. It could be a short one, who's to say? Oh, maybe the other unknown location. Maybe one is inside the Barrow, and the other one is at that Penswith whatever manor. We'll find out then. For now, thanks for hanging. Take care. Stick around and say hi to Schubert. I'll see you guys next time.
月のシャワーを優しく浴びるとさよならの痛みも消えてゆくよ。ああ思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさ。Tomorrow走ろう新しくTomorrow 輝こう強く